gile. Una gile. Una gile, saraniye. Una gile. Una gile, genale, kadadiye.
Hello and welcome to the LCK 2023. It's me, Valdez, with Krani Wani once again. We were doing the desk, now we are on this desk,
We're
the
here.
caster desk, and it's a special day. Not only is it our first time casting for the year together, but it is also the Telecom War, which we have for our first match of today's matches. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
Very excited. I had a wonderful time on the new and renewed carping space, but it's also really, really good. No carpet space. Space, whichever you prefer. I like space as well. But being back on the casting desk, I think is always really exciting. It's just a little bit more real, a little bit more immediate, and I'm sure that goes for everyone watching at home as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big day. Obviously, we already saw T1, but this is going to be KT's first performance as well. So it's a lot of firsts. It's the beginning of the year. It's the first week, of course, and it's not going to be an easy match for KT by any means. Telecom War has had meaning for so many years, even back in the StarCraft days and Brood War, all the way up until today. And on paper, T1 looked like the much stronger team, but KT Rolster's roster is looking pretty strong on paper.
And for KT, some of these names, Keen, BDD, most notably, are players that have had incredible periods of success within the LCK. But for the both of them, success is also pretty far away. Keen has looked lackluster, hasn't really been able to reach the heights he did in 2018, 2019. And BDD, of course, had a really rough year on Nongshim. And besides Cousin Aiming, there's also Lehans, who joined the team, coming over, of course, from Gen G. He was able to win the LCK last split, a defending LCK champion. And overall, I do think that KT, if we see Keen and BDD actually perform to what the peak we know they're capable of, could have a possible angle here. But with how good T1 looked in the first match, I'm a little worried.
Yeah, it is pretty rough. You'll note here it says KT onboards established players, rather, Keen, BDD, and Lehans. So that's really, you know, what that's about. It's an extreme veteran roster, but it's also a new combination, right? So you don't always know how that's going to work. For T1, we know how it's going to work. We know how it worked in their first match against Gen G. Gen G also with new AD carry, Pays in the roster, bit of a rookie here at the LCK. It was a rough match for them, for Gen G, and T1 looks stronger than ever.
And a top lane matchup, national representative top, Keen versus the first top Zeus had as good a year as you can have as a rookie, except he didn't win Worlds, but you know,
Aw.
well, I know, how dare he?
Oh, man.
Was he still the best top
Not
laner of the
good enough.
tournament? Probably. Was he a win condition in his first year? Absolutely. And it is actually King that has to step up this time around. Zeus, even if I think there's definitely grounds to have some criticism for specifically the finals over the course of the tournament, and especially the year, was, to me, the hallmark of consistency for T1, and it's going to be a tough one for Keen.
Have you ever played 81 games of League of Legends? Well, these two players have head-to-head, and they have played a lot more than that on top of it. BDD is looking to achieve LCK's 8th 300 win as a player, and Faker's looking to set the highest assist record. He is 5 behind Gorilla, who currently sits at number 1.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, we currently have Gorilla at 4,137. So all he needs is 5, and then he's surpassed. And then from that point onward, the sky's the limit, because I'm going to be pretty sure that Faker over the course...
3 more years.
Yeah, well, at the very least over the course of spring, will rack up a bunch more assists. Unsurprisingly, the champions that we do see here are a lot of the mainstays. Really, the Orianna is the only one that in recent times has not ever been seen. The fact that Lulu is on there is hilarious to me, and I hope that she never gets picked in it again.
Yeah.
That was a dark time, but I'm glad it made the top 10.
Yeah. You'll note that the majority of the characters here, the champions, are control mages, right? So kind of makes sense. Faker's played pretty much everything. Not every single champion in the mid lane, but he's getting close. Pretty insane. But guys, enough of us. Let's hear from the players before this matchup.
제가 거의 프로 생활하면서 팀을 옮기는 게 첫 번째이면서 그런 느낌인데, 한 팀에 오래 있다 보니까 개인적으로 느낀 게 좀 많아가지고 이적을 결심했던 것 같습니다.
확실히 저희 팀이 다른 팀에 반해서 변화가 하나도 없어서 스프링 시즌에 일단 저희 팀이 좀 유리하게 가져갈 수 있을 것 같습니다.
T1 같은 경우는 아무래도 다른 팀에 비해 좀 한 발짝 빨리 움직인다, 약간 이런 느낌을 많이 받았어가지고 좀 대처를 빨리 하지 않으면 휩쓸리는 그런 느낌을 받았던 것 같아요.
기인 선수가 항상 대결할 때마다 좀 까다롭기도 했고, 커즈 BDD 선수들 다 되게 잘한다고 생각해서 그렇게 세 명이 뭉쳤을 때 좀 상체 시너지가 기대되기도 하고, 그래서 좀 경계가 됩니다. 기인 선수 되게 탑에 좀 교과서 같은 느낌?
신인인데 좀 신인 같지 않은 플레이? 저도 옛날에 그런 말들을 많이 들었어가지고 되게 비슷한 약간 그런 느낌인 것 같아요.
데뷔 처음 했을 때는 기인 고사 막 벌벌 떨면서 뭐 그랬었는데, 이제는 제우스 고사 치르셔야죠.
제우스 고사 시험지 찢어버리겠습니다.
국대탑 타이틀이 좀 욕심이 나서 제가 가져오고 싶습니다.
올해 열심히 해서 국대탑 타이틀 지키겠습니다.
And here they are, KT Rolster walking down the stairs, giving the high fives. Definitely a very fun new addition to this year. Of course, the new introduction of the players to the stage as things get a little bit more relaxed in terms of COVID restrictions around the globe, especially here in Korea. Good to see. And yeah, I mean, we'll see if King can tear up those exam papers. I'm not sure it's going to be that easy. Zeus, he's played on the biggest stage in the world now. He's not going to be shaking anymore.
There have also been metas where a top lane brawl like that, both top laners trash-talking each other, gets you really excited. But we're in an era of top lane where...
What do you mean?
That might not necessarily be the case, Valdez. I wouldn't be shocked if it ends up being a Cassante versus Gnar, and neither of them do anything in the laning phase. And then we rotate across the rest of the map, and then maybe we'll see some team fighting action. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more action. But up against this team, you really got to bring your A game, because if there's anything that we saw in the first match that T1 showed, is that they have not changed. The roster has not changed, and the performance of these players that brought them to one game of winning the World's Finals has also not changed.
Yeah, if it has changed, I mean, their first match against Genji, it's hard to call it from just one best of 3, but they almost looked better than ever, right? It was an extremely clean win. Yeah. Faker, I do not want to play against a player like that, like his Lissandra in game number 2. That was kind of scary, even to watch, okay? So if Faker gets angry, you're probably not going to win, is what we are learning here. And as you mentioned, maybe the whole team is angry, looking for redemption. They must have felt like the world champ was theirs, but they were just one game away.
No words do a better job of describing them. Just watch that's what's happening on your screen as you pan up to the free world championship and the simply absurd amount of titles that are available for T1. But of course, KT Rolster is one of the orgs that has themselves had success in the past, but it's been a long time ago. And in LCK Spring season, where we see a lot of teams move towards very young rosters, KT trying out a different strategy.
Yeah, you'll notice here these 3 players that are kind of the core right now of KT that everybody's kind of focusing on just because BDD and Keen came on over. You'll note their immense amount of experience that they have between all of them, not only in the LCK, but also on the international stage. You'll see semis there in 2021 for BDD. That's the farthest any of them got. MSI runner-up for Cuz as well in 2018. A little bit ago. So they'll be looking to try to get some more titles here in the upcoming seasons.
And even though KT as a team, of course, was unsuccessful to make it to Worlds, I think the team still did great. And to me, a lot of that was about Cuz. Cuz was actually, I think, a great jungler. Last year, we've also seen some splits of him where he really has struggled. But last year, he was, I think, the one who really was able to get the rest of KT to come together, especially once Vikla came in. And he's going to have to do something similar here. And now for BDD, of course, his year on Nongshim Red Force was very rough. But I do think at the end of summer, we started to see some glimpses. Not enough and not consistently, but there were at times where you could say, hey, that's the BDD that we know. That's the BDD that dragged Gen G to semifinals at Worlds 2021.
If I'm T1, just go ahead and ban Azir. I think that's a good idea. Faker can play almost anything. Or just pick it, right? I think you want to get BDD kind of off of his comfort, and Azir, even towards the end, as you were mentioning, that was still one champ where he looked pretty godly. So just take it away. I mean, it's pretty good in the meta right now. Like some of these control mages, it's very good into the Ryze. So if you want Faker to pick Ryze, go ahead and ban the Azir. That would be my idea. Cuz you were talking about him. He was actually the player of the entirety of our little kickoff event.
That was
the
so
Team
fun
Faker
to watch.
versus Team Deft, and Cuz won it in the end in the 1v1. He's pretty good at this game, and he has only been getting better, funnily enough. So it'll be interesting to see how far he can go in 2023.
Really also showcased that player skill isn't static. There's been times where Cuz has had a lot of issues with consistency, and you say, of course. I don't know if everyone always agrees with that statement, so I feel
I'm trying
like
to really
repeating
support
it
you.
Really,
I'm trying
really
to say, hey guys,
it.
it's obvious. By the way,
yeah,
yes,
we are not robots. Well, you know, sometimes players
Speak
may
for
look like
yourself.
robots for how good they are. Okay, well, I am not a robot. As far as I'm aware, most other people that I'm talking to are also not
I was
robots.
just talking about myself.
Okay, well, that's great. I didn't know that about you. I'm glad we're still 2 years in, getting to know each other better. As KT has chosen red side, and do want to go into some of the questions that we might have regarding draft, because thus far the trend has been Lucianami good, Zeri kind of bait. But I do think that that is also due to team strength, and I don't know, KT really needs to have a big performance here. Do they want to kind of give us a better idea of how drafts might shake out, because we still are working with a very small sample size, and if the gap in team is too big, then draft doesn't really matter nearly as much.
It's kind of cool you get the head coach name right underneath the current scoreline. And the current standing of the team there at the top. It's a detail I just now noticed.
I like it.
After the first couple of days. Caitlyn has been banned in every single match, I'm pretty sure. And she's, yeah, 0-8, now 0-9. 100% ban rate so far, so we have not seen her yet.
T1 putting a lot of priority on junglers here. Sejuani, Maoka already taken away. Maoka in particular really an equalizer in how you have to approach some late game fights.
They saw Cuz won the Faker versus Deft matchup.
They're like,
so,
no.
Yeah, we got to ban this guy out. Lissandra, a fantastic
okay.
ban. Faker should not be allowed to play that for at least 2 weeks. It's on cooldown.
I don't
No?
like the Lissandra ban. Not because of Faker, because obviously there's a great argument to be made there, but we are going towards, I was about to say, a Ryze first pick seems kind of like a no-brainer here, but Varus up, Heimerdinger up, Ashe up, Yuumi up, and most of these things can lead to some bot lane degeneracy that we've been witnessing. Lucian Nami, although I do...
Up.
Wow. We're betting LeBlanc?
Wow. It's a lot of respect shown, I mean, just to start it off. And Yumi's the choice. So they're saying, okay, KT, you want to play Lucian Nami? Go ahead. You want to play Varus Ashe? Go ahead. You want to play whatever you want? Sure, go ahead.
And with the Zeri Lulu seems like a no-brainer. You can look in the Zeri here and then grab your hands on maybe a Wukong that has still been a very highly prioritized champion in the jungle, especially with the jungle pool already pinched. I am personally surprised that the Ashe Heimer is kind of being forgotten here. I do think that Yuumi lanes really struggle when they're permanently shoved in, and with Elise coming back into the meta, it is definitely a possibility to try and apply and actually turn that early pressure in lanes into a kill. But it will indeed be the Wukong pickup with the pool already pinched. I am not going to get excited, even though Karthus is an amazing counter into Wukong.
Yeah.
Divide, to me, seems like a no-brainer here, and as I say it, Owner locks it in, has been used as a counter to Wukong, and Owner himself loves it as the Sivir to round it out. Very, very straightforward. Well, yeah, we've been in this meta for a while, Valdez.
It's day 3. We already know the meta. We knew the meta on day 1, to be honest. Wolf and Atlas were like, yeah, this is going to happen, that and that and that.
But you know what? 13.2 might throw a wrench in that, hopefully. Everything that you know is getting nerfed and everything's getting buffed, and it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
But we're not there yet.
Lulu's really good with Zeri in the lane, but it's also fantastic with Wukong. You get that third knock-up. It just, you know, you guys know as well. Let's see what they decide to go for, though, in the second half. We do not have any solo lanes selected just yet, and we've already had 3 of the mid laners banned away. I mean, I suppose LeBlanc and Lissandra are not exactly super common, but we'll see some of the more common ones get banned away here, no doubt.
Chase still very highly prioritized in second rotation bans. I don't think he's been banned in almost any of the first rotations, but in second rotation he always gets taken out rather quickly. Kassadin is another, so these are the champions that, especially in the right matchup, can really wreak havoc. Zeus also goes without saying, is probably the best Jace that we have at the moment within the LCK. Champion is in a much better spot than it was at the end of last year, but in terms of solo lanes, possibility here for KT to ban away a bunch of mid laners, then pick themselves up something like the Azir. That is still open here right now, although with the Kassadin ban, I'm kind of feeling like T1 are going to ban it themselves, but no! It is going to be maybe then Azir ban, and then you lock in R4 Victor, and then you save your counter pick for Keen. I am not a fan of Valdez is looking at me.
I just looked at you like, did you really say
I
Victor?
did say that. It's Victor or Taliyah, to me, are the two no-brainers here.
BDD can play a great Taliyah.
I know. That's why I said it, but
I think
it's better than Victor.
I think he'll go for whatever he feels more comfortable as a just blind pick, right? Because it is Faker after all. You got to be ready to go for that, unless they just pick up a Gnar, right?
Oh.
No, it's going to be Syndra. Okay.
Didn't consider that, but I'm a big fan.
BDD is an insane Syndra.
Yeah.
He's ridiculous.
Probably was considered the best until Showmaker came around, and then after that, you know, got a little bit harder to hold onto the title, but together with Azir, I'd say some of his most iconic champions, very, very strong in that regard, and also a champion in his current state is, I mean, I would love that.
Come on, Faker,
that
one time
violence.
for the boys.
Galio is definitely something that Faker has played an immense amount of times throughout his career. Also adds a little bit of additional dive to Vi, and then you have a very strong front line with Gnar, which we're not going to discuss at Zeus. It's Gnar blinds. We've seen it a million times. And then I like the Galio a lot. I think the T1 composition, very well rounded, can also cover for side lanes very well. Say that your bot lane does run into issues, then Faker can easily roam towards the bot side, cover there. Really strong dive trio, bolstered by Yumi. So overall, I think well-rounded composition from T1, but KT's team fighting thus far also looks great.
What are they going to round it out with as a potential counter in the top lane for Gnar? The Jax will come out here. We have seen, I believe it was Rascal picking that one up
twice.
A couple of times.
And it wasn't great.
Out.
No.
But hey, Keen, you know, he said he was going to rip the textbook to shreds, the test, the Zeus test. He's going to rip it to shreds. We'll see if he can do that or bonk it to shreds on the Jax. Also another option. But yeah, I was expecting more of like a Camille or like a Fiora, even just because they are a little bit more meta, and we know that Keen can play those kind of carry tops, but it seems like he is very ready to jump onto the Jax hype train, and maybe he can show us something a bit better.
Do you feel like the composition of KT is somewhat more disjointed? When you look at T1, it's very clear what it wants to do, has a lot of different modes, whereas for KT, if the solo lanes fall substantially behind, I think that they don't offer nearly as much, and just Wukong, Lulu, Zeri isn't enough to win teamfights. We've seen a lot of Zeri comps kind of run into range issues, and with their pick potential being good, sure, their side laning good if they can find leads in their matchups, but overall the composition not having great hard engage, do you think they can run into some trouble?
Base carrier fan.
Any carrier fan.
Join us, yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
Early adapter Valdez.
KT fan, hashtag BTS, hashtag Messi. I don't know what's going on there really, guys, to be honest.
Got all the hashtags. All the popular ones.
Yeah.
Keep drawing as well.
Hashtag, I don't know. This one says hashtag I cheer for BDD. Also a nice little hashtag there. Yeah, pretty straightforward from T1. They're not really thinking outside of the box. You know,
No.
it's very T1, very comfortable, and it works all together very well.
It engages, it re-engages. Really like the composition overall. Think a lot of pressure here on Keen in particular. If he can be a viable side lane threat, they might have an edge.
Here we go, guys. Game number 1. Let's jump into it. All right, here we go. Telecom War to start us off today. Match number 5, right in the middle of the week. As Faker jumps back onto Galio. As he's getting really aggressive here. He might get a little bit zoned away from this one. Will he have to flash? Looks pretty likely, but Carrier does a good job of blocking. And that will be very nicely done. So he's going to get in there. Pretty interesting to see them just go straight into aiming on the Zeri. Now, Zeri definitely one of these champs that looks a little bit harder to carry on some, as compared to some of the other picks we have seen. And KT in the past has definitely been an aiming-centric team, but that's not necessarily the case. Like, they don't have to do that, especially with some of the additions in the top side of the map with their new players.
So that level 1 does mean that Faker has used his Ghost, and also that now an Invade is coming through. They did spot him there, though. That's big. Question mark pings coming through. And they run the risk of getting sandwiched here. They will be stuck in... Yeah, they have vision. and they're going to abandon ship, and I think that was a good call. If you actually get caught there, you'll be in deep trouble as... Ooh, Keen forcing Zeus to start with the hop. He will be able to get out, but might make his early laning a little bit weaker. Also going for the fleet there. Owner also going for PTA, so looking to have an early impact this game. Trying to really put the pressure on and look for a couple of early ganks. And overall, I'm liking the confidence with KT is approaching here. Early invade, early aggression, forcing sums out, trying to look for angles, putting T1 off their game immediately. Considering the fact how good T1 looked when they were allowed to play their game, I think is a great call.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. I think that if you're going up against what looks to be the best team in the league right now, you could make an argument for D+, but again, it's extremely early.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We couldn't possibly know.
When the two teams go head-to-head, we will we'll be very happy. It'll be very exciting, but also we will get a better look at who is better at this point in time, just straight up. So yeah, it's better to actually fight fire with fire, I think, in League of Legends, rather than just sitting back and letting the great team just kind of do whatever they want. As BDD might get ganked here, owner level 3, cleared the bottom side of his jungle, wrapped around, didn't clear anything else, but BDD is playing relatively respectfully, and he will not get ganked.
Yeah, problem there is, Zeus does have a big wave, so looks like he will be fine. Wave shoving away from him as well, so wouldn't be surprised his owner at the very least makes his presence known, trying to ensure that Zeus can shove out without getting in trouble, without getting ganked by Cuz. But yeah, the power of Scatter the Weak when you're a Vi is unfortunately not something that you can really deal with. Yeah, this Jax counter pick, I don't pretend to acquire. I know you're not a Jax enjoyer in general.
No,
but
yeah, I just actually hate it.
Picking Jax when we've already seen that matchup be tough for Rascal, which I definitely think is one of our greater top laners that we have in the LCK. Into Kana is one thing. Then picking it yourself when, I'd say without a shadow of a doubt, our best Gnar picks it is great. And we'll see whether it works out, because of course the downside of Jax is if you don't have any pressure, it really does slightly worse as, yeah. Again, I know Zeri Lulu is doing really poorly right now, but I do think the matchups were also important for a lot of those games,
yeah.
And we should hold off judgment, although I do also think they'll have a tough time in this game as owner. He says hello, I guess.
Yeah.
He's
He's sticking around. He's on the map still. He hasn't gone back. Looks like he's just going to clear bot side again. Because, note, he cleared his bottom side, then he went around to the left side of mid, and then he cleared the rest of his camps, including the Scuttle Crab, and then looked for another gank. So his stuff is actually spawning here, as this is just not a happy place as a Jax.
It's so well done by Zeus as well, because by playing this aggressive, he's forcing Keen to trade back into him. And it becomes harder for Keen to CS, but also Keen took a ton of damage from the wave there, right? Like Zeus is crashing a big wave, and as a result, Elfbar going lower and lower, Keen has to spread his attention between trying to stay alive and trying to deal with the pesky Gnar. The one upside of this is that KT, thanks to their great vision control on the bot side of the map, has now started the Dragon. I think they should be able to get this with their bot lane having very high priority and able to quickly pick that up. But it is just a singular Drake, and that in of itself isn't really going to offset the already 600 gold lead that we're seeing crystallize here.
Yeah, mostly just in the top lane, to be honest. I mean, it's pretty insane what that can do. It's already 20 CS. I think a wave is crashing at least. And Keen, as we speak, bottom lane has been pretty even. It looked like, you know, you're talking about the priority. There was a slight push from aiming Lehens so far. Very curious to see what this duo can get done. I was kind of losing my mind when we were watching Pays play the Zeri, because he had no cleanse and his Lulu did not build a Mikhail's against an insane amount of CC, and he basically was not able to do anything. So
yeah.
This time around, he's going to have to deal with Mega Gnar and the Galio taunts alongside of a Vi. We'll have to see.
Lot.
But he does have cleanse in this game. Aiming does.
Which will help, and I do think the matchup is very, very important there, as you pointed out. The barrier, of course, being taken into Lucianami makes sense. But yeah, I was right beside you, getting frustrated as possible dive onto Zeus. I do see T1 already responding. Faker is on his way, but Mega Gnar still a little bit away.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He is just going to hop away. He's got the Galio to ult in as well, as Mega Gnar and the Galio ultimate is enough to push them away. Meanwhile, bottom side looks like Guma and Keria did have to go for a back, so aiming Lehens able to pick up one plate so far. But yeah, not the most successful gank. I suppose you could say they got Faker's ultimate, and that's about it.
Got an ultimate, which might make a subsequent fight for an objective a little bit easier. But well responded, good read from T1, identifying that Zeus, after his TP back, didn't have control of the wave, to see that over to Keen, and as a result, KT trying to play around that, trying to get their checks ahead, which, again, I do think is a very important part for them. if he really was continuously falling behind, he would be in trouble.
Oh, flash on in. They're trying to get on top of this Yumi, and he will go down. The polymorph was too quick.
Oh, hold up.
Keria had no chance, and now no Mega Gnar, no Galio ultimate, no teleport from Faker. A second kill will go to the side of KT, as he was just an orange buff in that case.
When at first it doesn't work, just try again, says KT. Really well done. So we got 2 plays on both sides of the map working out. Generally, you're going to try and play to one side of the map, but if you win the 2v2 that hard, it doesn't really matter. So what we had there, as we'll go into the replay shortly, hopefully we'll talk a little bit more about that bot play. But the top play to me is perfect, because not only does it actually kill the Gnar this time, but the kill goes to the Jax. The kill goes to Keen, which might lead to KT having a lot more pressure in the side lane, allowing them to maybe look for a little bit more of a 4-1. Look at that. Look at that UI upgrade.
Whoa.
I really like it.
Zoom in on the Canoniga.
I know. I did, fortunately.
Seems like, you know, Owner was sticking around thinking maybe Cuz would come directly to the Rift Herald, but he correctly identified that KT were actually just giving it up. They're like, okay, well, you know, we got a big win.
Oh, they don't need to.
We don't need to take the Rift Herald. We don't need to fight over this, so you can have it if you want. So he just takes it.
So key thing here is twofold. One, they know they're about to hit 6, and secondly, by flash polymorphing Keria, he will be unable to go back into Guma, and as a result, just immediately gets blown up. And here, well, this is pretty self-explanatory. It's Mini Gnar, and this time T1 does not have the read, or not able to respond. And KT, explosive mid-game here, and if you put the T1 comp on the back foot early on...
They're getting in! They have 6 on Cuz, but not able to get in range with Lehens for the double knockup. Nice flash away quickly from Owner, but the aggression is so... You can feel it, I mean, you can see it happening. KT are getting in T1's face, and it is working out here. They're going to take away this red buff as well.
Build themselves up a nice lead already. Been a big fan of Cuz, even though not all of his plays have worked out. He's been continuously working at either matching Owner when he's making plays or trying to set up proactive plays around the map. KT overall looking pretty well orchestrated thus far, able to apply a lot of pressure to T1. Got themselves an early Drake as well. If you can get a 2 Drake lead, there's plenty of great scaling elements on your composition as well. So really great start here to begin with for KT in their first match. Very impressive. Pretty sure Owner stuck or snuck by that ward. But there is Flash and Wild Growth available as well. So I think T1 also identifies that probably not going to happen. Instead, try to grab Prio and maybe make a play towards this dragon. Buy yourself some time.
There was a chance that Cuz goes immediately to the bot side after taking red, so Owner was also there to potentially cover, just in case there was a gank there. Did successfully kind of skirt around the vision, did not get seen, but it also seemed like KT had a good idea that he would just immediately run back bot, so kind of neutralizes itself, cancels itself out, and we move on. So yes, the Chemtech Drake is available, and the top lane seems like Keen is having a slightly better time now after getting that first kill. Mid lane still pretty uneventful as it is Syndra versus Galio.
More about how they are both able to influence the sides. Do want to reiterate that a single misposition from BDD or aiming, or Lehens even, can mean deep trouble immediately. Oh boy!
Galio's coming on in, and that Syndra doesn't have cleanse. They are going all in onto BDD, and they finally take him out. Took a little bit, and they give the kill to the Sivir.
Thank you for proving my point, T1. As I pointed out, as slight misposition. Didn't think that BDD was mispositioned, neither did he. Clearly, that was the case. Faker, the great instigator, able to immediately get the taunt off. Think that BDD thought that maybe he would be able to live through that. Unfortunate. I think if he flashes out of that taunt and he gets underneath his turret, it might be fine, but not going to be the case. Important counter kill. Not enough to get T1 out of the hole that KT has put them in, at least for now. And this bot lane pressure also really paying off thus far. We actually see that the ability of Zeri to pretty reliably get damage on top of turrets, especially when combined with a Lulu, has been working out very well. And still, even with that kill on mid, KT about 1k gold ahead and got themselves a second Drake as well.
Looks like it will be Ocean Soul for this one. So
That's no.
I think that's almost definitely the worst out of the three.
It is, yeah.
That they could have gotten here, and pretty unfortunate for KT, especially because they did get the first couple of Drakes. So the rush towards a soul will be less valuable, gives T1 potentially more time. Could even potentially give it up depending on the game state. And T1, you know, if they were to retake over, obviously stacking Infernals or Hextechs would have been better, but they are behind on Drakes for now. As we'll take another look here on this gank on BDD.
Yeah, just uses the punch. Yeah, this flash, just a split second too late, or not able to get out of range of the Ghost. Very nicely done by Faker there. Sets it up. Team is able to get the plates off the back of it. And yeah, as you pointed out, Mountain, of course, you're playing into dive, so as KT, you'd be very happy with it. And Hextech is self-explanatory, always a very valuable Drake. But Ocean just doesn't really provide you that much. The only one I think benefits from it is Keen in a late game side lane scenario where you're able to maybe win longer trades or all-ins against Dinar, but that is basically it. So a bit unfortunate. KT kind of low rolling there and their 2 Drake advantage. Still valuable, of course, but could have been a lot better. If it's a Mountain Soul, then T1 is forced to basically fight over every single Drake. Because if KT starts stacking resistances and people don't die within a single Vi Galio combo, you're in deep trouble.
It's interesting how this game is going to come along. I think, you know, Keen eventually will get pretty strong. He's got a nice lead in the side lane, but I think this might come down to, well, I'm going to have to hold that thought as Buzz is alone. Thought he had some support there from BDD, but BDD just went back mid. But yeah, I think it might come down to mid-jungle versus mid-jungle in terms of making some plays. Like, the bottom side is going to be relatively similar in terms of what they can do in a later stage of the game, but setting up some of the team fights as Vi Galio versus, you know, Syndra and Wukong, it's going to be interesting who can get the front foot in that aspect.
Really nice spread as well for where the plates have gone on KT. The people that you want fed are fed, namely Aiming and Keen. Of course, BDD being fed would still be valuable, but I think within the context of this composition, he's still AP, so in that way you would get a lot of mileage out of your stats, but he will blow people up regardless in terms of late game combos, and just him hitting scatters is going to give him enough value as is. And now you have both your 4-man units, very, very strong, with Aiming already accelerated, and a Lulu on his back. And then on the other end, you have your side laner, also with a sizable gold advantage, already on his Divine Sunderer, Steel Caps down as well. But this is where I think T1 really has a leg up on a lot of teams, and this is where KT needs to be the most careful, because this is where they turn the tempo around, and as I pointed out,
okay,
here they go.
Yeah, it's going to be on the hunt for something. Here comes Keen, and Owner goes behind the turret, and they do not get the turret. 40 health on this mid tier 1.
That's very sad.
At least. Now Guma does not have on the hunt. He does have a Yuumi though, so Cuz is like, oh yeah, didn't see the cat there.
But overall, big win. KT holds their turret. Gumayushi is forced to Ghost. Keria uses both summoners. They're down to Yuumi ultimate as well. And in a minute and 20, the next Drake spawns. Sure, Soul's not as good as it could have been, but as KT, you're still going to be playing for it nonetheless. And I gotta say, I'm really impressed. Custody in particular coming through as, again, kind of the glue keeping the team together, continuously making proactive plays, going in on the Wukong, forcing summoners. And do gotta say, this crown from BDD, I know it makes sense into the dive on the enemy team, but especially as Soul AP Soars on your team, I do think that you can really get a lot of mileage out of going all in on damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, really try and one-tap everyone that comes within your reach. That's not going to be the case.
Yeah.
Will be more survivable, but do wonder, as we saw with Chovy a couple of days ago, whether that is not going to influence some of the later team fights for KT.
Especially because if you die, like let's say you don't have crowns so you get blown up, I mean, you have a Jax in this area to potentially, you know, carry the fight from there. So
yeah.
You also have better range than everybody on the other side of the rift, right? Other than, you know, maybe Silver Boomerangs. And also you have a Lulu to potentially keep you alive. So there's like a lot of other ways that you could have survived outside of a crown. So I definitely do agree with you. There also are a lot of ways for T1 to proc that with the Galio and the Sivir specifically. So we'll have to wait and see just how much value that crown can get. We're always looking at crowns as, you know, was it correct? Was it not? and we'll just have to wait and see how much value you can get out of it as the third Drake of the game, this Ocean Drake, has spawned.
Pretty good setup here from KT. A lot of vision around.
They're not fighting.
Yeah, they're not going to fight. TP comes in. Says we're going to instead trade gold.
Ooh. Nope, too clean from Cuz. You knew it was, there was a chance. There was a sneaky Vi in the bush. Not meant to be.
Well done. Very nice combo there, making sure that he gets the Q off. A lot of damage, especially with Sunder already finished. Ensuring that they get that. T1, I think the right call to make without a flanking position or without someone out of position. Straight up front to backing into KT that has a lead currently is very, very tough. Although the lead is slowly dwindling, so it's going to be more about what is the position either of these two teams can find. But KT is really playing by the book, right? Like, look at the vision setup they had around that dragon. The only thing they were lacking was bot side prio, but with the amount of vision that they have, they don't really have to be afraid nonetheless. And it's another look that we've seen from T1 in a while. They're perfectly capable of playing on the back foot, but really hats off to KT here in a first game, looking like they came very well prepared for today's match.
It's pretty clear to see that they're not going to back down or take it easy against T1.
You can't, yeah.
And by taking it easy, I mean, you know,
relatively.
Kind of essentially assuming that you're not going to have a great time against them. So, you know, you don't fight fire with fire. You kind of like sit back on your hind legs and play more defensively, I suppose, is the better way to describe it. But, yeah, might enter a small lull state here. Has been a little bit of time before we have had one of these. But, you know, got a couple of hyper carries in the mid lane, farming. And as long as Cuz doesn't go for any dives, doesn't look like KT are looking for any plays as they have set up kind of a 1-3-1 at this point in time.
So what's new with you, Veldas? I know, but you know, maybe you want to enlighten. We haven't had any time on the casting desk yet together, so you know, we got a little bit of LCK downtime.
Well,
hold up.
You say that, and here comes Owner, and this is the dive comp, but aiming is totally fine as Faker's ult got canceled. There is the exhaust, immediately gets cleansed. Aiming still having to go forward. He will eventually go down, right? Right, he's gonna go down. No, maybe he will not. He is going to fight through to the end. And just because of that, T1 used everything to try to get the Zeri, and they could not kill her. KT take down 4, and now they will take the Baron.
That might be a breaking point in this game here for KT. Beautifully done. T1 identified we need to kill Zeri. Unfortunately for them, KT is aware of this fact. Beautiful response. As we get into the replay later on, like, I really want to highlight how well of a job KT did keeping their Zeri alive. This is, of course, in full vision, and the amount of distance that's traveled is big, but as you pointed out already, that cancel from Cuz on Faker might be the difference maker. Because that is what buys aiming those crucial seconds, allows him to stay alive throughout all of this.
Huge scan of the week, too, from BDD. Keeps him alive at the very end of his health bar. And if he dies, I mean, they don't quite have the damage.
I mean, I think even if at that point, if he dies,
maybe, yeah.
might still be fine. But now it's not just a win, it's a complete blowout. And just really well done by KT. Playing, maybe that was all the elaborate bait. Aiming, of course, had his summoners available. They had Lulu nearby. And now, we're down to Baron buff. The possible Soul spawning in a minute and a half. And for T1, I do think now your options are going to be fairly limited unless KT makes really big mispositions.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to chew through them and actually take down Zeri.
You know what Cuz is going to spend all that extra gold on is a stopwatch.
Because he listens to
you know, he's been listening to the English broad. No, he hasn't. But I think it's a good idea, especially when you're the one guy on the team that's kind of having to frontline for the team, right? You're ahead. You're going to be in there first before anyone else, unless maybe Jax is joining. And even in that case, you're going to be setting it up. So just buys you that little bit of extra survivability in some of these team fights. As we do have the Seraphs finished second here for BDD. So extremely survivable is this Syndra. Yeah,
he ain't dying. BDD will be completely fine. Also note the itemization, especially on the top half of the map. Keen here and Cuz both going for steel caps. Because one of the downsides of Galio, especially if you don't get acceleration in early to mid game, is that his damage pretty negligible. Everfrost and Zonya's very good in terms of utility as
Oh no, T1 tries to group up to try to fight this one. Now Owner is going to continue in. He immediately goes down. A little bit of hesitation from the T1 side, and KT's like, really? You want to fight us here? I don't know about that, buddy. As now Keen gets low, but they're just getting baited into this. KT are wiping the floor with T1 in this first one.
And KT going to be able to push through here at the very least. Inhibitors are going to be broken, might even be looking towards the end of the game if they really want to try it. It's early still.
They have Baron.
Could be looking for it.
Still 30 seconds of Baron. I think you go for it.
I agree.
Just don't overstep your bounds. Siege the turrets. See if he can make it happen. They're going to get this Scat of the Week onto Faker, who is looking for the engage. He is going to get a pretty nice taunt on the aiming here. Who's still alive? He's still alive again as both Nexus turrets go down. And KT are looking to back at the right time, but here comes the TP from the side of T1.
Point.
This is why teams generally take it safely when going for these early pushes, as now here comes the Galio. The entire dive is going to hit the front line alone. Do they have enough? In goes Keen, as this Counter-Strike is only going to hit one, but Meganar will take him down. So T1 do get 2 extra kills on the backside of this fight.
And that's okay, it keeps them in the game, but in of itself, not enough. And KT really tried to go for it. In the end, not going to be able to actually get the finish, but you sense the desperation here from T1. They're like, we got to try something. We can't just sit here, watch our base be taken. Unfortunately, in their desperation, they try to hard focus Keen, who says, I am Jax, I have Counter-Strike. Good luck with that one. And a Lulu to add. Aiming smells a couple of extra kills, and especially in these tight jungle corridors with the lead that KT has, it's really hard to play out for T1. And this is a great goal from T1. I do think KT very clearly doesn't have the cooldowns, doesn't have the resets to try and fight this. But what do you actually end up getting? You deny them the soul, which is nice. You get the bounty and you get 2 kills. It's good, but it's not, it doesn't put you back in the game just yet, right? Like you get, as you point out, the shutdown, get a little bit of gold, but you're still almost 6-8 gold behind. So gonna need a couple more of
now
those.
There's 4 stopwatches for KT. Owner's just dead again, I believe. He's getting pretty close. Aiming very, very close to taking him down. Does have to flash to get it, but still gonna be worthwhile. As Owner once again kind of left out to dry. It's kind of what it looked like in the last fight as well. Just trying to make a stand. You know, T1 needs to dive, but not looking too clean. As in goes Faker, he's being kited. The Meganar gets stopwatch aiming! Puts on the Nikes and says, no thank you. I will not be getting taunted tonight. I will not be getting Meganar tonight. As there's stopwatch number 2. Faker goes in alone. He's trying to create a front line here for Guma and Keria, but it doesn't look like it's going to work. KT will be taking down the Nexus here in game number 1.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT. Able to take down T1 with a composition that I thought had it all. Good engage, right? Good dive, but it's KT, and not through T1 messing up, but for making proactive plays of their own. That bot side dive, the confidence of their Zeri and Lulu duo. Well, Hands and Aiming doing a wonderful job, and great first game here coming out from KT.
Just thinking back to what I was saying in the draft, I'm like, you know, they really prioritize getting the Zeri here for Aiming. A lot of teams are still liking that Zeri, but the fact that Aiming was able to come out here and kind of do 2022 once again and put the team on his back. I mean, everybody played really well, but it was nice to see them also going back to one of their old win conditions, alongside of having all these new win conditions. So just a great comp. They played it out really well. All the CC, the Lulu was played fantastically as well by Lahens, just to keep everybody alive. But in my mind, Aiming just did a little bit too much. He also had some really flashy plays. So that would be where my POG vote goes, as BDD picks up win number 300.
And now shared 7/8 place together with Prey will surely be overtaking him as the split progresses. Yeah, this to me was Cuz and Aiming. aiming and lands on one side, able to, in the straight-up 2v2 against Guma and Keria, with Zarya and Lulu, run over the bot lane of T1. And then on the other end, Cuz, look at this. He did more damage than both his solo laners, right? Like, really,
He did
that
so
to me
much for the team.
was... I went for aiming, spoiler alert, but I was really... I had Cuz first, and then went to aiming, and then went to Cuz.
Cuz
was
should
very
get
tough.
some votes for sure.
Oh, he should, yeah.
Yeah.
Because overall, I think those two players taking the team on their back.
Yeah, and again, everybody else was performing really well as well. Like, they didn't
Yeah.
even need BDD and Keen,
No.
and those guys were doing well too. Some of those scat of the weeks, you know, BDD was kind of just the supportive
It was
stun
support
bot.
Syndra.
Yeah, there you go. And that's all they needed in that game. So you have to wonder, where is their power level exactly? How far can this team go? Well, they've already taken a game off of T1. Let's see what they can do, as we are going to have a little break, and we will be right back.
기다려봐. 오케이. 내가 기다려봐. 천천히. 메가다르. 빠질게. 조심. 나만. 앞에부터. 나를. 달려. 오케이. 11 앞으로 좀 볼게. 11 볼게. 타워 치러 가자. 타워 2초. 야, 갈려부터 보자. 괜찮아 나. 11 달려. 룰루 솔로. 달려. 수 없어. 11은 갈려부터 마무리할게. 갈려 더 맞고 타워 쳐. 나이스!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for the telecom space. We're very excited about it. But first off, I do need to let you guys in on something. This was a KT victory, yes. However, KT fans, you know that the thing that you need to pay most attention to at this moment is not using the E word. The E word, absolutely banned. If you like KT, make sure that that is never uttered. Not once, not ever. Do not talk about it. In fact,
Try
this
some
is
of
a
our
fluke.
safe words. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
Definitely a better word. Definitely a better option. Now, Wolf, let's go into the draft and talk about how KT didn't start off with a draft advantage at all.
No, and KT decided with the Yuumi first pick they were going to go ahead and shake hands with Yuumi Sivir and the Zeri Lulu, which is a matchup that's kind of boring, right? In some aspects, we saw the cull starts for both players, but it meant that we were going to get to see late game Guma versus late game aiming, which is always exciting to see. No Ashe ban in this draft, no Varus ban, and we still got the handshake here, showcasing what both of these two teams think right now is the best way to play these late game team fights. Did like the drafting overall better for T1. I was worried about what the Galio was going to do prio-wise, but Faker did play the early game pretty well.
He absolutely did. I actually thought that it was pretty well done for KT for T1 towards the beginning of the game until that one moment. We're going to jump into our first highlight here because it does kind of epitomize where it all started to go wrong. I mean, for T1.
Aiming and Lehens had an amazing laning phase, and then they see this opportunity here when the attach is down, instantly flashing for the polymorph, grab a kill here, while also setting up a dive top side. So no resources committed bottom side here. They make that play happen at the same time as they have this dive here on the Zeus top side. So 2 early kills giving a huge momentum shift to KT Rolster in the early game. And the only thing you and I were concerned about for KT after this was, well, will they still be able to win team fights? Will T1 just steamroll them with Galio? They have so many great ways to lock down the Zeri. And aiming just kept delivering. His positioning was so good in team fights. And one thing I want to highlight too is how defensively Cuz used his ultimate in so many of those fights. Aiming, thumbs up, double thumbs up over here on the carpet space, or formerly carpet space. But aiming's positioning was good. Cuz so good defensively with those Wukong ultimates saved him. And as we look at the second highlight that we're going to bring up as well, one of those fights where his positioning is good, he's juking just barely out of range, and so many resources are committed to kill a Zeri. Feels like an old school mistake, maybe a 2022 mistake, you know, try to get on top of this Zeri, try to kill it, but aiming kites this out so well. And even with Faker's flank, look at this knock up from Cuz, prevent Faker from actually hitting that punch, keeps aiming alive just long enough so he can do this damage, grab that first kill, and then slide back out of this team fight. So beautifully played. Aiming is a god, one of the most exciting AD carries of 2022, and in his first debut game here for 2023, he's living up to that same hype.
Yeah, and Aiming's been playing for an incredibly long time, and I think you're exactly right in saying that 2022 was a huge year for him because he really stepped up to the upper echelon when he was sort of hanging around sort of at the mid-levels, at least when he was in the LCK. He took some time off, came back, and incredible things have been happening for the guy. He's definitely been extraordinarily impressive in my mind, and here today, I mean, this was a difference. And I mean, you can just go back and say, well, he picked Cleanse, and that's a reason why things went better, but also the way he played out the laning phase, his aggressiveness. Yeah. The fact that he was, like, we've seen a lot of these autos just going wide and stuff like that, but he was really playing around those angles really, really nicely. And I think it's time to give him the POG.
I think it's time.
I think so.
Find out.
Let's bring him up onto the screen. There he is.
92% of kill participation in what was a very quick and stompy game. And you know, going into the offseason, we knew Prince was leaving pretty early on, and Prince and Aiming, I think, were the 2 biggest improved AD carries we had, especially at the end of 2023. 2 players who didn't actually make it to Worlds, and we lost Prince, sure, but we got to keep Aiming, and his performance here in this first game, I think, reassures fans who are worried about KT's rebuild here. How is Aiming going to play with a new support? In a lot of ways, the support style we saw from Lehens kind of epitomized how Life would have played the matchup, but arguably even better here in this first game. I was also hoping, oh man, Barrel, maybe he comes to KT. How sick would Barrel Aiming be? But Lehens, man, he plays the Yuumi well. He plays against the Yuumi well. This 2v2 on the bottom side looked really good for KT right out of the gates. 11 for 11.
Yeah, I think a bit of a no-brainer there. And sometimes you look at the Zeri votes and you're like, oh, another Zeri vote? Really?
I would have respected
this time
the
around.
Cuz. You know, if there was one cousin, I would have been like, okay.
Cuz interrupting Faker there was actually massive in that team fight, our second highlight that you guys did just see. But I still think that aiming showed something completely different. We saw the win rate during the game, right? Zeri Lulu not doing very well whatsoever. And in fact, it was what T1 played back-to-back into against Gen G in their prior series. This time around, not so easy. But it's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got 2 boys waiting alongside on the caster desk, ready to take us into game 2.
The 2 boys are here. Thank you very much, Carpet Spacemen, not Carpet Spacemen. We are ready to jump into game number 2 anyway, as KT Rolster did turn up the heat here for this series. Thankfully, we play best of 3s because now we get to do them see them do it again, rather, Chronicler.
Well, that will be a wonderful start to the split, not just for any KT fan, but I think for the league as well. Just this first game of KT, to me, is already way better than I expected this team. I was worried about the cohesion, the individual level of play, but all those things, at least in this first game, seem to be very well aligned, and especially in light of how incredibly dominant we saw T1 be against Gen G. My expectation was that KT would maybe have some good individual moments, but at some point fold to the dominance and macro sense that T1 have shown. But they didn't give the chance for that at all, and instead it was KT who took the game by the hand and said, hey, let's go on a journey together.
It's always good to take the game by the hand.
Go on a journey. Go on a trip together. Somewhere sunny,
You gotta
maybe.
take them to the land.
It's cold in
you
Korea.
Understand. Yeah. Maokai is going to be banned, as well as Caitlyn. We'll see if the draft changes at all and how it changes. That's already a change. Rise is going to be banned 2nd instead of 3rd, so T1 may be looking to ban something else.
I don't know if they will. I do think Sejuani's the ban you drop first if you want to adjust in draft.
There it is.
Well, now what, KT? You have hands, so you can just let them have Yuumi and pick Singed.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, that's a complete, I would be okay with that. It's a completely viable option.
What do you match with it? Like a
well,
Ashe? Like an Ashe, maybe?
Ashe Shin sounds like an atrocity to play into.
Sounds really fun. For the Ashe Singe, of course. Same bans here for KT on red side. So, again, kind of ball is in the court of T1. Do they run it back? Yes, they do.
First picking the Yuumi again. No, that's not Singed.
Just Lucianami, that's fine.
Yeah. It's not as exciting.
It's not original.
It's not. No, it's. I've seen this one a million times already. So it's going to be Zeri Yuumi against Lucianami.
Look at his face. Oh, he's.
We're getting a Lahens cam.
Is he really?
Please.
Okay.
I expected more out of you, Lahens.
I guess he's just happy to play Nami.
Has anyone ever?
Tidal Wave is a fun ability.
Nah, bubbles are fun too.
Yeah, you hit the good bubble. It's nice.
I was a coward. I wanted to vote for Cuz, and I didn't. And then he got no votes.
You would have gotten a little respect from Wolf.
I mean, that would have been great. And I
could have been the guy.
I really think that he deserved it as well. So, Cuz, please do well this game so I can have my redemption votes. As the Zeri has been the #1 pick when paired with Yuumi and when open into the Lucianami. But it looks like T1 are making the call. No, we want the added wave clear that the Sivir does provide at the cost of course, the mobility that Zeri provides. And I think also Zeri, as we saw in the previous game, when given leads in lane, can actually play very oppressively. You have good shove, and you can, thanks to your Q, really reliably take down turrets and plates if you are left alone momentarily. No real changes, however, here from T1. It's going fully for the...
Otherwise known as the salty run back.
Yeah, it is straight up a salty run back. And for KT, forcefully has to adjust. Can't go for the Zeri Luli, so they pick Lucianami, which is also an insanely good duo. I feel like we talked about them a lot. Not really an early game duo anymore. Back when Electrocute Nami was still good, it was early, mid, and late. Now very much mid to late. The moment you get your Guild Force, really, that's when you come online. It's when that mid-game lethality spike, lethality as in you kill people, not as in the stats. Just want to reiterate that. Although, you know, you can definitely go Dirk seconds to have two types of lethality. Make it very hard to play out the game and try and contest objectives, so KT going to try and do that again. Also love the combination of Nami Wave plus Wukong ult, right? Both offensively and defensively very, very strong.
Yeah.
And I do think that T1 is going to have a similar issue where you're playing dive into Nami and Wukong, and if you don't kill, oh god, well, even more good luck now, because I think you pivot here as T1. I think if you insist on actually trying to play dive into this KT comp, I don't think it's gonna work.
You'll lose.
It's not happening.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they want to do. I mean, keep in mind that this could be in the top lane. I don't think it necessarily will be, but it could be. Just leaving that out there. I know nobody wants to see top Karma. Cassante is available. Actually got banned in game number 1 by T1. So they say we can just go for that instead. And it does look like they are pivoting a little bit as, well, Zed or bed?
Yeah, let's do full AD. That's going to do it.
Carrie is going to play the Zed, and then Faker's going to play Yuumi mid.
I'm not going to get trolled by hovers. Karria is playing with everyone's heart.
Who is that?
I like this adaptation, actually. I think the Orianna is in a very special position here, where I do think you're going to get shoved in and have a tough time in that way of actually impacting the map. But when you look at teamfights, Orianna does a couple of things. She provides reliable DPS. She enables Vi, because if you can get a Vi ultimate with an Orianna ult off, it's a great combo. But she also enables Gumayushi in case that the Sivir gets fed. So really like the Orianna. I don't think the champion is necessarily in a great spot right now, but it rounds out the comp nicely. But KT's comp is so obnoxious to play into. We've seen this, what I assume will be another Radiant Virtue Karma already. And if Aiming gets kills, he will have a great time, and I don't think anyone else on the Rift will.
I think for KT, it's perfect. Just play around Aiming again. It worked so well in game 1. Obviously, that was a Yuumi, or a Zeri rather. But Lucian is just as ridiculous in the hands of someone who is really feeling it. We saw Viper just tear the Rift apart with the Lucian Nami. And I have no doubt in my mind that Aiming can do just as well. We already saw he played an insane game of Zeri. So really looking forward to kind of, you know, another potential step up for him. He's got all the tools in the toolbox ready to go. T1 going Orianna into all of this in a meta where it's not even necessarily that great. I'm you know, maybe Faker can make it work, but I need to see it to believe it, Chronicler.
That's for sure. I think the Orianna, as a pick, not taking strength into account, really helps, right? Last game you were hard locked into dive. This time you should have a little bit more options. Can play for your Sivir, can play for some poke with the Ori.
I think
but
Talia was better.
Is the champion in a good enough
like
spot?
Kind of like a support for the Sivir now, you know?
Well, and the Vi.
And the ball, you know.
But
you've got Vi for the ball holding,
we'll see.
But that's about it, you know.
Yeah, I don't think you have a fun lane against Karma and Wukong.
No, it won't.
But I'm willing to be convinced, Valdez. You're not.
If it happens, it happens. I'll be happy to see it. I'll be happy to be proven wrong. If it does work out, maybe Faker can make it work. Maybe T1 can make it work, but we need to see it happen. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 2. Here we are on the Rift for game number 2. T1 versus KT, the Telecom War, going head to head.
They know this time. Does it matter? Okay, they're fine.
Lion's got some gold, perhaps. Not 100% sure. Same play. Oh, one auto. Yep, he gets it. Good job by Guma.
That's pretty worth. Although Aiming also was able to get a ward, so neither bot lane going to have an advantage in that regard. And I'm sure Aiming picked up maybe like 3 or 4 gold as well from first strike. So if anyone got ahead, you know, it's Lucian.
Lucian always gets ahead, man. It's like
just
the way it goes. As owner did go for Moss Stomper, the green pet. As might have to hold that thought, as already Guma has taken a chunk. It's still very early on. Obviously, you'll have sustain from Karria, but they're really trying to get ahead here in this lane as much as possible by being aggressive. But what I was going to say is now both sides have gone for Gus Walker, right?
Yeah.
They've both gone for Blue Pet, so maybe Owner looking to change it up, maybe a little bit more gank-oriented in the mid-game as an exhaust used as Guma and Keria are angry as they even get the Ignite onto aiming and they chunk him out a bit.
Yeah, didn't have the opportunity to talk about this yet, but Guma going for the PTA is a clear sign that you want to play this lane very differently, right? You're really looking to try and leverage the damage that it provides early on. Same for Owner in the last game, but very, very clear that Guma and Keria are a little upset at what happened to them in game number 1. Now going to have the early level 2. Be able to put some additional pressure on Lehens and aiming, at least initially. Junglers also pathing to opposite sides. KT has the information. They had a ward on the red, so we'll be fully aware of Owner heading towards that top side. Keen though, going to be very safe for the foreseeable future. Looks like Zeus is getting an early crash in, so don't think there will be any crazy early action. The only thing T1 needs to do is to make sure they actually crash this wave, and right now that's not the case. Lehens pulls it. This is very obviously, though, a setup for Cuz, who was like, oh, are they, no, they're backing? Oh, they're not?
Yeah.
But this should also be known to T1 that this is coming, that they need to get out of there.
Oh, leave those ranged minions. They were like getting in there to try to harass the Lucian, but it looks like they should be okay. Cuz just going to try to back them off. They could potentially hold it.
Mini.
Again. Not going to. Here comes the Vi. Up on the top side, going to hit that one. Keen holding onto his flash for next game, and that is going to be first blood given to the Vi.
Especially with the initial knockup by Zeus not hitting. I agree. You gotta at least try to flash the Q from Vi. Not going to be the case. Zeus actually pushing slower than I expected. Really, really well done. Early pickup for the Vi here as a kill. As yeah, that is again. To a certain extent, can bring the match or the strength of schedule into play when we look at the Lucianami, but it goes without saying that it's an incredibly strong duo, right? It's not questionable like with the Zeri, like is it really that good? No, we know it's good. It's incredibly strong. It has a ton of versatility, ton of bounce back, and it provides you with an incredible amount of mid-game strength. But overall, I do gotta say, T1 clearly saw game number 1 like, okay, we gave them too much space, and we're not gonna do that again. We are gonna make sure that we put on the early pressure. Zeus doesn't have TP, but the wave is shoving into him. Also has impeccable vision on the top half of the map, so can feel very, very safe for the foreseeable future. And with that bot lane pressure as well, and Gumayushi and Keria not actually getting taken down, feeling in a pretty great spot overall, as mid lane is
Any Orianna versus Karma enjoyers? Very fun lane.
So.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go back down to the bottom side. Bottom side, very important, it feels like, in this meta. From early into mid-game especially, making sure that transition is clean. You don't get too far behind, you don't get dove or anything like that. Doesn't look like either side is looking to get that, though, as both junglers are hanging around the bottom side once again. And this Drake is, again, started very early by Cuz. And it will go unseen for now.
Well,
now
he
say
knows.
no, though.
Yeah, I think Cuz is the piece out. The moment they realize Faker is missing. Will things happen, Veldas? That's the question.
I think they will. Generally, you know, this game is made to have things happen. As a nice little lockdown in the ult from Faker, he's going to have to try to flash away, perhaps, as he's trying to get over towards the Yuumi. Is going to get a nice little heal, as now BDD might be the one that has to flash. No, the turnaround, as Cuz tries to take out Faker and fails. He's got a tiny little shield, and the heal from Lehens is enough, as BDD will pick up the first blood for his team, rather, at the end of that fight.
First, it's Faker that escapes with a sliver of health, and then T1 says, no, we can take down the Wukong. Not going to be the case. Lehens coming in with a clutch heal just in the nick of time. Nami arrives, and because of that, KT able to get an early kill. I think it's rather unfortunate it's on Karma of all champions. Literally anyone else besides Nami would have been better.
Faker.
Oh boy.
Okay, he's going to have to flash. Thought maybe he had used it in the last fight. Nope. Still had it.
I'm going to call not worth. I think for Vi in particular, and knowing the fact that Kama is going to perma shove that lane, not great. Of course, you do have more opportunity for a possible Cuz gank, but with Faker going to be stuck underneath his turret, you really need a good setup. Whereas for Owner, as soon as he's 6, run to mid and ult. What's BDD going to do? Not flash, I'll tell you that.
Man for W. And not die, because Oriana has no damage, really. I mean, Vi should be able to do enough, potentially. We'll see how they...
You raise a good point, Valdez.
Yeah. See how it goes. Let's take a look at this fight, though. It was really on a knife's edge.
I loved Faker's knowledge of the actual available damage here, right? Because he's not panic flashing, he knows that Yuumi is on the way, and overall they're feeling very good about this play. Owner has to use Q early to get over the wall, and because of that they're lacking a crucial amount of damage.
Oh, the exhaust.
The exhaust from carry out really clutched there, and then this, that was a mistake from Owner, which we don't see that often, especially not one like that, because if he actually does get the kill on Cuz, then especially with Gumi also in the vicinity, they can probably win the resulting skirmish. But that wasn't the case. Really clutch timing from Lahens. Owner definitely didn't have to die there.
Yeah, the shield timing from BDD as well.
Yeah.
Is what kept him alive initially. And, I mean, it's a split-second decision. Instinctually, you want to flash, get the kill. He's probably got Triumph, you know. It's a huge way to turn around the fight, but it's also Karma mid. So you got to know that that's coming.
It's bait. Yeah.
Or it's on the way, you know. But it was extremely close. So hard to give him full blame or anything like that. As now on Vision, we are starting the Rift Heralds. Doesn't seem like KT wants to respond to that too much. Looks like they just want to pick up this first Drake and some plates for their bottom lane.
Cool. I was wondering, so there's two possible options for KT here. They can either go for Drake, which just looks like what they're doing, or with Cuz and possibly BDD was also hovering towards the bot side. I was wondering if they would want to go for a bot lane dive, knowing that Yuumi and Carrier probably rotate as soon as they see aiming and Lahens showing lane. That's not going to be the case, at least not for now. Just going to get the plates and not going to take the risk. There was also Vision. If there wasn't Vision in the Dragon Pit, I think they might have actually gone for it, but it's also teleport available for Zeus. And KT maybe not want to run the risk of getting counter-engaged upon.
Getting Cassante.
Getting
That
Cassante.
never feels good.
No,
like, where did my champion go? Oh, he got thrown over here. Oh. Forgot about that. Yeah, it's going to be fun to see some more Cassante gaming.
Fortunately, in lane, nothing's happening because it's Gnar.
Yep.
So you'll get your fill of Cassante gameplay later, fellas. Don't you worry. I know you were worried about
the LCK flavor. It's like, can we get away with neutralizing this lane? Okay, we're just going to do it every time. Like, should we battle this guy? No, we're just going to pick Gnar.
I feel like that's the answer to a lot of answers, or it's the answer to a lot of questions in the LCK is, we'll just pick Gnar.
Yeah.
You know, need engage? Just pick Gnar. Yeah.
Need
a blind
in
pick?
lane. / need a blind pick.
Yeah.
Pick Gnar.
Need a counter pick?
Pick Gnar.
Yeah. Need a cohesive orange theme on your team for whatever reason. Maybe you're doing a show match?
Yeah, sure.
Pick Gnar.
You
I don't
like
know
funny voice lines? Pick Gnar.
I don't know. You like throwing houses at people?
Yeah, pick Gnar.
Pick Gnar.
You like extra buffs on the map? Pick Gnar. He is the orange buff after all. BDD did miss that cannon. Don't worry, I didn't miss that. And neither did Jonah Strong.
He's so dependable. We can always rely on him. You know who's reliable as well?
Gnar.
Exactly.
Just pick Gnar. It's the answer to all your...
Gnar.
I mean, in the LCK at least.
Only one world, so it's good
Yeah,
enough for me, Valdez.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it works in our region.
So I don't think it's bad, but I do think it's a bad thing.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Overall, as you might have gathered, the pace of the game slowed down a little bit. Just pre-Mythic as well, as you're not going to get tagged, but he's fine.
Jonah Strong saw it coming before he even pressed the button. He already had the zoom going. It's like, yeah, he's gonna call in here.
Oh yeah.
He's observed quite a few games in his time, especially Lucian Nami games. And junglers, unsurprisingly, still hanging around the bottom side of the map. Just making sure that they can get through this lane And there's a very nice ward there placed, probably by Lehens, to make sure that they see this coming. And Owner will not be able to get any kind of gank going here on the bottom side.
Keeps this game in perfect equilibrium. God. Even gold, all we need is T1 to actually get themselves into... Oh, Lehens.
Spotted him.
Yeah, saw him again.
And he'll get this.
But I want to highlight, one of the reasons why T1 can't just pull the trigger here regardless is if you look at the bot side vision, completely swept out by KT. So for all they know, Cuz could be waiting. Cuz is in the general area, but if they made a play, probably would be fine. Although, at the very least, they would be able to force sums. I don't think they would be able to actually add a kill. As here comes Herald, which I think will just be 2 plates and nothing else is gonna happen for the foreseeable future, Valdez. So, as I asked earlier, and then we got the whole Zeri sequence, which kicked off.
Really interrupted by Owner earlier.
That was amazing. Cool. What's new with you? Yeah, we got action in our game, which was great. We got aiming with a highlight moment.
You know. I'm going to the gym.
Nice, very healthy.
Yeah.
Good
Hopefully
for you.
some Bafaldez by the end of the year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is the world ready for that?
I don't know. Are these clothes ready for it? Is this blazer ready to stretch that far?
Just get a new blazer. If you ask nicely, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Chronicler, when are you going to hit the gym?
At some point. in the non-determinate
some point
future.
in my life,
I'm being put on the spot. I have in the past, and I might in the future.
Cool.
But not, maybe in a few months.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking to maybe move within Seoul. So
Cool.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there's just a lot of work this year with the addition of challengers. So I decided, you know what would be cool is if I worked even harder on top of that and went to the gym 5 days a week.
Just add more stuff. Yeah. I know about 5, but you know,
well, that's
make sure you hit 3.
I've stayed consistent since January 1st. We'll see.
I have faith
fall
in you,
off the wagon.
You have my full support. You know what? This morning I made a fresh pot of chicken soup. I'll bring you a bowl. You know, a little protein in there. Yeah. All the veggies.
As long as it's got some chicken in it, I'm down.
Yeah. I mean, it's chicken soup, so that's kind of the point.
Not all chicken soup has chicken. Owner is going to get ganked here. He might just be dead. He's not even able to get to the wall or do anything, as Cuz just a little bit too fast for him. So that's the second kill on the board here for KT. As this is actually a nice amount of damage done onto aiming. Not quite able to get that final chapter to get the root in. He still had Cleanse and Flash and Steal from the Nami anyway. As now On the Hunt is coming out. He said, well, if Cuz was here, he would have come in already. As Exhaust going to be used, and the trade is getting in there. Low is aiming, and he gets taken out. And Guma and Keria will pick up the double kill as they exert their dominance and assert it over this bottom lane.
Okay, now time to die. We gotta get out of there. I think Guma might not be able to. Oh!
Wow, double execute. And Cuz was not able to get there on time. Was busy doing the Cloud Drake. It's all Atlas's fault.
And that play from Guma and Keria turned was a surefire loss. 41, giving up a Drake, and they were also at the risk of dying, right? Like, if they don't get the double there, Guma and Keria died, it's a BDD that was roaming, and Cuz coming from the Drake pit. And they might lose the game again. But thanks to the heroics of Guma and Keria getting the 2v2, then subsequently also double executing, it's amazing. It's a wonderful play coming through. Here we see the impact of Nami yet again. Cuz already in a great spot, gets extra damage from his Nami, DDD, throws a helping hand as well. But then here we do see aiming already losing a lot of his health bar, that PTA really coming through in these early punchy trades. And then Bubble not hitting, Guma able to sidestep that, aiming moving forward, Exhaust gets cleansed, and he thinks he's fine, but he's not, as, oh, we're fighting Valdez.
Yeah, this wave is going to get some decent value, at least delay, but is it enough, as the Gnar will hit a couple, as in goes Zeus, and is trying to get this ult down onto Cuz. They don't quite have the damage, though, to T1. Again, still very early before Sivir's doing much, and Orianna has 1 item, so still waiting for them to do something, and T1 not really able to challenge there on that second Rift Herald.
Yeah, Oriana's not doing a lot, but everyone else is on T1, so that part's great.
Can you tell that I'm a salty Oriana main?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good that you share that with the world.
Trying not to be too obvious, but
it's okay. One day she'll be like truly good again. I do think that. Oh no.
Yeah. Aiming's like, yeah, cool story, bro. I still have Gale Force, and Lehens was actually totally fine, even with
Also
no
right
summoners.
there.
Yeah.
Look at it again. Very nice. Didn't see the ending last time around. Yeah, really, really well done by Guma and Keria, able to get this 2v2 flashing across the bubble as well, and also the presence of mind.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, if they don't win that 2v2 and they still like in that position, they probably die.
Yeah.
So good for them.
It was kind of crazy. I mean, it looked like Aiming would have had enough to push them over the edge and get the kill, but the sustain from the Yuumi plus the burst damage from the Sivir was like a crazy kind of seesaw effect that I think even Aiming and Lehens were not expecting. But it was kind of interesting to see Guma and Keria also playing really on a knife's edge because they knew that, okay, we don't have vision in the river, like, Cuz could be here.
We know they're there.
There was a chance, like, if they knew Cuz wasn't there, they probably could have killed Aiming earlier.
Yeah.
Because they had him in the final chapter and actually Guma backed away. And he was like, ooh, I don't know, the jungler could be here, why are they playing this aggressively? But then they kind of read the situation and pushed up again and baited Aiming and Lehens into the fight, and then they were able to get the kill. And as you see, get double executed. So ended up being a really nice kind of game sense play from the bottom lane of T1, something we've come to expect at this point from these guys. As Owner's alone in the jungle. While I say that, he's got a cat on the back. As in KT Go once again challenges red buff. Cuz might have to be the sacrificial lamb as a nice ult comes in from Faker to make sure that they can secure that kill.
Support Oriana doing a wonderful job there. Nicely done. Prolonging the CC chain.
Good CC.
As KT looking for a play that got them a big angle earlier on, killing Owner, but not going to be the case this time around. And yeah, especially with how many mid-game kills we've seen on Lucian, I think it's also easy to overestimate your damage when you don't have Culling and First Strike proc, right? Like those two really, I think, push it over the top where you can get in for an early Culling and then 100 to 0 someone, but Guma and Keria are really playing according to the limits of the champions, as this, unfortunately, Owner holding on to his Q, or unfortunately for KT, rather I should say, and then really straightforward, right? Able to get the CC chain, rest of the team is there, Lehens and Aiming just want to get out of the situation. It's clear that the response from T1 is good enough, and that mid-game breaking point that KT was able to force last time around, not really happening. And now we have Gumayushi just being level 11, sitting on 2 items.
Faker
hey!
hit it! First ever assist for the LCK. Congratulations, he has passed Gorilla. Well, I suppose he's about to, as he has tied it for now. As here we go, we got a team fight. In goes Cuz, but hesitates a bit, backs away before going in with the Cyclone. A huge Faker ultimate gets 2, but immediately the turnaround comes in from KT. Is Aiming, is getting dove on the backside by Owner here on the right side of this fight. They're not quite able to get this Lucian, and Aiming will take him down, but take a look at the top side. Guma also kiting it out very well, trying to take down Keen, and Faker is just barely able to get in there, Aiming a little bit too low to actually continue on the fight. As Aiming, you gotta get out of there, buddy. That's Cassante. BDD is all alone. He is gonna flash and actually take out Faker with the Dunkarino. The Montracue will pick up the kill. Does he have to pay for it with his life, though, as overcomes Keen? And the Mantra W is enough as Guma, he's got a cat on his back, and they will have to back away from that one.
The first half of the fight was beautifully done, and I'm shocked that Owner lived as long as he did. The second half, mostly very funny, as a lot of people living, not a lot of people dying. Zeus drawing a ton of attention here, drawing a lot of cooldowns, and it looks like they're opting into a disengage, right? But Faker, even though he is spotted, the ball is lost for a second there, and that prompts everyone to go in. Keen hits Mega just at the right time, which means that Guma, the biggest damage source, is actually really trying desperately to take down that Maganar, as Faker is battling 3 people by himself, and BDD's health bar is
It's so healthy.
He's having such a great time,
Oh,
right?
man.
This is peak BDD, right? Like, gets out with his life, gets the drive-by snipe on Faker as well. And overall, with those kills, still going to KT, I think that is still a net loss for them, but it keeps them in the game. If you get just blown out in a fight, right, you get like 4 for 0'd, T1 runs to Baron, they get Baron, they shove in mid or top, and they probably break the game. And you can't come back, but now, you're still in it. T1 definitely in a good position, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, their Sivir is really popping off now. You look at Guma's scoreline, he's
yeah.
3-1, he's got 2.5 items. He is 20 CS ahead of Lucian, right? He's in a great spot. I think he needs a little bit more time, though. I'd really like to see him pick up that IE before we call this like a true Sivir hypercarry moment.
It'll be a while.
Yeah, so he still needs a little bit of time, whereas Lucian is really online. You know, he's got a couple items. He can really assassinate people. The only issue is that Aiming and Lehens aren't necessarily playing in an aggressive stance like in the mid lane, like we've seen a lot of other Lucian Namis do. They don't have their mid lane tier 1, might be part of it. We saw that Guma was able to step all the way up in the mid lane and just push it out before the team fight at Dragon even started. So feels like that extra pushing power is really helping out T1 gather some map control and objectives.
It's now Radiant Virtue also done for Owner. Gonna give him a lot of extra sustain, make him even beefier, and his teammates are gonna thank him kindly as well. Zeus picks up the bot lane turret. Haven't really talked about Xante. He's 30 CS up. Will be about 25.
Top lane, I mean,
yeah,
they've been there, but like,
they're there.
What have they done in 23 minutes?
Well, as you can see,
they both used their ultimate one time, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah.
And then that was it.
Yeah. It's not a good time to be a top laner, Feldes. I know you're
Let's
salty.
talk about Sivir again.
I know you're a salty Orianna player, but
okay.
Whoa.
I mean, they should have expected this, but maybe they're just waiting for it. As in goes Cuz way too deep alone. He's got that second Cyclone, and all the TPs coming in. T1 are like, "Yeah, cool story. Now your jungle is gone, and we're gonna go for a T1 Baron."
As you were saying, you should be ready for that. They were. T1 very clearly had their fingers on the trigger, ready to go and punish KT when they try and look for such a play, although Faker...
Faker, he should be okay, though. He is able to get away. He's got a Yuumi on his back. As this Baron is getting to about half health at this point in time.
Aiming's alive.
Aiming is alive as Ingo saves, trying to 100 to 0 the Keen, and he will go down, so no Gnar is going to come in, and Zeus is just a monstrous tank at this point in time. And I think that is enough to push away KT. Lehens is just dead. He's alone as the Baron will be taken by T1.
Why are we still zoomed in? Is it not over? Okay. I'm like, is he gonna kill more people? What's happening, Jonas Strong? Oh, BDD? What? Oh.
I don't know. Okay, he might be able to get on Faker here. Faker pretty fast, though, with the W, and he will get away. Nice little tricky play there. Don't see that all the time.
I want you to first pay attention to how quick T1 knows this, right? This is such an obvious bait. Cuz is ready, the double TP immediately, or Owner Redder is ready, the double TP immediately channeled, and they're T1. So they're gonna make it go for the Baron. I want you to pay attention to Zeus' movement here, because he soaks so much. Faker is already relatively low, right? Sidesteps the bubble, goes in, gets the 100 to 0 just before Mega is hit. Together with the help of Owner, then goes back in. And Xante is technically a tank, but he has a lot of skill expression.
Yeah,
and
it's true.
He also does a lot of damage. We're seeing all that coming to fruition here for T1, and now with the Baron, there we see Gold Spike coming through, and if you reach this type of critical mass and you're not actually able to chew through the front line, something that we were afraid was going to happen if Aiming got ahead, now is up for T1, right? You have a monster-fed carry, and you have, because of how far they're accelerated, like Zeus' damage is still very respectable, same for Owner. So you have effectively 3 threats. Faker, at this point, is also going to start doing relevant damage and enables the rest of his team. And what do you have on the side of KT? You have Tank Karma, which, when Lucian is in a good spot, is great, but he's not.
Not as good of a spot,
Well,
at least.
he's not in a bad spot, but
yeah,
comparatively to his opponent, and also especially in scenarios like this where there are two BT front lines, I'm going to go for the team with the Sivir every single time, especially with Kraken Slayer, Dominic's Regard as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially if your front line can get chewed through as fast as it did in that last fight. I mean, they were down a jungler, so they didn't quite have the engage PT we're talking about here.
Yeah.
But still, even through all of that, the Mega Gnar just, well, not quite Mega Gnar, but the Gnar getting punished that quickly is very scary. So the top lane didn't matter until it absolutely did. They just kind of made it matter. And now T1 with the Baron, looking to push as far as they possibly can. 20 seconds still left on the buff. So they're looking to make this happen. Take a look at that Orianna ball as well, just chilling there right beside the turret. Looking for an opportunity is Faker. Potentially open this up. But they have lost the Baron buff, so they'll just back away for now. And as you mentioned, I mean, the Sivir's only going to get even stronger. And yeah, you're feeling pretty good into these tanks.
For KT, there are still possibilities, of course. Do have to highlight that, especially with summoners down, there is opportunities on T1. But Faker right now has his flash available. Zeus doesn't really matter because, again, it's Cassante. Even if you get him in a full combo, now that Gargoyles is finished, he's not going to die. And if he does, you've wasted too many resources. Yeah, well, not only that, but also you've used all your resources on a Cassante. So unless it's in the side lane, not really going to do enough. And when you look at the bot side of the map for T1, especially once Flash is available, it becomes really hard because the only way I think you win from here on out as KT is T1 overextends, you get onto the enemy backline, and Keen and Cuz hit a monster combo, right? Like that's your win condition. But T1, like they're playing very clearly. Last time when they made a play towards that bot side turret, entire jungle lit up. Now, well, KT's vision there, but who cares? T1 now has done the same thing on the top side of the map, right? So they're applying pressure there, trying to get that side lane turret, trying to get more standing gold into their pockets. KT, though, ready to respond this time around, and do have the cleaver ready for Cuz. That's a nice power spike at the very least.
Hey, he's got that going. It's going to help a little bit, of course, Fevolution and the Gnar, who also does have it. As the splish is coming in, they're just trying to naturally chip away at this, even without the Baron buff. T1, you know they're staring at that timer. As aiming takes a massive chunk, and Faker finishes it off. And now your 80 carry's gone. So all of a sudden, you're missing a lot of damage with not a real mid laner.
Faker's TP is clearly baiting someone to walk up to him. BDD says, okay, I'll take that bet.
Okay, I mean, it's Sivir. So,
the immeasurable disappointment in Valdis' voice.
Yeah,
maybe
okay,
it's elaborate bait?
Now they're still here. They're still considering it. I mean, there's still a lot of lockdown with those players, but... Okay, they're actually going to go in onto Owner. They do get a nice chunk onto the T1 jungler.
Vex now coming through from T1. Drake gonna spawn in about 20 seconds. And T1 gonna be coming off of fresh resets here. Void Staff now done for Faker with the gold that he got on that beautiful kill on the top half of the map. Stopwatches abound as well. Extra BF sword for Gumayushi. And Keria even bought a pop. So they know like this is probably win the fight decisively here.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be the end of the game.
Zeus is just running at them. He is unkillable. Nobody can kill him, especially with aiming not here, so Lehens might just die. As he tries to flash away, he does not have Tidal Wave, so he just dies. Faker gonna take him out, a very messy one, as in they go onto aiming the flank from Zeus, and T1 want to take this game right now. They do not want any other objectives to be part of this one. As they will take down Cuz, and finally the Gnar comes in, but way too little, way too late. The Cassante, again, is pretty much untouched. Just gonna TP into mid lane, and that'll do it for game number 2. T1 will tie it up.
And that game was closed until it wasn't. Valdez. Overall, T1 looking revitalized here in the second game. Really good individual performances. Zeus and Gumayushi to be most notably. Both of them really popping off. But while all of that happened, Faker's also sitting on a 5-1 and 7 scoreline. And maybe there's a little bit of hope for an Orianna main after. Just be Faker. You know,
Yeah.
Just be the best player of all time. No
Played it
biggie.
really well.
Could make it work.
Worked out for them, and that is going to be that. The Nexus goes down. We are tied at 1-1, and we have a series on our hands. And, man, very nicely played by the side of T1. Feel like KT were not able to sufficiently use any of their spikes very well, and T1 were able to neutralize it very well. So ended up getting to a late game where T1 were very happy to be in, and their Orianna and Sivir and Yumi just carried them across the board. Not to mention Cassante, who went through and Zeus was like, okay, I'll play that, that's fine. Gnar isn't going to counter this. The Gnar was basically invisible in that game.
Really well played from T1 overall. They did definitely, in classic T1 fashion, took a couple of lines that could have backfired. Most notably the bot side play. I think Gumayushi and Carry are really walking a thin line there, because if you give a couple of kills to aiming, the main win condition for KT, then you're in deep trouble. But maybe we should have had a little bit more faith, because it all works out, and once the Cassante hit critical mass, and Faker hit the 2-item spike, there wasn't really that much. KT had a couple of nice attempts, most particularly around the mid game, but this time around T1 was more than ready. Identified that I think a lot of the proactive play from KT that was successful was centered around Cuz. So every time, as long as we track Cuz, if he's going in, we know the rest is following up. And look at that goal graph as well. Kind of a textbook game here coming through from T1.
Yeah, it didn't take them too long either. A solid 31.5 minutes. They did their T1 Baron and were able to get a lot of value out of that. The GOAT has surpassed everyone except in losses, which is a good thing. So first in every positive stat, although I guess stats is also up there, but he's been around for a long time.
So as we just heard, Ji-sun told us the first one in losses is Deft, and the second one is Keen.
Well, there you go.
So first a second, I guess, and yeah, that graphic really said it all. Reaching those milestones, being this good, this deep into your career, picking out the Orianna out of nowhere. The champion, as we know now, he had about the second amount of assists possible on. Really impressive.
And not getting shaken down a game. Guys, we're going to be back after a short break for Game 3.
야 루시안 노플 루시안 노플 루시안 W 없어.
잡았어.
나르랑
오고고고고. 오 불씨. 오고고.
가는 중.
오공 돌풀. 나를.
나왔어. 미드라인 지켜줘. 미드라인 지켜줘.
렛츠고
한 명 미드라인, 한 명 미드라인, 한 명 미드라인. 나이스.
나 왜 이렇게 단단하지 이거?
그 상태 왜 이렇게 사기 갔냐? 자기야.
나비 노플이야 참고로. 잡아도 돼.
나 CS 좀 올릴게. 나도 CS 좀 올릴게.
나도 골드킹. 너무
나 어시 시크릿 레버 시스템 받아야 되는데.
골드킹 도전 좀 할게. 너무 신경 쓴다 이거.
그런 거는 안 돼.
오브젝트 없냐 오브젝트?
그건 우찬이 형 거야.
아 그래. 나이스.
And they are going to get a spot in world. 통화는 신화가 됩니다. TRX.
중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 마음. 이제 너도 너만의 전설을 써봐. 준비됐어?
패배.
Yeah, we're drum like Harry. 준비하니 rising road. 지금이 내 season home. 새로 태어나. We're drum like Harry. 준비하니 rising road. 지금이 내 season home. 새로 태어나. 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져? 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨버려져. 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 dream. We're drum like Harry. 준비하니 rising road. 지금이 내 season home.
이해되지 않아? 협곡에 무슨 일이 벌어질지? 이제 다시 너만의 전설을 써봐.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the No Carpet Carpet Space, aka The Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and someone, one of you, got excited. It happened because I saw KT just lose. So my warning obviously did not sink in. No one understood. Very disappointed.
Two one-sided games, Atlas, and right now, KT is on a 7-loss streak in Telecom Wars. If T1 are able to complete the reverse sweep, they'll have now won 8 in a row. The last time KT won was in 2021 spring, 2 years ago, when T1 was still swapping up their rosters and all that chaos was happening. They were actually on the east side of the bracket back then, but could be monumental if KT could break the streak, but right now momentum definitely going into T1.
Yeah.
And if we take a look at the draft, I think a lot of this came down to the fact that aiming couldn't get accelerated. You and I were talking about it, having a discussion like, okay, even if he doesn't get super far ahead, he still has a lot of kill pressure in this game. But unfortunately, Guma ran away with it with that double we saw on the bottom side of the map, and Zeus just absolutely had a field day, controlling the top matchup, and then in those mid to late game team fights, just shutting down Gnar every single time.
Yeah, especially in that Baron pit, Zeus was absolutely incredible. But I think going back to the draft, going all in on aiming kind of makes sense after what you saw in game number 1, right? You've got Karma and Nami, both of them able to augment this Lucian, give him all of that movement speed, give him those shields and things like that. But if you fall behind at any stage, if the Lucian cannot carry out that function, that's all you got. That is the one thing you can do. And let's have a look right now at when it all went wrong.
Yeah, so things get a little bit rough here in the earlier stages of this game, and the fact that we end up seeing an early 2 kills for Guma and Keria on the bottom side of the map is it's what starts things off on the wrong foot here for Aiming, because he wants to try to punish this, right? Comes in here, and as was mentioned by Chronicle, there's a moment where Aiming is like, I'm going to turn, I'm going to kill this, and then just ends up taking an insane amount of damage here from Sivir, who has Kraken Slayer, and Kraken Slayer is going to proc multiple times in this exchange, and Aiming just goes down. He thinks he can turn, doesn't end up getting popped. And what's crazy about this is because this exchange goes on for so long, they actually both get executed, so they don't actually give over a single kill. So huge momentum shift here. Aiming's bullied and pushed around the map after this. And then Cuz, we're not going to show these highlights, or lowlights rather, Cuz tries several times to try to punish these T1 pushes where they lose mid-turret after this as well. Cuz gets picked before several objectives, and T1 just really start pushing vision control and setup on those next set of objectives.
No, exactly right. And I think a lot of it came down to sort of Cuz realizing that they'd kind of, like, the ship had sailed. It had gone. And we're going to have a look right here at that exact thing happening once again here in this mid lane, because have a look at the complete lack of damage, but also the extraordinary sustain that T1 has.
Not to mention the great peel, right? Guma's positioning is perfect, goes over here, kites back, Yuumi ults, has the buy to lock Cuz down. So Cuz is trying to set up a play here for Aiming. Aiming doesn't have the damage, positioning is too good. And this is when things get absolutely bonkers for Zeus, because the only way, as Carla mentioned on the cast, that the team fights can really be won here for KT is some sort of Wukong combo with the Gnar. And this time you're like, okay, it's really about, can we see a big Gnar ultimate here from Keen? And Keen is just obliterated. Trying to build up his Gnar bar right before he gets it, that's when the execution comes through. Everybody turns on him, focuses him, and Zeus just pulls him into the pit, carries the rest of this fight. And this is the moment the back broke for KT. Like, they were struggling before this, but as soon as they lose the Wukong and it's all about Keen trying to set up this fight, the long-term damage isn't there with this Karma composition. BDD out-damages Aiming in this game and was seemingly unkillable throughout the game, but didn't make the impact he needed.
No, exactly. I mean, of course, Karma, very difficult to kill, but also very difficult to get kills as well. And BDD, to his credit, actually played a really, really good game, but didn't have the impact potential of some of his other carries that he has in the mid lane, right? He doesn't have an Emperor's Divide. He has a Mantra'd Q to snipe Faker that one time.
That was cool.
Outside of that, Faker had actually a fantastic game, sort of ramped up to really being able to get things done for the rest of his team. However, Gumayusi is the one that picks up POG, and I think well-deserved as well, in a lane that can go wrong for the Sivir unit.
Yeah, the lane definitely can go wrong. Getting those 2 kills, this is the critical moment, right? Like, this is probably the highlight that we're going to mainly focus on here in this POG. And he played it extremely well, obviously, with the Kraken Slayer here, just judging the damage well, also knowing they could go for the executes here. But Guma's positioning throughout the game was also fantastic in terms of how difficult it was to actually punish him and pick him here, even though you have a Lucian that has all those speed ups, right? And he just did so much damage in every fight. I think there's an argument to be made for Faker, who has an amazing play in this fight. I think there's an argument to be made for Zeus, who I voted for because of how he controlled those fights and how he shut Keen down repeatedly. So I'm expecting a split vote here, but I think definitely the Guma vote's the easy one.
Yeah, and 6 out of 11, you're exactly right. You know, a few stray votes going here and there. The one for Keria on his Yuumi also. I think that if you're voting for the bottom lane and it's a Yuumi lane, it's kind of a bit of both here as well, although it is mainly Gumayusi that's going to be controlling the character. I think that a lot of Keria's choices in ult timings and things like that were absolutely imperative. Plus, the fact that Gumayusi was able to play so aggressively throughout this game was a lot down to Keria being able to make it.
He had so much agency, and he used it well.
He definitely did. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3. So let's throw it over to the casters and get into the decider between KT and T1.
Thank you, Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, Guma was able to pick it up. But at the end of the day, it was a team effort to get them across the line. And it was interesting to see them be able to do it in many different facets through the bottom lane, and then Sayus kind of picking it up towards the end. Do KT select red side again? Yes, they do. So we will have same sides for all 3 games.
Want to highlight as well, this is the first series in this year in the LCK that actually goes to 3 games. We've only had 2 zeros thus far.
For this entire year so far. Wow.
You know, Conquest is left. What if we're the curse now, Valdez?
We are. We definitely are. It's just the way it's meant to be.
So Sandbox and D Plus going to go to 6 games as well later tonight.
Of course,
right?
yeah.
Easy peasy. As I think KT should for sure look into adaptations in drafts. As T1 says, okay, we've had enough of it. I'm sure afterwards Carrier's like, guys, I want to have fun. I want to carry, please. Please, can we ban it so I don't have to do it again? Because the Yuumi, clearly, regardless of how you feel about whether or not it actually is first pick worthy, I think there's a couple of other picks. Cassante comes to mind as well, even though in the LCK he's been much lower priority than in, for example, LPL or LCK Challengers. The Yuumi remains in, at the very least, like first half of rotations, no matter what, depending on what else is available. What's most notably to me here is the complete lack of priority on the Varus, the Ashe, and the Heimerdinger. Picks that a lot of other teams have like regarded as some of, if not the best bot laners, even over Lucianami, even over a possible Zeri. And now you're basically forcing KT to ban Lucian. But if they do that, then they don't ban Ryze. But if they don't do that, then they play Lucianami, and Yuumi and Lulu are gone. So T1, I think, really, really nice setup of the draft here. And that's, well, guess what that's going to be?
Ryze.
Guess what?
Faker's Ryze. What, Ashe?
Well, I'm on board.
You could just Ashe Varus. I mean, there's no Lucian anymore, and Zeri doesn't have a good support.
I was really gunning for a first pick Ryze, but I actually...
But now you're giving up a Ryze.
Yeah, I do think that the Ashe is so incredibly versatile because it is one of the best AD carries from Heimerdinger. It is an incredibly strong support. You can combine it with Varus for an extremely oppressive lane. And if they lock in, I don't know, Ryze Wukong here, which would be very in line with what they've done thus far.
Or just steal the Heimer away.
Okay, so here we go. T1, Jhin Elise. I don't know about the Jhin, but the last time we saw the Jhin, it was in response to specifically, I mean, Jhin support, right? Into the Heimer. You can also just go Jhin Varus, or Ashe Varus rather. I really like picking the Elise with that combination, specifically because I think it gives you a very, very clear way to turn what is a incredible pressure lane into surefire kills. Elise does it better than anyone else. Although the Heimer is a little bit annoying because I do think that it makes reliable shoving a little harder depending on what partner KT can find for the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they go for here alongside the Heimer. It won't be Ashe, of course. And Sejuani, another choice. I mean, this is a pretty flexible jungler. You could get aggressive on a pick like this. It's no Elise, but maybe a little bit more balanced in terms of what it offers to the team. And that will be the choice here for owners. So what is going to be the AD carry for KT? That's what's to be expected to be chosen. I suppose they could just go for jungle, and the Wukong being available. And it would definitely be banned if they didn't go for that. So they'll save their AD carry choice for later.
Wukong makes sense both for Cuz, as it has been one of his main champions. He really used it well as an instigator in both Game 1 and 2. And also...
Look at Amy's face. It's like, oh man, here we go.
I'm not going to have a good time. I think you pinched AD carry pool now as T1.
Imagine he plays Ezreal or something. It's going to be...
Like Ezreal Heimerdinger into Ashe Varus sounds like a really bad time.
It's going to get real weird here, I think, in the bot lane in just a moment. Although it is very difficult to pinch out an AD carry pool.
Yeah, I don't like aiming will have something to play, but will it be good?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stronger picks are and as
it seems like they're scared of that the most. I guess. I mean, aiming's Ezreal is quite strong, but I think Ashe Varus would have dumped on that one.
Also for T1, the Twisted Fate, I think, or the Galio are two options that you might be looking towards here going into the second rotation. Azir going to be the ban here after all. But anything that can try and match Silas is another example, even though it hasn't historically been that successful. I do think there's a lot of great ultimates on the other side already. Anything that you can try to use to bolster what is already a really strong bot side, play towards that with a mid laner that can actually impact the side lanes as well.
Just leave yourself with Wukong AD. Probably not.
I wouldn't hate it.
I think he needs some kind of AD carry, right? Like
you do, yeah. Particularly against what T1 has in terms of wave clear already. And we don't really know what Faker is going to lock in yet. As
it's Jace.
Well, it's Jace for Zaze. And that goes without saying. It is.
It's Kassadin.
Kassadin and Jace actually is amazing as well. Kassadin and Sejuani. We didn't talk about the Kassadin at all yet, but is an incredibly strong duo that can really work well together. Kassadin with the auto reset on his W.
Shout out to Effort.
Oh yeah.
Nasus
Hover. That's nice. That's a throwback.
Carry a shouting out to a former T1 support. Renekton
and Gnar are the options here. As much as I like Jace,
the two options
those
are
the
Renekton
two options
Gnar.
into Kasanze that we have seen be at least moderately successful.
All right.
Okay,
what's it
Aiming,
gonna be?
why are you giggling? What's happening?
It's gonna pull out the Teemo, I guess. That would be awful.
It's got to be something fun.
I mean, Zeri was still available, but now you're playing Zeri into Ashe Varus.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to end well. So the upside for KT is that they have a rise into Kassadin. So I actually do think that as rough as this bot lane matchup is in isolation, you will have a mid lane that is prio that can roam towards bot on a moment notice. And the rise is so strong as both an individual pick that I do actually think that you can get this bot lane towards a later stage of the game, especially with the counter shove that Heimer has as well. But does that matter? And that's where I'm like, I don't know, because Ashe Varus, in terms of initiation, in terms of poke, in terms of like locking you out of games, is incredible. And then we have the ultimate level 16 threat in Kassadin at the ready as well for Faker.
Yeah, for Faker as well. It's about to get pretty spicy because you saw Aiming's face when he had to lock it in. He's like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah,
like,
we thought it was a
it's
smile.
not going to be fun for anyone.
We thought it was going to be the smile of, oh, we're going to have fun, but it was the, oh,
yeah.
I'm about to get boomed. Please come help me, BDD.
Like everybody knows, you know, like they are handshaking and saying, okay, we're going to get boomed in lane. There's nothing we can do. Hopefully you can get carry potential in the late game because otherwise you're going to be totally useless. And if the Zeri can't farm, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. At least she's not going against Elise. That's one thing. You know, maybe Chronicler, if they had gone for the Elise, perhaps.
Oh, I'd be calling it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't matter what they would look. As long as Ezreal's banned, like, I'm calling it immediately. But now...
Still dive with the Sedge. It'll be interesting to see.
It's still good. But I do think that there's a little more leeway here for KT. But if things go south, they'll go south very quickly. And BDD and Cuz, to me, going to make big moves here in this game to counteract the pressure that surely is going to come out from T1.
Yeah, not the first time for them. They did a great job of that in Game 1. We'll see if they can pull it together for T1 in Game number 3. And here we go. We're on the Rift here for Game number 3. This is a Game 3 that maybe a lot of people would not have expected. I know coming into this one, 2-0 was a very common score that people were saying for T1. And I was laughing because Aiming went boots in 4 pots. And it's not a bad idea because you got to dodge a lot of stuff and you have to sustain through a lot of poke.
Yeah, we're going Fleet, Resolve, boots, 4 pots. Will it be enough? Time will tell, but it is definitely as much as you can opt into in terms of trying to stay alive. Guma also going for the Comet, not the Halo Blades that we've also commonly seen, especially in conjunction with the Ashe. Interesting note that Keria has gone for Ghost here on Ashe. Not the rune that we common, or not the summoner rather that we commonly see. Also note Faker going for the Unsealed Spellbook here. Owner also going for the Aftershock. We've seen a lot of phase rush Sejuani, so really a lot of rune choices here that we have not seen for a while. And yeah,
The second wind
second
on
wind is-
aiming.
yeah.
It's like, okay, we know.
He knows.
We know what's going on. He knows
was
what's
aware.
going on. He's got 4 pots and boots. And I'm sure that teams have kind of been brainstorming how to handle a lane like this in recent time. No doubt we haven't seen it, but they've probably been scrimming ways to get through a lane like this with a hyper carry such as Zeri. We'll see if this is an answer. So far, this has not been good in terms of the harass we've seen out of T1 side, but it will get worse.
Yeah, actually very nice done on the early dodge of skill shots. Note the pathing here from Owner as well. Has gone for blue wolves and is now doing Krugs. Maybe attempted... Oh, that's a lot of poke. Attempted early crash here from KT. To then maybe look for a play around Cuz. Not going to be the case. Possibly Owner wanted to cover. But yeah, actually aiming in lands, really utilizing the power of this Heimerdinger in particular. Nice Zeri W as well to put the pressure on Guma and Carrier.
Yeah, it's definitely a good look. You know, just, again, kind of fighting fire with fire. And, I mean, on the other side, you saw that the refillable is here for the Varus. He also went Biscuits, Ashes, a couple of pots, so they should be okay. It's not, like, gonna put an end to this by any means, and they're only going to get more and more obnoxious, but even a heal used by Guma just to make sure they don't get too low, as now some damage on the lands. He's got Owner in the bottom side already at level 3, but this is spotted.
And that is 2 summoners used for T1. I think Owner knows. BDD also, this is exactly what we were talking about. Look at him, continuously shoving in that lane. He's now back in vision, but he was hovering earlier on. And as a result, the Guma and Carrier really have to respect. Can't make plays when the Rise can arrive at any given point in time. And as a result, early laning phase going well for KT, but I do agree with you. It's not like you have to win this lane in the first couple of waves. Once you go back, it's already the Dirk picked up. The poke will remain obnoxious, and the prio should be still easily attainable. It's more up to T1 to actually turn that into something useful, as Cuz I think he had double scuttle there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and it all kind of came down to Owner hovering bot side very early. Owner could not push into the Wukong, especially with the Lens roaming out of the lane, so he had to go for kind of an awkward back timing after spending a lot of time there. So Cuz takes advantage of that, as Lens is here, being very annoying. The 2 supports butting heads. Top lane looks like it's going pretty even at the moment, but of course this is being pushed in with a fairly large wave, so Owner trying to potentially set this up as Cuz unseen for now, but they'll know that he's here as they move in. Now gonna make a move on to Cuz. Flash on in, the stun is there, and the follow-up with the Sejuani stun. Oh, can someone auto him? First blood, Owner gonna take him down as he is extremely low, and now the rotation will be coming in from KT. Yeah, can Realm Warp for sure, just to make some vision as, nope, he's gonna get over the wall. And he is going to spot Owner with that Realm Warp, and that will be an execution for Owner. So works out for T1 in the end.
Bit unfortunate execution on, because it starts off amazing, then it went a little bit yakety sax, and then it ended amazing again. So in the end, T1 I think gonna be happy as all the hands.
Oh boy. Unfortunate timing for Faker is now the gank from the Heimerdinger might be what is all that he needed, as now BDD just follows up with a flash and okay. Waiting for the reset here on the mana for Faker's ult, and he actually gets away for now.
He's not going to go for the execute, though. I think
they're going to spot him, yeah. Cuz is coming over, and now, yep, the reset of the mana on the ult. So Faker still very low, but he cannot execute, so Cuz should be able to clean this one up. Yes, he will. 300 gold over to the KT jungler.
This will lead to a Drake getting picked up for T1, and there was a substantial amount of time involved. You also see as soon as they know where Cuz is, the T1 bot lane decides to fully shove it in. right? And that is the benefit that they got. And overall, even though they got the kill on Fake, I don't think that's really worth it for KT, because that gank, Lahens roams over, which means T1 bot lane is shoving. And then the moment that Cuz also shows up on top side, T1 at that point already has committed to try and get as much out of the cross-map play as they can, with Lahens not being in the lane. And unfortunately for KT, it actually works out. The start of this is beautiful, because Owner up until this point has not been seen at all. Right? You have the auto reset, you hit the W, and then, yeah, this that was a rather unfortunate sequence of events for T1. But fortunately, they're able to get him out of the lane. And really nicely done later on by Zeus as well, where he uses the first Slice and Dice to reposition, then uses the Blast Cone, then uses the second activation of Slice and Dice that he got by dashing through Keen. So all of that was nice, and in the end, it is still T1, and that against a favorable trade, as Faker, the only one that's going to have to pay with his life, but in the end, didn't even really lead to him getting a CS deficit, so it should be fine.
He wasted a lot of time. You know, even BDD was running all the way through the jungle, getting the Scryer's Bloom to try to spot him out and all that good stuff. Now, this is on Vision. Zeus is totally fine. He doesn't have Flash, so if there was in Vision, I suppose there was potential to get ganked, but it is Renekton after all with Dominus. As
if only they knew. If only everyone saw what we saw, Valdez. I'm kidding, because we have full vision of the map.
Yes.
Obviously, it's a core point of the game.
We're very knowledgeable about what is going on
at all times.
Yeah.
When spectating a game.
It's a nice little free plate in mid lane. Not sure how that happened. BDD does not have teleport. And KT just going to start up the Rift Herald in the face of Owner, who is level 6. Area not level 6 yet, but he has Ghost, and he's kiting down BDD. He's got him slow. There's no flash on BDD. His Owner goes in, and they will collect and feed this to Faker. Free kill for Faker as Ghost Ashe support is what essentially starts that one off.
Oh, they're going to have even numbers, though, with aiming coming over. I don't even know if that's enough. They're still Renekton with an ultimate. It looks like T1 saying, why take the risk? I don't know who this T1 is. Letting go of a Herald, you know, I thought we'd stayed in the same meta for about a year now, so maybe T1 would act the same. No, they're like, we can get free plays on bot lane. We already got a kill on our hyper carry. Who cares?
Free play for
Take
Guma.
It easy, free play for Guma. He gets the shove in, denies some of the wave. The aiming was roaming up. No problem.
It's very intelligent macro play. It's something we called for all the time. You remember the days of just going all in on Heralds?
I do remember.
And we were asking
this
for
is so dumb.
So many plays.
This
yeah,
is
like, this is the way. I mean, Ryze doesn't have Flash, so where's he going to go?
Yeah, he's trying to waddle away. Unfortunately, not going to be the case, and that is the beauty of the volley. BDD may be a false sense of security, considering that Keria wasn't 6 yet. And really, when you're facing Ashe support, I think what you're generally looking out for is either the arrow or the vision. But yeah, as long as the support is there, once the first slow connects, if you're a Dassus champion and you don't have Flash, you are dead.
It's absolutely true. And Keria, he's gone on a lot of vacations recently around Summoner's Rift, but Guma has just kind of stayed at home.
He's been working hard, okay?
He's a homebody, working from home, right? He's getting all that money, all that cash from the turret. He's doing his job.
The most he'll do is go out, get an ice to Murakami. There's a little treat for himself, and then he goes back to the wave, back to grinding.
Back to the wave, and Keria, I was a little bit worried because he was away from the lane for a while and he wasn't level 6, but he's able to hit it. He's able to soak XP somewhere. And now maybe doesn't necessarily need to be down there. Looks like Lahens is also gone from there, and he's level 4. As that is going to hit, an immediate cleanse has to be used by aiming. Not a comfortable position for this Zeri in the bottom side, as we expected.
I'm going to have a bad time. The Varus ultimate notoriously slow, but really nicely done by Keria. Really living up to that marksman, position here as a support.
It's looking good for Keria's POG already.
I'm feeling it. I'm on board, yeah.
How is Lahens still level 4?
He's been moving around a lot, but he's not been getting a lot done, and that has unfortunately resulted in his turret being almost down, him being extremely low level, and
I think just sit in mid, but you don't really want to take levels away from the Rise.
Yeah, but he's level 4.
That's okay.
And Heimer is like Ash.
There you go.
You really want your ultimate. Oh, he's level 5 now.
Nice.
Nice. Oh,
Better than level
look at
4.
us. Oh, yeah, marginally. I'd
Improvements have been made.
say. It is strictly better, yes.
Yes. Okay, they are actually going to throw that in, and the Ash Arrow as well, and the Chains of Corruption. They really hate this level 5 little guy with the crazy hair, and you know what? That's just going to be another free kill, and that's what happens when you draft a comp like this. Your pick potential is just off the charts.
He's never going to hit level 6.
Yeah.
We're going to keep killing him. It's unfair.
Solo Kiwi already would have left.
Oh, yeah.
He never would have hit level 6, actually.
No. Everyone will be saying FF15.
Yeah.
But that's not what's happening in this game.
9 times support. Summon the support.
You really have to lobby for those as well.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget if you're on the enemy team. Unfortunately for KT, one thing we were afraid of with this composition was the bot lane, and it hasn't really happened in the way that we were expecting. Because I think aiming on the hands in terms of pure 2v2 have been like okay, right? It's been more like the map movement. KT really has kind of put themselves in awkward positions, whereas T1 can just throw non-committal CC, be it hard in the form of an arrow or a Chains of Corruption, or just volleys, right? Or a Glacial Prison. And if it doesn't hit, then they can still poke you out. Like KT is very short range, barring Heimer, but Heimer is in a ditch this game. So as a result, you really need to try and get things going, which would be up to Cuz, but I don't even think your fighting is that great unless you kill Guma and Carry Up, because there's no pressure on them. They always have their summoner, so it just doesn't leave you with that many options as KT. And T1 has a lead, but they don't need a lead, right? Like, they could be 2k gold behind and like down a Drake, and they would still be completely happy because...
Let me introduce you to Kassadin. Yeah, he's a pretty fun champ. But now he hits level 16 even faster.
Yeah, and with lanes like the Varus and the Ashe in particular, once you do get a lead, oh my god, as the opponent, are you having a bad time? Because you feel like you have to walk up because you need to catch up and you need to farm waves. But you can't walk up because you get volleyed, and then you get hit by an arrow, and then you're at 60% HP. You need to abandon ship, otherwise you get dove.
Come on, Lehens, you can do it. He's still level 5. Poor guy.
He's so close. He's actually not that close, like 60%.
No, he's not. I mean...
Yeah, Jonas Strong is like, this little snowman.
Yeah. This poor little Frodo. Oh, man. Meanwhile, Faker's level 11. He's pretty far ahead. So is Keen and Zeus, the 3 members on the Rift who have hit that. Lehens is miles away. This top lane, it looks like it's not really going to matter until it does again.
It's still there.
Yeah.
I appreciate Jonas Strong is like, okay, we're doing a quick checkup. So 60% of the game is bot lane, or wherever the bot laners are. Ooh, that's not a... That's a goal, though. Like, no, we don't need it.
Yeah.
We're good. We're just going to take the global gold and head up to the top.
They read the play. The gank was coming in from KT.
So it's like 60% bot lane, then like 30% mid lane shenanigans as Faker's going to fight Cuz.
Yeah.
He's 2 levels up.
Kind of interesting. I mean, the arrow is going to come in, and the flash doesn't help him at all. Chains of Corruption, you are gone. They feed it over to Faker as well, who now has 2 kills under his belt and is stacking the XP and gold. T1, they're like paragliding into the victory right now. Feels so easy and smooth for them. Okay, a little bit questionable, but
What's
it's fine.
Power gliding?
Paragliding.
Oh, paragliding.
Yeah.
I was very.
Paragliding.
I wanted to ask you about this.
Sounds
what
like a
is
solo
power
queue term.
gliding?
They're Astra smurfing to the victory too.
They're power gliding. Oh, I kind of know. I wish it was a thing.
You can only power glide as Zeri, I think. That's like the one champ.
Actually, Owner looked like he was power gliding there. He was doing like the smooth drive by.
Yeah.
I know he isn't power gliding. That's Lance.
He hit level 6. Yeah. Congratulations.
Overall, the game state is very disastrous for KT. And one of the big issues that I do have is that their combat mechanics, to me, are fairly rough. You don't have the type of enabling for Azeri that we had in some of the other games, right? Where aiming was both fed and had, I think, a much better shell around him. You have a comp that is incredible at sieging on the side of T1.
Yeah.
But you're also in a game state where KT has to force fights. Because if you just give over the objective, then you're probably in deep trouble. And your Zeri power spikes are still so far away that I don't even know if you hit 3 items like by the time Elder comes around. Like that's how dire the current game state is.
Yeah.
And even if you do, I don't know if it'll matter. Like that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like aiming has to walk up. They have to collect this wave, but he pays with about a quarter of his health bar. And the turret takes a fair amount of damage as well.
Yeah, he's been doing an okay job of, keeping up in the CS. The bottom lane was basically just the Varus pushes in, and then, the Zeri collects the wave. So
yeah, it's not his fault.
Especially because, Keria and Mahens have been roaming so much. So at least he's been able to catch up in terms of the CS, but it's not really the point of, right now the game state, essentially, and where T1 is in terms of their lead. Mahens. Free damage coming in there from Faker. Total vision control essentially here for the side of T1. It's another Ocean Soul. The third one in a row. Somebody turn off that Ocean Soul switch, I swear. It's okay. Mahens with the big flank, I guess. The arrow comes in onto the Wukong, and he gets 100 to 0'd. Lance can't even get there on time. They kill him so quickly. And a couple of kills come in. And the Rift Herald is going to collect an extra kill over to the Varus. Make it 4. Can we make it an ace at 18 minutes? T1 just kind of playing with their food as Faker will just Sonya's at the end as the ace will be collected.
Clean ace coming through, and while the Nexus might not fall, I do feel like we're approaching the point very rapidly where the game might be over. Now, I'm not Wolf, so I'm not going to make a call because I physically cannot.
Yeah.
But very unfortunate scenario. I don't know if Cuz didn't have his W available, if he thought that he could sidestep it, but unfortunately unable to tank that with his clone. And the moment Wukong goes down, everything is a disaster. T1 just has to run him down. Faker, very, very leisurely, tanks as much as he needs to. Has the stopwatch after all. Even if he dies, doesn't matter.
Yeah. 가보자. Let's go.
I love that emote.
And, okay. Carry. He's not messing around. BDD's like, no, we're going to get him.
I think they will.
Yeah, they'll get him.
But at what cost?
This is Ash.
That's what we ask ourselves.
Are they? Oh, no. They're not going to get him?
No!
He lives! Oh, the damage from Goo is insane. And this game is pretty much over. Faker is just globetrotting all over them now. 3 kills. He's level 13. The game is over. If we had surrender votes, we might be seeing one here, but not going to happen. As 4 kills go to the side of T1, it's 13-1 now, and they're just waiting for the T1 Baron.
They're waiting for Baron!
Yeah.
Because it hasn't spawned yet for the first time. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Remember
Faker's got
game
his
1.
Seraphs completed. Oh.
Nice dodge. Yeah.
Seems like I wish top lane. Unlucky.
Well, as far as the exam go, I don't know if Keen passed. I think he passed, but not with great marks, you know?
Yeah,
it's like, if it's a pass-fail, he makes it through. I am.
I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna hold back. I'll give him a C-. Okay?
There you go.
Instead of what I was going to say.
Maybe a D+. Overall, the fact that
okay.
Keria doesn't get taken down to me is baffling. And I'm tilted on behalf of KT because we knew they were dead. We knew they knew they were dead. They knew they were running towards their certain demise.
Yeah.
But couldn't they at least have gotten the Ash?
Penta. He can't even get a penta. He was able to get a triple. Somebody was doing like a train noise in the background. I don't know who that was. Oh, Lahens. He should be okay. He's got some friends.
Still level 7.
Oh,
Vibing.
no. Oh, okay. Just Zeri things. He's still able to power glide away. And, yeah, the turret will be going down. It almost feels like a formality as KT are pushing the top lane with Heimer ultimate, because why not?
might as well. There is...
Maybe that is the best play to do right now.
Fellas, in our observable universe, there is a sequence of events that has KT win this game, and maybe it all starts with that Hyperture. We don't know. We couldn't possibly know.
They lure T1 into a false sense of security by doing the weirdest play known to man.
Have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Not yet. I know.
Okay.
I've heard it's great.
It's great, and I don't want to give anything away. But sometimes, you know, the path to victory can take us to weird places, and that's really all that KT has at this point, because the game state is non-recoverable. I'm afraid.
And he's still good with his cleanse timings. At least he's got that going. That's good.
That's nice.
You know, still a minute here on the Baron. Looks like they can just back and go top lane. The Ocean Soul not going to matter at this point. Faker still not getting his level up, but what he does, he'll just about hit level 16. He'll need a little bit of extra XP, and he'll get it, no doubt. Just going to solo push top so that he does hit it on the rod.
So if you could choose, would you rather open or have the series the way we have it today, or flip it, where we end with like the kind of close back and forth E-game? I feel like game 1 was the closest in hindsight, even though it wasn't that close.
Yeah.
Game 2 and 3 were pretty unceremoniously one-sided.
I like to have a hype game 3, I think.
It's generally better, right? This leaves you with a bit of a sour taste in your mouth.
Yeah,
as well as
T1
is playing.
Anticlimactic, you know? It's like, oh, well, we knew they had it in them all along, and then they just kind of skate to the victory, power glide, you know?
We're keeping that in there.
We have
Okay,
to
Cuz has a plan.
They're gonna get the Drake. He's just okay.
What? I don't know.
Push coming too fast. Uh-oh. No, he's not. It's fine. Right? Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. I think it's fine. Maybe it's not. No, it's not fine. Faker's legendary as he gets in there and picks up an 8th kill. This should be the end of the game. T1 will just push down the mid lane, or maybe the bottom lane where they do have minions. They have it in both. Does not matter. 24-minute game as T1 will just stomp them at the end of this game. Maybe they'll play with their food as well, looking for a little dive onto the fountain. They're trying to bait in Faker, and they will take down the Nexus in time. Bunch of good-natured buddies as 16-1 is the final kill score as well. Easiest game it felt like for T1 as they skated to the victory and the 2-1 tonight.
And as we are coming to the halfway point of this night at the LCK, everything goes according to plan. T1 gets another decisive victory, and KT fans feel a glimmer of hope before it is shut down by a team that just looks incredible. T1, the game 1 really clearly caught off guard by what I do again want to highlight was a very good game of KT. And KT, to me, even though the following 2 games were not showing the same kinds of resilience or success, doesn't really matter. Overall, great first debut game from them. They did a much better job than Gen G, which I think in of itself is already a great sign for this team and for things to come. But you are facing T1, and I think T1 will make a lot of teams just look kind of silly as we go into these best of 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, T1 came out a little bit slow, right? Owner's been hitting the gym as well, speaking of course, we all know that. And I think, you know, KT do need to be a little bit worried about the huge seesaw from how incredible their game 1 was to what happened in the following 2 games. You know, you want to see consistency.
Yeah.
You want to see something great out of these top-level players. And they are a new roster compared to T1, of course. But at the same time, you know, it's best of 3. You got to be able to keep it consistent. So I'll be looking for that for KT to potentially improve on. On the other side, though, T1, you know, of course, a little extra salute there from our future POG of Game 3. No doubts. By the way, Guma did do a nice little ceremonial bow, I suppose you could call it, because big holiday coming up this weekend here in Korea, Lunar New Year. So a little bit of extra context for that one. This game, though, I'm not sure if you can add any extra context here, Chronicler. You are a fantastic analyst, but there wasn't too much to analyze in this game, to be honest.
we got to have fun, and sometimes that's all that matters. As I did indeed vote for Carrier POG because I don't know if he'll win. I could be seeing a couple of faker votes, and I do think as Kassadin did exactly what a Kassadin needed to do. But yeah, Carrier to me, star of this game, showcasing again that as impossible as it might feel, if you're just good enough, you can in fact hit all your arrows.
Yeah.
Moments
Even
like
that
this. Yeah, even that one. Although that one is at least partially uncause. Maybe trying to flash behind his clone, but timing on that one didn't quite work out. And, you know, looking at this highlight reel, like, I'm feeling pretty good about fellow carrier voters. And overall, the first game was a very nicely played and a cutthroat knife's edge game where in the end KT very deservedly won. Really well played around aiming, which was also something that worked for them very, very well last year. I think when KT looked best, it was often around aiming, be it Kai'Sa or be it the Zeri Sivir meta. In this game, unfortunately, that was not enough. As yeah, the first couple of replays were when the game was still being played. This was the victory lap.
Yeah. And we did learn today that it is possible for K'Sante to die. So I'm happy we got that as well. Yeah.
That's all it takes. Oh, Flatman dive. And overall, T1 look really, really good. Caught off guard one game, but fortunately in the LCK, as T1 remembers very well from Spring last year, we're playing best of threes. So in the end, not going to be a problem whatsoever. And overall, it's the same gold graph.
It's what we expected. I mean, this is T1. They're still together from last year. They made it to the World Final, Game 5. Against KT, a new roster of great players, but again, it's the beginning of spring, right? And speaking of POG, I think also we might get some video votes for Gumayusi, so just be prepared for that. What did you want to say?
I wanted to point at the damage, where Lehens did more than Amy.
Yeah. I mean, they picked Zeri R5
They knew.
into that.
They
so
knew.
it's, yeah, don't do that. Either way, guys, we do have the space with Atlas and Wolf standing by. Let's go over to them.
Thanks, boys, and welcome back to The Space. As you mentioned, I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was aiming doing the least damage in the game as the bot lane carry.
Yeah. That was a really rough one for KT. You fall behind with a composition like this, Faker gets massively ahead, there's so much long-range CC, you're going to have a bad time. I want to talk about records for a moment, as we will let you guys know, this is now the 8th win in a row for T1 in Telecom Wars. It has been since 2021 spring. T1 just dominating. Now, notice the summer matches were all 3 gamers, so a lot of close matches there. This one also a 3 gamer, so it's getting better. I think that shows KT over the last 2 years getting more competitive rosters, right? Last year in particular, very close to going to Worlds. But T1 dominated the series, right? Yeah, rocky game 1, but games 2 and 3 were extremely one-sided.
Yeah, it was like the KT fans were given a taste for what could be future potential of this team, and then T1 were like, enough of that, we're just going to destroy you. And that's exactly what it felt like, especially here in game number 3.
This draft is so weird for KT Rolster in that they saved that 5th pick Zeri. We've seen so much Heimerdinger Zeri, and I expected that instead of this Ezreal ban, that T1 were just gonna say, I know you're planning on playing the Zeri Heimerdinger. We've seen it a ton in Challengers, we've seen it in other regions. But when you consider all the other stuff that was shown here, when you get the Renekton, you have the Kassadin, and the long-range Ashe, and the long-range Sejuani, plus the tough laning matchup even with Heimerdinger, I think KT might have had something else planned, and then they chickened out and went with the Zeri R5 at the end. Didn't work out at all because T1, like I said, so much long-range CC, which is what we're going to highlight here in just a moment.
Yeah, let's have a look at our first highlight here. I mean, it was difficult to find highlights that were relevant because it felt like T1 started the game winning. But this is where it all really started to go wrong. As Lehen's just so incredibly low level throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and then this is Cuz thinking maybe he could tussle with Faker. Look at where Keria is, tracking this, steps back, fade away shot. Yeah, bit of a miss flash here from Cuz, but if he flashes up, he dies to Guma. If he flashes left, he dies regardless. Like, there's no way. It's a fat wall.
I think that he also thought that his W was going to block it, but it disappears in the nick of time, like Keria had calculated it or something like that. I think I'd like to give him benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good on the Ashe.
It's just so much chain CC in both of these parts of that first highlight. When we go to the ace that happens in the mid lane where things get even worse for KT. Like there were a few picks that happened before that one even that we only have so much time here. But fights like this where KT are so desperately trying to set up and causes once again, I'm hoping I'm Wukong, hoping to get the knockups, hoping to get the setups here. And he's just chain CC'd, punished here. Zeus cutting Keen off. And in moments like this, it's like the Herald is getting involved, right? T1 just have such control over the map, and there's no escape because you've got a Cassin who's extremely mobile, you've got long-range Varus poke, and the Faker plays this so well. Stopwatch is the final turret shot. Clean ace here. He almost picks up a quadra kill moments later. It's just an extremely one-side game. There's not much to break down except draft a little bit risky here for KT Rolster, and T1 just constantly having vision, constantly tracking where they can. Sejuani ult, Ashe arrow, Varus ult, and blow somebody up.
Well, let's see who picks up the player of the game and whether or not Carrier will be robbed this time around. No, he will not! 0-0-10 on the Ashe. Incredible support performance here from this gentleman, and I think this is a week of the bottom lane of T1 as well. They played so incredibly well, barring game one, where I think that KT overperformed.
Yeah.
This has been an amazing start to the LCK season for 2023.
I'm glad you mentioned it that way because I think KT winning the lane in game one was really just KT playing extremely well and not Keria and Guma messing up at all. There were just so many great Ashe arrows. I ended up, for me it was between Owner and Keria. I ended up voting for Owner because I thought his presence in the early game was insane, but a lot of these highlights you see for Keria were set up by Owner. Some of these highlights from Keria are setting Owner up, right? They both really did a great job of locking down single targets through the mid game. And I don't even want to say there was late game in this game.
No, there wasn't. There was a game. There was, I think T1 had a game comp. That's what they did. They had a comp that was good in the game, and it worked out very, very well, especially the Ashe pick alongside the Varus. We've seen that many, many times before, but this was a masterclass in how to outrange your opposition, and it felt like from the very beginning, maybe there was some like a moment level one, but outside of that, it was...
I got the zoom in for the Ian analyst lull, but hey, media voted for Faker too. I thought Owner had a great game. I wanted to give him a shout out.
Yep. There's also, I like that we get the little zoom in because Valdez shouted out that media might throw a vote or two over towards Faker. I actually thought that, Faker's Caston was absolutely fantastic, especially with all the shenanigans that occurred at the beginning of the game, the attempted execution there towards the top side after taking KT for a wild goose chase. That's kind of what the series felt like towards the end there, but it was a lot of fun to watch, especially if you were a T1 fan for those last couple of games. But it's time to get into the interview, so let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview after the first telecom war of the year. We are here joined by T1 POGs, the bottom duo of T1 Gumayusi Keria. Congratulations on your second win of the split. How do you feel, Gumayusi? Well, we lost the first game, but it was fun. We had a lot of fun, so we were just, enjoying the moment. I had a lot of fun for sure. I mean, there were so many rumors that KT is so overpowered, so I really wanted to get a win before, spending the Lunar New Year holiday, and I'm so happy that we were able to pull it off. And T1 was able to get a reverse sweep on this best of 3 series up against KT Roaster. How did you feel about, getting beaten by that Zeri that was on a very long losing streak? There was one moment on the mid lane where we were not able to quite finish up the Zeri kill. So we were like, Zeri is so annoying. This champion is so annoying, but we were not too worried about the loss. We were just like, let's get the win in the end. And then Gumayusi, in game number 2, T1 was able to make a win out of an outplay on the bottom lane. So let's take a look at this carry performance pulled off by you, Gumayusi. It was a 2v2 fight down on the bottom lane. Were you confident about this skirmish? The owner, I think, got picked at the moment and Dragon was spawning. as far as I remember. So I was like, we really have to make something happen on the bottom lane, or we're gonna be in trouble. And then we were like getting calls, like Karma is rotating bot, so we were, you know, feeling a little bit of a pressure, so we wanted to go in for the lane kill. I was also pretty sure that they were gonna either come to bottom lane or go for the Drake. So I was like, we can actually get killed and still not die and stop their Drake as well. And I think Sivir did a great job there. And Keria, I have a question for you as well. We had Zeri Heimer bottom duo on the side of the KT Roster. Did you expect that comp to be locked in? Yeah, that's how we kind of expected them to go for. So we kind of went for a different plan for Game 3 draft. So we knew that was gonna happen, but at the same time we were not quite sure about it, you know. And I think the key of Game 3 was all about your ults. Ash was able to always find the enemy with that ultimate. And Keria, we actually saw the BTS VCR about the opening title filming, and you said you're gonna do a Hype Boy by Nugent's the dance on stage if you win. No, that's not the trend anymore. It's more about OMG these days. And Kuban Yusi has been, you know, practicing that moves in the team house. So I was like, yeah, let's do it together as a ceremony. Kumayusi and Keria doing some cute dance moves from Nugent's Oh My God, their recent track. Thank you for the ceremony. And T1 is the first team here at the Spring Split to get 2 wins in a row. I mean, even though we lost the first game, we were not worried about it at all. We were laughing, we were having fun. I was like, we can still win this. So it kind of reminded me of our last Spring Split. So even if we, you know, might not be able to make a perfect split this year, but still we're going to be very confident and we're going to make it all the way up to the finals and win the title. Same for me. Even though we lost the first game, I was like, I don't think we're going to lose this anyway. So I think we're very confident at the moment, and I think we will be able to, you know, keep up with the great work. Is there any last message over to all the fans out there? Well, today we got the win. I'm so happy about this, and thank you so much for supporting us, coming out to Low Park, you know. And happy Lunar New Year, everyone. And Keria, thank you so much for your support, and happy New Year, everyone. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from Keria Kumayusi from T1, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. As per usual, absolutely fantastic translation on the day. Great to hear from the T1 bottom lane and the dance moves. I reckon Doran's got to watch out as we check out the standings here. T1 are at the top.
Yep, T1 at the top, first team to take 2 wins here. Of course, we've now seen every team but Liv Sandbox will be playing against D plus Kia later on. So D plus Kia could actually, with a 2-0, pass T1 in the standings later on this evening if they do take that scoreline. But yeah, it's been a great start to the season so far. 1 team left to see.
Yeah, and I've heard rumors that Liv Sandbox are a little bit better than they may seem. So we'll have to see whether they can live up to those expectations or whether D plus Kia can just bop them like they did in their first series. But that will be all happening after the break. We'll see you there.
뭐 해요?
사이트 촬영이랑 이미지 촬영.
저희 그 쩌리 아니었어요? 모건과 쩌리들 아니었어요?
최대한 빨리 끝났으면 좋겠어요. 그 조금 갔을 때는 괜찮았는데 이제 오면서 차에서 자니까 가끔 뒤늦게 엄지 선수까지 와가지고 되게 작년과 비슷한 약간 그런 분위기고 잘 호흡 맞춰가면 지나고 있는 것 같아요. 저는 근데 처음엔 낯가리는 상태여가지고 아직 완전 편하진 않은 것 같아요. 그래도 아무래도 우찬이랑 알던 사이여가지고 우찬이랑 제일 친하죠 지금.
말씀을 두 분은 아예 안 하시나요?
사람이요?
네.
다들 착해가지고 금방 친해졌어. 수환이는 거의 계속 존댓말하고 형들한테 와 어려운가 봐요. 형이 얼마나 불편하게 불렀어. 아니 너 왜 나한테 존댓말 안 해?
아침 오네. 형이 기분이 나셨네.
원희 형은 워낙 밖에 잘 안 나가니까 이런 걸로 좀 힘을 좀 써야 될 것 같아요.
힘들든가 말든가 나 아니야. 추운 데서 이래라.
저는 더운 거보다 추운 걸 더 좋아해서 오히려 칭찬이지 않나. 그러니까 힘이 되네요 엄티 선수의 말이. 잘 치고 있고 내가 잘 찍고 올게. 쉬고 있어. 처음 해봐요. 되게 긴장되긴 하는데 그래도 잘 찍고 오겠습니다. 왜 전인지 모르겠긴 하지만 열심히 노력해서 잘 찍어보도록 하겠습니다.
레이저 받고 되게 좋은 기운 받은 것 같아서 LCK 스프링 제가 캐리해보도록 하겠습니다.
잘 찍어주셔가지고 잘 나올 것 같아요. 100점 만점에 500점이요. 맨 처음에 한 걸 봤을 때 부자연스럽다고 해가지고 제가 찍은 걸 보니까 그렇더라고요. 아직 타이틀 촬영이 처음이다 보니까 좀 미숙한데 그래서 이제 촬영하는 것보다 좀 쉬는 게 좀 더 좋지 않나 저도 생각해요.
LCK 올라온 게 더 실감나고 긴장되고 설레는 것 같아요. 장비들도 되게 고급스러운 것 같아가지고 멋있는 것 같아요. 촬영하시는 분들.
LCK 스타분들 1대1로 다 알아버리겠다는 마인드로 찍도록 하겠습니다. 피에스타 때문에 NG가 더 많이 나가지고 거의 10번 넘게 하지 않았나. 그렇게 많이 난 만큼 멋진 결과 나오지 않을까.
보다 프로페셔널하게 해야지. 너 아마추어야? 신입이야 뭐야? 다들 컷을 안 해주시길래 내가 컷 해야겠다 하고 이제 끝내고 왔죠 제가.
이게 그 반전 효과라고 저번 유니폼이 너무 파격적이어서 그런 감이 있지 않나 라고 하려 했는데 그렇게 웃으시니까 맞는 것 같네요. 저기
팔았는데 딱 제품에 들어오더라고요. 제 건 것 같아요.
현준이가 안줄 거래요. 일단 나를 잡아요.
만족스럽습니다. 그물 같이 위랑 아래를 확실히 약간 분리시키는 그런 느낌이거든요. LPL은 LPL만의 색깔이 있는 것 같고 SK는 SK만의 색깔이 있는 것 같아서 할 때마다 재밌는 것 같습니다.
정민이가 서포터인데 1위니까 저는 탑이니까 그냥 시작과 끝 느낌으로 컨셉을 맞춰봤습니다. 윤희 선수 99번이라 하셔가지고 레전드 선수의 기운을 받아서 더 잘 해볼 수 있지 않을까 그런 생각도 듭니다.
저 유진씨 하이퍼예요. 안 되겠어요. 아, 춤이요? 오늘 컨디션이 너무 좋아가지고. 근데 티온 콘테 추고 나서 좀 아직 여운이 많이 남아있어가지고 좀 아직 흥이 남아있는 것 같아요, 웃기가. 제대로 보여줄 수 있어요? 아니요, 나중에 경기 좀 이기면 할게요. 약속? 세레머니? 약속, 세레머니 약속.
별로 쓸데가 없을 것 같아요.
저도 딱히 하고 싶지 않아서
서로 적이기 때문에 저희는 어쩔 수 없는 것 같습니다. 2023년도에도 그때 잘 했으면 좋겠다, 서로.
올해처럼 제일 높은 곳에서 만났으면 좋겠어요.
LCK 파이팅!
DRX 이겼구나 했는데 FA 돼서 아시안 게임 그 연습 미리 모였을 때나 그때 연락처가 있었어가지고 같이 해보고 싶다라고 생각해서 연락했습니다.
데프트 선수 좀 부끄러워하는 것 같은데 연락받고 어떠셨어요?
그것 때문에 부끄러운 게 아니고 그냥 공부가 이거 하는 게 웃겨가지고.
그 선수 지금 많이 어색하대요?
저요? 아니요. 생각보다 빨리 끝나고 그래서 좋았습니다.
빨리 집에 가자라는 공통된 목적을 가지고 열심히 임하지 않았나 생각합니다.
올해도 다시 새롭게 시작하게 되는데 열심히 할 테니까 꼭 재밌게 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
블루스키야 화이팅! 아 여러분 바이바이.
바이바이.
촬영 너무 재밌었어요. 다음에 또 봐요.
바이.
바이.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We had a short break after our first series of the night where T1 was able to take down KT in 3 games, and now we have the second series. It is D plus Kia up against Liv Sandbox, the cool kids that never panic, but D plus Kia looking unstoppable in their first match. Might be cause to panic.
Yeah, well, maybe they don't panic, but they still get beaten. That, to me, is a reliable scenario. Whether or not that's actually going to come true, we will see. Suffice it to say that as far as playing your first game in the LCK goes, in terms of this team, you could do worse with T1, and that is basically it. Every other team you probably feel a lot more comfortable about. Yeah. And in spirit, to me, Liv Sandbox feels very similar to Nongshim and Kwangdong. They're kind of going we got all the rookies, we put them together, or at the very least inexperienced players, and see what happens.
Well, Liv Sandbox, we are going to have a look at their roster for the first time here in the LCK, so we can jump into that. That is ready. Yep, there we go. So Birdall is going to be in the starting role alongside of Willer, who has recently joined the team, and closer Envy and Kael are going to be still here. Envy finally back into the starting role. Definitely a bit of a question mark because his last performance was a long time ago. It was like last March, and it wasn't a great one. So we're hoping for some improved performances there. Word on the street is that they're actually doing pretty well in scrims, but you know, we'll have to see if they can bring it to the main stage where they don't really have a shot caller at this moment in time.
Will be very tough, average 8, extremely young, 21.4 for Liv Sandbox. Can they stall D plus Kia on their mission for consecutive wins? Based on how D plus Kia looked in the first game, you know, polls say no. Generally, polls at least give an indication of what we might expect.
Polls are generally within 4 or 5%.
Yeah, they can be reliable. They cannot be. But Birdall versus Kana is the 2020 T1 rookies. Top laners, of course. Birdall has spent a lot of time on high-profile teams. He was a rookie on T1. Then he was, of course, a rookie on GNG for a short time as well. And then he moved to back then Damwon Kia, now D plus Kia. And that final one was really where I think he succumbed under the pressure, wasn't able to really perform. We saw him swap with Hoya, wasn't very successful. Then when Nuguri came in, he was the one who completely replaced him. And Willer, good luck.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, he set a high goal, which I think is always a good thing.
That's
Even
awesome.
if you don't hit it, you know, you try hard to hit it, at least. My goal is to get placed within the 3rd LCK All-Pro team, or higher. It's going to be difficult. There are a lot of fantastic junglers in this league, but Willard did have some moments. You know, he was seen as the Chovy bodyguard for a little bit as well in the past. We'll see if he can return to that fame. But either way, guys, we do have an interview. Let's jump into that now.
리브 샌드박스로 이적하게 됐는데 좀 나이 또래도 비슷하고 합이 좀 잘 맞는 것 같아요.
저희 팀이 로스터가 많이 바뀌었는데 각자 뭘 할지를 다 알고 있어서 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
다원기와 선수들 보면은 두렵기도 하고 무섭기도 한데 신인의 패기를 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
패기 있는 모습을 보여주겠다고 하셨는데 해드리도록 하겠습니다.
제가 또 지내봤던 형들인데 이번 경기는 내가 이기고 다음 경기부터 이겼으면 좋겠어. 호수 형 내가 맛있게 잡아 먹어줄게.
태연이만 죽이러 가겠습니다. 네, 탑만 갈게. 태연아, 탑만 갈게.
DK가 친명팀이기도 하고 되게 강팀이기도 한데 저희가 이기면은 추진력을 얻어서 좀 더 높은 순위의 자리에 있을 것 같아요. 첫 경기부터 이변 한번 만들어 보겠습니다.
뭔가 이번 시즌에 약간 우승이랑 좀 멀어지면 내년에 더 힘들 것 같은 느낌이 들어서 올해는 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
BTS, 봉준호, 손흥민, 보도, 렛츠고!
받고 쇼메이커, 렛츠고!
Well, I very much enjoyed the trash talk. What is going on here? Well, cool kids never panic, but apparently they punch you in the face. What is that? I thought that was a beer for a second.
Look at that.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm loving it already. I told myself after Croco left, after Prince left, don't get excited
Look
for
at
Liv
Kyle, too.
Sandbox.
He's got the 2 flags.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're leaning into the cool kids never panic. This is quite the entrance that they're making. Will
Get the money.
Yeah. Will it make their experience on the Rift any better? I don't know. As I was told, amongst the money they just threw out, there is also a lucky ticket to go to the fan meet, which is great. So you get the opportunity to get closer to the players. I'm loving the boxing gloves. Not going to talk about the form on the punches. I feel like we can give them a break on that one. It matters that it was attempted, and great entrance here. Hopefully, for Liv Sandbox, the good vibes can continue, because I'm a little worried about that part when we get to Summoner's Rift.
You know, that's something that Bertle said in an interview. He said, you know, in the past when I wasn't doing well, I was nervous, I wasn't feeling great, I was intimidated. So he's trying to keep it lighthearted. Pleasant and comfortable atmosphere for himself, and that sometimes is the key to success, especially when you're going against a monster. This one is very scary. It has many teeth. It just grew a new one, couple new ones. Deft and Kana added to the roster, only to make this roster of D plus Kia look even stronger than last year.
And thus far, and this game, I'm going to be looking towards that top lane as well, not just because you know, these players played for the same org back in 2020, T1, but also because to me, whether or not Kana is able to elevate himself as a player, like he did in the first series, want to put that out there against DRX.
Yeah. Looks great.
To me, is one of the big points for D plus Kia, what separates them from being just a good team, which we know they will be, and being a team where you can go, well, they can just win the entire LCK, right? They can win international tournaments, because in the past, that has been a big issue for Kana, and his first series or games against DRX looked amazing. It is definitely cold in Korea.
Love Cold Korea,
yeah.
LCK. That's what it stands for. You heard it here first. It is very cold here. Not insanely cold. He's like, you can't put those on the table. Yeah, put those behind you. Yeah. You're not allowed to have those on the desk. I'll show you the power of Baby Liv Sandbox. Closer having the most experience out of all of them, I guess.
The wild thing, I'm pretty sure Nongshim is still younger than this team.
Yeah, they are.
Live Sandbox Hybrid, me Birdle. Loving some of the quotes here. The one that I really want to highlight in a more serious note is Envy. I'll try to change my reputation this season because Envy, for all the success that Live Sandbox had last split, Envy had no part in it. When he was there, he was the one that was often blamed for weighing the team down. And when Prince came in, he completely revitalized the roster. So to me, I think Envy is actually a player that's going to feel like he has so much to prove, wants to show that the year that the split rather that he spent playing behind Prince in the offseason have been utilized well by him. And he can actually stand up to the literal world champion that is in his way tonight.
Everybody else has had at least, you know, a couple of moments in the sun to shine a little bit, even if it wasn't a huge amount. But Envy, you know, it has been a little while to see that from him. So, you know, they did their fun celebration and everything. Envy, pretty straight face. I think he's come here with a very tough kind of image, and we'll see if he can live up to it and actually show us an improved performance, because you were talking about, you know, what he can do. He does not want to be blamed anymore. He really wants to be someone who can be carrying this team potentially, and they're going to need him, because without him, it's not going to look too good, I don't think. As they were saying, Kyle has been helping him out, trying to learn this bottom lane, it looks like.
Kyle's so good, man. I'm happy Kyle stayed in the LCK. And to expect more than a valiant effort of Liv Sandbox, I think would be going a little bit beyond what we've seen from D+Kia in particular thus far.
What was the best, sorry to cut you off, what was the best pickup of the offseason here for D+Kia? Was it Deft or was it Gorilla?
Well, I was going to say,
I asked Papa Smithy, I know what he would say.
I was going to say, is it for morale or not? But actually, that is still difficult. Like, I still can't answer that.
Yeah, they're both legends. I mean, probably Deft just because he's, you know, kind of an insane player that just won the World Championship. This is Ryu, by the way, coming on in. See if he can get some coaching done.
Preferably. I imagine that's the goal tonight. So. Yeah, you'd hope so. As, yep, Gorilla now coaching. It's really cute back in when we were having dinner, saying hi to all his old colleagues here, you know, saying hi to the entire Korean analyst desk and the casters. Checking in with them. And the one player we haven't really discussed as much yet, quarterfinalist Willer, also sitting in the seat here, taking on his former teammate Deft, with whom he made a miracle run. Chovy, we're leaving out of it because I feel like that is drawing the attention away from what was a big part of the
Willer
miracle
was
run.
there, okay?
He was there. He did a good job.
He witnessed
Chovy. And hey, there were two other Hanwha junglers that weren't able to do that. So power to him.
He's got some kind of power.
Okay.
Red side was selected, and Caitlyn will still not see the rifts. And that's a lot of respect shown already to Closer.
Yeah.
We saw Zek was able to pop off on both Akali and Silas, and I think D+ is trying to get ahead of anything like that.
That is a huge amount of respect shown. Actually throwing a ban towards the Akali, champion that, while obviously Closer, I'd say is the champion he's shown the most promise on, that has really shown those high level of plays that at times were essential for Liv Sandbox over the last split. Giving up, say, Yuumi ban, for example, kind of pigeonholing you into a certain draft, at least what we've seen thus far. Very interesting. So many champions still open. Heimerdinger, still available. Varus, still available. Lucianami, Zeri, Yuumi, Lulu, all these picks have been extremely highly prioritized, and with how important bot lane is right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be the case, but no! Looks like D+Kia. Okay, well that makes,
I mean, Maokai would have been okay too.
I wouldn't have minded it.
Just kind of depends on which direction you want to go, and Deft is pretty much God's gift to Lucian. So, I like this a little better, I guess. Canyon can play pretty much anything.
And this is a trend that we've seen in general, is the Zeri still very highly prioritized. Has been by generally weaker teams going up against stronger teams into the Lucianami. So the results have, following that, not been amazing. Maokai pick up here, I would not mind. This is in line with what was Liv Sandbox's identity last year. And one of the big questions now that the lineup has pretty severely shifted is going to be, can they do that again? But picking a Vi into a Maokai, I think generally is just not going to feel that great. When you try to dive in as Vi, Maokai can throw the ult as counter engage, make your life really hard. And trying to dive when the entire jungle is always going to be lit up is a tough ask. And overall, Sandbox, I think with this first rotation in the draft, putting himself in a position that many a weaker team has not been able to kind of fight themselves out of. So gonna need a great second rotation here. A lot more agency in mid and top if they want to, I think, have a chance to stand up against Double Kia, or D plus Kia rather.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting that Maokai got through again to D+. I mean, I see the strength of the Vi and so forth, but Maokai is also kind of insane. He's also 100% presence so far here at the LCK. And Syndra also going to be taken off the board. A fantastic ban against Showmaker. Showmaker banned his own Kassadin there, maybe expecting Closer to pick that one up. And, you know, Zeri ends Kassadin. Seems like
a Zero ban?
Interesting combo.
Kind of wondering. No, Silas instead.
It is Closer.
Yeah, R4 makes sense, but I think Closer's Azir has also been pretty dependable. R4 Azir makes a ton of sense to me, or doesn't really pigeonhole you into anything. Doesn't give you what you really want with the Vi. And I think an Ahri would be more in line with that, but Ahri not in the greatest place right now. But it's going to be Brutal picking up the Cassante instead. I've seen this pick be very strong, but we also know that Kana loves Gnar. Gnar is a completely fine neutralizing, very boring but effective handshake pick into Cassante, so seems...
Or Renekton. That's
also
the other
possible.
choice.
True. Both, I think, would be fine if D plus Kia's pick up.
I think Renekton's good. It is a very scary lane alongside of the Maokai, especially early on before Cassante becomes unkillable. Kana could definitely play it. I mean, he can also grab the Gnar if he wants to. Is there any other choice in the top lane? No.
Doesn't exist.
No, there isn't.
Not a thing.
There is Gnar. By the way, Yuumi is just totally... okay, it's Renekton instead. Okay, well, it was one of the two.
Both put in our bit, and just the crocodile in the end. As it is going to be the Ahri. So, Vi Ahri, very strong combination, extremely deep dives, and does give you that mid-jungle 2v2 that I think you're going to be looking towards to try and counteract the pressure that D plus Kia will have. Unfortunately, is that enough by itself? And the Sandbox comp, to me, will have a very similar issue where if you ever drop any kills to Deft and Kellen, they are going to take over the game. And that is pretty likely. The very easy setup for bot lane dives as well. Renekton, Maokai, Azir, all these champions can really help you enable. And it has been such a bot lane focused meta, not necessarily in terms of bot lane itself in the 2v2 being bot first, although we've even seen that, but just junglers are just, they're just always bot. Like, it doesn't matter when you check. No one cares about top lane. As long as you can hover bot, can gank or counter gank and get your bot lane ahead, that seems to be the answer right now.
Will winner. Very nice. Very, very well done. This is her first time at LOL Park. She's here for D plus Kia and Showmaker. He'll probably make a show. Maybe not in this one. I mean, he is on the Azir. They did take away, you know, Syndra, Kassadin, Silas, all sorts of fun stuff. He could even play the Jace if we do see that in the mid lane again.
I don't recall any of the Chase experiments in mid working out ever. In like, what, 3-4 years?
Yeah.
But I like your optimism, Velvez. I'm there for it. Overall, I don't hate the composition from Sandbox. I think it's very Sandbox still. Players might change, but the style of this team has been the same since, what, 2018?
Yeah.
So they're going to stick with it.
Same old
Is it great? I don't know. Maokai and Azir, to me, very scary combo. Nami as well.
Yeah.
Will be roughy.
Absolutely. They got to claw through that early game. Let's jump into game number 1 right now. All right. Here we go. Not the first time we've seen a team counterpick themselves into Lucian Nami lane. Seems like teams figure they can make it through, and the Zeri will be worth it. The Maokai also given over to Canyon. D+ showing very early on, hey, this is this is very strong. We might want to pick this one, and then they did, and Live Sandbox let them have it.
So, Envy going for Barrier again. Barrier at this point seemingly a necessity into the Lucian Nami lane. You're playing into Maokai and Renekton. It's not as bad as Lissandra that we saw a couple of days ago. It's still bad, but not quite as bad. What is more threatening, however, is that Deft has gone for Ignite. So they're really going hard in terms of
win lane, win game.
Yeah, which I completely am on board with. We've seen the Zeri Lulu combination really fall apart. The moment Lucian gets Guild Force, and sometimes even if he's not fed, a single moment of not paying attention in mid lane can immediately cost you a lot as a closer, unfortunately, on the receiving end of some very painful trades here. Minions help him out a little bit, and the level up will make it slightly less painful, but still, Showmaker immediately putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, Azir things, got the push, got the harass, and now he's going to get a nice little ward in here, spots the Vi. It's going to help a bit early on. You know, this Ahri Vi can get really threatening after level 6 especially, but having a good idea of where the enemy jungle is always going to be good, and having push and pry out for your jungle to allow Canyon to do whatever he wants, also always good. So we're zooming in there.
Don't give me those zoom-ins, Jonas Strong. I'm expecting a bot laner to die the moment that happens.
Yeah. It's like, what is he zooming in on?
Maybe the ward?
I thought it was like
but everyone knows about the ward. It's been there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, they get the crash.
They do. They also got the cannon,
if
so
not
that's
for
not an
Callan
issue.
holding it.
Oh, maybe that's
barrier
why.
was used.
Okay.
Was that on camera, and are we both just dummies? Or
I think it was off camera, and he was trying to show everybody that it was used.
Makes sense.
It was probably just used early in a trade. I think it's okay, but...
And now I'm wondering whether the Korean casters were also asking, and that's why he actually hovered over the barrier.
Maybe. Maybe.
I'm going to say that to myself to feel less bad about missing it.
It's a pretty low cooldown. You know, I think it's like 3 minutes. I mean, based on the timer, it looks like that. So it's not the end of the world. It's not like blowing a flash, but it's still definitely not good. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe it mitigated some early trade or something to allow him to get a better spot in the lane. Could be.
As pointed out, thanks to Callan pulling the wave there, they don't actually get the crash until just now. Not going to be a big problem because Canyon was pathing from bot to top side, so there wasn't really any ganking opportunity, but maybe delaying a possible early back for Sandbox by a little bit. As Envy is not going to back. They're going to stick around here, waiting out the reset, and then going for a cheeky push here.
Got him.
Yeah, is going to allow them to shove this in. This is a cannon wave, though, so they will get tempo. Wave will bounce, and they might put it in a rather comfortable position. But in terms of actual creeps lost, not all of it, but I reckon... You know what?
Jonas Strong.
He's letting us know.
Ooh, he missed it.
Full wave. Okay.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Kind of mind gaming, Deft and Callan, and able to pick up a wave advantage on the back of that. Well, I don't know about that, but
yeah,
you know, nice little moment. I know, you know, I know, I know, you know.
I just wanted to say what was on Twitch chat's mind. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
There's a lot of things on Twitch chat's mind generally.
Indeed.
That's what you get with a multitude of people, with a collective. Except when Brion's playing, then everyone is on the same page.
Yeah. That's when the community really comes together.
Really, everyone banding together.
Yeah.
In an ideal world, we would have an emote for every LCK team that would just be spammed. Yeah. You know, just the way we have one for Brion. I don't know what it would be for the other teams. I just like chat being wholesome, you know. It's just,
yeah,
it's really nice. It fills me with happiness to see everyone on the same page, having a good time, watching some fun video gaming.
Especially if they're Giga chats.
Any wholesome. I'm down for an IA as well. You know, I'm not one to.
Some nice vision here for Deft and Kellen. They are totally safe. Yeah, Ari was gone for just a little bit, but they know exactly where she would be. So not scared of any gank. Oh, there's a Vi. Let's back away. They see her doing the dragon now. Lots of information given over to DK. Trying to go for a trade here and trying to push the tempo on the bottom side is Envy and Kyle. It's kind of working, actually. Def getting pretty low. Still has Ignite, though, and Canyon is here. They might know about this. They are going to face check it. Trying to bring him back is Kyle, but now all the summoners are gone. Envy stepping forward, trying to trade it here. The flash as well. A couple of Qs just going wide, and he cannot get the kill. And that is 2 in the bottom side already for D plus Kia. And the Dragon.
Oh, and that is about the worst way that could have possibly gone. In a high-stakes moment where at the very least you might be able to get yourself a kill as Zeri. Zeri is literally the only AD carry where you can miss autos. That's a tilter. That's a tilter right there. As
okay,
Lord.
Well, he is Ari.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that bot lane play is really, really painful. I think also a false sense of security for the bot lane of Sandbox, because Wheeler, of course, is in the area as Envy's call to try and get the kill on Defter, especially knowing that the reinforcements are coming. It's like, I do want to highlight, this is also in really good movement from Deft, right? Like, this is not just Envy missing. Like, Deft is actually sidestepping the first shot, then pretending he's going to walk back and then pivoting back. So that is both very unfortunate for Envy. It looks silly, but also, especially in the replay, in the slow-mo, like, you can really see the movement that Deft showcases there. So it's both, right?
Yeah, it's
mistake from Envy, but also very nicely played. And no.
Kind of reminds me when, like, you know, the college sports team plays the pros, and then, like, the pro player just kind of dangles him, and the college player kind of falls over. That's kind of what it looks like. So
yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't necessarily that, you know, it was like a huge mistake from Envy. It's just that Deft is that much better. So
that, yeah, I would definitely agree with that assessment.
Really what it comes down to.
Which,
to be completely honest,
this is going to be a recurring theme, as maybe we can get some diving here.
Here we go. Old Proct, culling is out, clears the wave as in goes Willer, trying to make this happen. Fantastic tidal wave comes out. Perfect timing from Kellen, and the dive is dead on arrival. And Kellen might just kill Envy here alone. As, yep, he flashes in, gets the kill. Definitely a bit of showmanship there at the end, as Kellen's like, no, that's my kill, even though Deft flashed, or he didn't flash, but he dashed in to try to get that one. And this is not getting any easier, Chronicler, for the bot lane of Liv Sandbox.
It's time to tap the sign. Even the worst team in the LCK is a great team. They just look silly because they're playing against much better players. Do think that this is clearly a sign of desperation. You're diving without a wave into a Lucianami with all summoners and cooldowns available. And as a result, it's a hot disaster, right? Like, Kellen and Deft have the cooldowns they need to take out Willer. The rest of them get immediately zoned by Kellen's wave coming through very, very nicely. And as a result, now the game state is even more abhorrent. And I think Liv Sandbox felt like they were pushed into a corner, had to make a play, because on the top side of the map, D plus Kia was finding themselves a lead as, it's not over yet, it's not done yet.
No, cover your eyes, no!
Wait.
Okay, the bubble misses.
No dash.
No, MB, yeah, it's not dash. Okay, well, now Deft is 3-0. And this is rough. I mean, Liv Sandbox, we knew this is going to be a development split for them, and it's their first game, and it's against potentially the best team in the league. So what can you say? It's going to look one-sided, guys. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Maybe they can kill Showmaker here. The Vi-Ari combo, as in they go for the knock-up and the charm, and it will be enough, as now the counter does come in, but it's not quite enough. Canyon, very tanky already with his Giant's belt. But D plus Q will get wins elsewhere on the map, as we do see Deft solo pushing in the bottom side.
And that is a little bit of respite for Liv Sandbox. Nice to get a kill on the closer. but the bot lane state is so abhorrent now. This is a lane that, as is, allows for very little mistakes, right? That's just the matchup. We've seen it piloted where it was actually successful, but that is not the case here. Deeposkia very clearly identify this is a weak spot, and we have a lead, so we're going to push it relentlessly. Even a single kill can kind of send Illusion over the edge. A Showmaker is experiencing the gameplay, fun and interactive, that Vi has offered for, I don't know, like 8 years. What was Vi season
that
3?
maybe more. Oh, I'm glad we didn't get that on camera. But Def did get another kill. I'm sure we'll have a replay of that one. And this time it's just...
Not the player cam.
Yeah, Envy alone. Down there on the bottom side. Kyle didn't have wild growth, but maybe could have helped with a heal or something like that.
And this is extra rough, knowing that Envy played on Sandbox last split, or like won challengers. There's plenty of challenger players that do a great job in the LCK, some that look kind of subpar, but winning challengers, then coming into the LCK on Sandbox in spring last year, the team not working at all, and then obviously standing up to Prince I think is relatively tough. Player that when he gets the resources can really make the most of it, but then being picked back up in the offseason, right? Like still being in the position to be a carry for Sandbox and then getting completely bodied in a matchup like this that really showcases both how good Deft and Kellen are and what happens if you're a inexperienced or lesser player on the big stage.
This is out of vision, he just pops in. It's not a lot of counterplay, to be honest. I mean, you're just that far behind, right? And Solution Nami, you get some buffs. Dash, Gale Force.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
You don't have summoners, you die. That's just the way that goes. Like, if you were gonna fix that scenario, you had to fix the last 5 to 7 minutes before that, right? So that's the way it'll go. Maybe he will have his shield bow.
In other news, Kana has been doing great. He is 20 CS up, and nothing of note has happened on the top side of the map.
Hey, he
But
got
doing
2 plates.
We're doing a check-in. Yeah, I think he's a pretty substantial gold lead. Isn't really up in terms of XP. Also hasn't backed yet, so we'll be sitting with some gold in his pocket. Birdo now just hitting level 11, and Birdo is fine as well. Picks up his mythic now, so he'll be a little bit stronger. But it's not like, unless. Ooh, good stun. Nicely done there by Kana. Birdo, I think, looking to try and slam him back over the wall. Which, would he win the 1v1 based on item spikes right now? Possibly, but that's the type of gambles that you have to take, right? Considering the state of the game.
Yeah. If I'm Birdo, I'm like looking for any all-in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you lose, like, who cares?
Yeah.
This game.
If you lose, you were going to lose anyway if you didn't do it. So you might as well, and maybe you win it, and who knows? I mean, Cassante he's pretty strong. So you could probably make something happen, or at least help. As the entire team has abandoned the bottom lane. This is another potential gamble you can go for, except this one has a very low reward, which is basically just the Rift Heralds, and, you know, getting Zeri to a potentially safer lane.
I genuinely believe that the only call is there is nothing that we as a bot lane can reasonably do to stop them from getting that turret. We can't get the wave. We can't catch the wave. We're gonna get dove. We can't expend the resources. So maybe in true Sandbox fashion, we're gonna try one more team fight. They're 4.5k gold behind, 2 Drakes as well. And there is a Fed Deft with Summoners.
Yeah, and Gale Force and Nami.
Yeah, I didn't.
And Ignite.
Yeah.
Don't forget that. He's up 2,500 gold. Willer is spotted. For a second, I thought Closer was also on DK. I'm like, oh no.
Criminal Willer?
Yeah, I guess they somehow didn't expect that.
I can't believe he got out.
Yeah.
That's the funniest part of the game so far.
Oh no. Wait. Okay, he's got Birtle here.
Nicely done, Birtle.
It's pretty tanky.
I'll allow it in this game, Valdez.
They abandoned bot lane, and
who
so
cares
did
about
Deep
waves?
Bluffs. They're like, yeah, who cares about bot lane? We don't need to play around bot lane. We'll just 5v5 you.
Oh, this is...
We don't need that turret. We're already very far ahead. And I think Deep Kia will always win K-Rams and just, you know, abuse their enormous lead to just get the Drakes and the other objectives as well, just like they did with the Rift Herald. So again, Liv Sandbox might need to dig into the bag of tricks because that one didn't work.
Yeah, and I know what the follow-up question is tell me, Chronicler, what tricks are there? Because I get stuck with the I get stuck with the fun questions.
I just get to sit back and say the obvious stuff.
So, you have to catch someone in isolation because you are never ever winning any. Like with the current gold deficit, I don't think you're winning any 5v5. You cannot hard engage on Kana because he's a Renekton with Core Drinker and he's fed and he's level 12, so that's not happening. Your options are Showmaker or Deft when he's alone. But as you might have noticed, if you paid attention, is that D plus Kia is also aware of the only way they lose this game with the, I don't know if it's the insurmountable, but insurmountable lead they've built up is if Deft gets caught alone. So Kellen, being a good fish lady that he is, just right beside Deft the whole time. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm sure they're having a wonderful time.
Yeah. Makes your job pretty. It makes it easier. It doesn't make it easy because your positioning, the positioning part of your game is kind of obvious, right? You don't need to do too much out of, maybe occasionally warding, But other than that, just stand next to wherever your AD carry is, right? And then you're doing a good job. As Liv Sandbox, they might make a stand here on the Chemtech Drake.
No stand. Bad idea.
I'm saying they might do it.
This isn't JoJo Valdez. They can't. They're too far behind, but they're going to anyway. It's the Liv Sandbox way.
Or not, is the question. Willer gets already decent chunk out of him there as Envy is going to try to make a stand here, but in comes the ult from the Maokai. No steal from Willer, and now they are just on the run. Willer disappeared. Not sure where he went there, as Envy and the rest of the team will follow. They pick up the AD carry. And Kyle is just going to be kited down the lane and given the kill over to Deft. Bertol, unfortunately, also got caught here underneath here. Is he okay?
Get
Unstoppable.
Him! Get him, Bertol!
He nearly took him down to half HP. So close.
Showmaker versus Bertol. No, that's not fair.
It's okay. Def needed another kill.
I really thought
we need to get him to a legendary.
I really thought they were going to let them 1v1 each other because of the trash token. They didn't. I have no words, Valdez. I would rather not discuss the remainder of this game. But here we are.
Yeah, it's hard to break this one down. I mean, maybe the Valve analyst can give it a try. I liked how they stacked for the Maokai ult to mitigate the... I'm trying. To mitigate the effect it would have. Other than that, Willer tried to go in for the steal, but you could see that they were basically also kind of half-heartedly in there, Like, they weren't really committed to that. Because nobody was looking for an engage. Nobody was looking for a play. It was like, maybe we can get the Drake and get out. But even that was kind of half-hearted as well. I mean, Willer went in alone. And they didn't really have much of a front line outside of that. Bertol was down on the bottom side, so that was that. Chronicler just wrote down his POG. I saw it happen. Whoa! They found Showmaker. 100-0? No, he flashed. No, Ari was there. Huge cheer from the crowd. Showmaker is not taking off.
I don't know if chat, I assume not, because of course our audio engineers are great, so you should never be able to, but I could hear the groan from Coster John happening. It's Bertol!
Hey, Bertol trying to do it by himself, trying to set it up onto Deft. He got pretty close. Deft actually took a nice little chunk, and I'm, okay. Nice little try with the wild growth. They nearly got him. They almost did. But at the end, Deft is just legendary now, 9-0. We knew this one was going to be one-sided, but to be honest, Chronicler, this is not easy to watch.
Fellas, you know I'm a sensitive man.
Yes.
I can't handle the Envy player cam. It
Chronicler
hurts me too
struggles
much.
with sad YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, no, I am notoriously emotional and God, this is this is hard to watch. There is not a lot to say. This is just painful. This is great. Like, what else are you gonna do? It's on Vision, so
That blast plant should never have been done.
Okay, no, don't make this about the blast plant, Veldus. We're
all about the
trying
blast plant,
to
okay?
find a moment. You know, if he gets that kill, then he gets a shutdown.
Would have been worth, I guess. Yeah.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah, he's worth no money.
Sure.
That is objectively the correct play. The problem is that he didn't get the kill.
Yeah.
And this game is still ongoing. And I don't want it to keep going. I hope chat can unite and we can all be nice, because this.
Yeah, I mean.
This is okay.
It's kind of a Bible thump feel, you know.
Hear me out, Veldus.
This
is one of those scenarios where, you know how sometimes you dream that you're like in front of an auditorium of people and like you're in your underwear, like in a lecture hall or in a classroom or
I've
something.
never had that dream.
Well, anything
Yeah,
where
sorry,
you're
go ahead.
anything you get anything where you're publicly embarrassed, right?
Yes.
Now imagine that instead of an auditorium of people, it is everyone that watches LCK that is witnessing you get monstrously bombed.
I think I see where you're going with this.
It's not good, and there's
it's not a dream either.
No, it's real, and there's nothing they can do. But they gotta try.
Okay, nice play here from Closer. He's still got the hands. Just hard from behind. We'll see if they can kill Azir. Yes, they will. Showmaker goes down. Unfortunately, that's not the main target. They really need to get Deft as Bertle tries desperately to get Canyon in, and they will.
Up.
And now Envy's got a kill. Okay. By the way, Closer still has not died. Closer still 2-0-1. He's got a great KDA.
Maybe dreams do come true, Valdez. You just gotta believe. Hey, D+ is not pushing onward. That's
Stopped
nice.
them in their tracks.
What it takes is a fair amount of summers being invested. Yeah, beautiful player from Closer. Showmaker getting Call of Guards. Wheeler's only job is not to kill Deft, because there is no follow-up, because Maokai is standing in between. All he needs to do is just make sure Deft isn't actually in the fight. Deft, oh no, that's your fault, because Jeff is in fact on the rift.
We'll have Jeff. Well, we'll have Jeff on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
If you watch Challengers,
you'll know.
Yeah, you'll find out about
Jeff. If you know,
Jeff.
you know.
But this is Chemtech pretty clearly, and this is Chemtech Soul.
Hey.
For the side of D+ Kia.
So at least Chemtech Soul is kind of, it's not great. It's not very worth. You know, you really, they're not giving anything up. So I guess it's always worth, because it's always a good deal. But
what do you think? Would you rather Chemtech Soul or Ocean Soul?
Ocean for sure.
Ocean, okay.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Chemtech Soul or Cloud Soul?
Cloud. No, I think Chemtech is the worst soul in the game. I don't actually think it does anything. I think the individual Drakes are pretty alright.
Okay.
But the soul, no,
I'll ask you this question again when a new Drake comes out.
Sure.
Until then.
Well, it's getting buffed next
Better
patch.
be ready.
Maybe it'll be a little better. Closer is a man with a dream.
Yeah.
But not today, I guess.
Some dreams take a while to build, you know? It doesn't, Rome wasn't built in a day. And Kyle will get out. Actually a win. He gets away from death.
Is it? Well,
it is.
Is it a win?
Now his ultimate ability is down. And his Gale Force. Maybe this is the moment.
Game's still going.
Yeah, the game is not over yet.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, we haven't killed the Nexus just yet. And we'll be waiting until this one comes along. We do have Elder Drake coming up. Maybe Live Sandbox can make a flip on that one. Could be the answer.
Seen any good movies lately?
I watched The Handmaiden recently. That was pretty good.
Oh, I've heard
Korean
it's really
movie.
Good. Yeah. I watched it a long time ago, but
it's a good movie.
Due for a rewatch. Huh, nice.
Yeah. How about you?
Well, I already talked about everything everywhere all at once. That was great.
No more spoilers.
No,
please.
absolutely not. No, actually, we also had G-Sun asking, please no spoilers. But yeah, that was a great movie. Definitely worth a watch. I also watched both Sonics, the Hedgehogs, on a plane.
Wow.
They are the perfect plane movie. I don't actually, if you're locked in a space and you're forced to spend like 10 hours there, then they're actually great. You know,
Watch Sonic the Hedgehog.
They're mindless, fun entertainment. You know, Jim Carrey is very weird as he loves to do. The second one is Idris Elba's Knuckles. Wonderful performance.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I grew up on those games on the Sega Genesis.
Yeah?
So I should probably give them a watch.
Don't go out of your way. But they're entertaining. They're exactly what you expect them to be.
Okay, Depths is going to do quite a chunk onto Bertle. So you can see Liv Sandbox already looking to make a stand. Still 3 minutes until the other Drake as Close are forced to Spirit Rush away. And D plus Kia just going to group up here in mid. We do have a very sneaky Vi.
Get him, Wheeler.
Behind enemy lines.
They'll never see it coming. They have no idea.
Still don't know.
Oh,
there he is. Okay, well now they know where he is. Can they get away from him is the question. The flash comes in. They try to get on top of Death, but it won't happen as the tidal wave is immediately there. And everybody will be swept under the tide as, okay, Berto's trying to get on top of Death here, but the Lucian just a little bit too slippery. As Closer will go down as well, and the game over emote comes out. It is true, as the ace will come through, and it's clean.
That might be the most one-sided game of League of Legends that I've casted in possibly. Well, I don't know. I have not felt this desolate in a long time.
Yeah.
As D plus Kia, what a masterclass.
Yeah, I think, you know, going into game 2, start off by not giving Lucian to one of the best Lucian players in the world. That would be my advice. Just a little stepping stone, but either way,
okay.
Jokes aside, D plus Kia, they're insane. They win game 1.
I agree with you, but do you want to give Def Caitlyn instead? You know, that's like, it feels like when the gap's this big, I agree with you. You shouldn't give Lucian Nami, but it's also, are you going to play against Showmaker's Rise? Like, just draft
D plus, A plus, A plus, DA. Okay. All right.
Well, Gorilla can be feeling great after this game, as can any D plus fan. Again, I don't envy the space coming up where they're going to try and break this down.
I think we're going to start off with Atlas saying that was a shellacking, and it's registered on the shellacking by Spawn, who made up the made up the definition of shellacking.
Oh,
I think that's what we're going to hear. But yeah, I mean, it's not easy for Liv Sandbox. This is not an easy spot for them. They got bopped so hard in their first match. We kind of saw it coming, but maybe not this one-sidedly. And they're a developmental team. They're trying to get everything on the same page. They're still looking for a shot caller within the team, right? So still a lot of development to do, whereas you've got DK with just huge names across the board, plus a world champ, a multiple world champs. So it's rough. It is a mismatch between these two teams. We'll see if Liv Sandbox have anything else to offer in the second game.
Hopefully, because if we get another game like that, it'll be tough, Veldas.
Definitely will. But guys, we will have a break, and then we will have the no carpet space after that.
바이 아래로 빠져 레넥 쪽으로 오케이. 봐줘. 제리 스턴 볼게. 우리 루시안 살았어. 제리, 루시안 봐줄래? 얘인 것 같은데? 아리 보자. 아리 노공임. 나 믿음 있다. 잡았고. 사우침. 얘가 끝날 것 같아. 아, 위험했다, 소리. 형 죽었어도 근데 한타 이겼을 것 같아. 그랬을 듯?
화공룡이라 살았나?
화공룡이라 살았네.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. Valdez stole my opening line, so I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to say now. It was a shellacking.
Yeah.
I feel like that's already been said now. It's taken all the wind out of my sails.
After that first game of the first series, I said, wow, and this one left me, I needed to call my mom. You know. It was rough. Deft took first strike, and he ended up with probably somewhere between 600 and 700 gold off of first strike. He had a gold difference of 6,000 at end. The bottom 2v2 did not go well. Now, there was one way this all could have been prevented in draft. We've seen teams do this in the past. The first pick Nami that comes through from D plus Kia is fairly risky because both Lucian and Yuumi are up. And if Live Sandbox were brave enough and comp enough at that matchup to play it, they could have just taken the Yuumi, meow, and the Lucian here, and just said, nope, you're just Nami now, and you have an awkward bot lane. What are you going to do with it? Unfortunately, they just decided to pick Zeri into it, and you know, a lot of teams have been bold enough to do that into the Lucian Nami lane. Most have failed. This has probably been the biggest failure, sad to say it, so far this week.
Yeah, it was actually, there was a time where I thought the best Yuumi lane was actually with the Lucian. We used to call it the bullet hell lane because it was just bullets everywhere. Final chapter culling is just extraordinarily obnoxious to deal with. Wasn't to be the case. They handshook and it was an absolute disaster. But it was kind of a disaster of their own making, Wolf, because it all just went wrong for Live Sandbox from about this time in the game, which was approximately 4 or so minutes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is Canyon coming down at the right timing. This is the control ward that's set up in the river and a ward that also spots that Vi is on Drake. So instead of actually contesting Drake, they want more, and they end up looking for a double here. Then we see the
sidestepping 3 Qs in a row.
Yeah, the misses slash sidesteps, kind of nasty, and this is a failed dive, which was handled really well, of course, by D plus Kia, but the execution of this dive is very poor. Extra turret shot taken here by Envy as well means he goes down. Just poor juggling, and really, I think, Cool Kids maybe a little panicked after this.
Yeah. I mean, it's the stop panicking type situation that you alluded to me about.
The Aladdin
reference to
situation.
Aladdin.
Yeah.
It does feel a little bit like that. However, it's a best of 3, and honestly, the right decision is to absolutely not panic. Just accept the fact that the game was basically over from about that point. And let's have a look at what that resulted in. As honestly, outside of Showmaker not having the most fun on the Rift, Closer honorably doing a lot of work on Niari. Just unfortunately, sometimes, you know, these things happen. The game is not about you at all.
D plus Kia had a composition that can snowball, but also had some great scaling aspects. It could have protected a strong side laning push, for example, with the Renekton. But really, once they had this lead, they just played Protect the President with Deft. And this was one of many fights where he was nearly picked, but everybody dropped all their ultimates, all the resources given to Deft, and he just kind of kites back casually and does a ton of damage. And several near deaths for him, several near deaths for Showmaker, and Live Sandbox did put the pressure on constantly. They were always fishing for one miracle moment, but they kept coming up empty.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. And I think we have a couple of seconds. So, Wolf, I do want to just get a brief opinion on Jackshow Maokai. How we feel?
Yeah, I think that might have been a little bit of a troll, but if I'm not mistaken, that was the first Jackshow we've had in the LCK.
Yeah,
which,
it was.
On release, I thought we'd be seeing a lot more of that. It got nerfed a little bit. So, hey, we got Jackshow in the LCK. I think it's very cool for just helping tank and protect Deft and maybe get an extra stun and maybe get an extra punch, like, I guess. Cool idea, very fun.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can twist it advance again, I guess you.
If you get 2, I mean, that's crazy. Maokai usually doesn't get 2 in a fight.
Exactly, but do you know what Deft gets? At least 1 POG today. Let's put it up on your screen. 200 points, so he does get 2.
Okay, I told you guys a lie when I said he was 6,000 ahead at end. He was 6,500 ahead.
Oh my goodness.
End. Deft also, we didn't mention this, he took Ignite in the lane, which is very rare. This is the 6 side steps where Envy just feels, I mean, this is going to be in his nightmares for weeks to come.
Yeah, Valdez and Chronicler were talking about dreams and the fact that, you know, you have that bad dream of being naked at school and stuff like that. Like, this game must feel like that, but it's in real life.
Yeah, I think I learned a lot about Chronicler's dreams during that cast, but yeah, this was real life. And Deft said from the outset with that Summer Dispel choice, he was like, this is going to be a one-sided lane, and it absolutely was. 11-0 and 4. One of the most one-sided games I can remember in terms of how painful it was, I think, the entire time, because they didn't end the game sub 20 or anything like that, but it was just, it was hard to watch, frankly.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely an extraordinarily one-sided affair. And sometimes these things happen, right? When things go extremely wrong at the very beginning and teams know that it's basically done. And I think D plus Kia also kind of knew that they just had to dot some I's and cross some T's and then everything was going to be okay. Thankfully, Live Sandbox have another opportunity and we'll see whether kids indeed
don't panic
as we head towards game number 2. Take it away, boys. Not quite yet. I don't.
Thank you.
It's because they're in space.
Yeah.
There's some
time dilation.
Usually we're very good about this. Sorry to
Yeah.
you know drop the pretense for a bit, but they're in space, so there's a bit of a delay. We have to work around that.
I loved Max's face. Just a slow like. Perfect.
If the next game is as bad at 15 minutes, we need to find a new. I don't care if it's food or if it's movies, but like
just
we can't
put the camera on us and
we
start
will
playing the saxophone or something.
We'll just stare deadpan into the camera as long as the camera's not on whichever player is getting completely bodied, because
it'll be a live reading of The Hobbit by Chronicler.
I would love. I'd be down.
That's what will come
no
next.
problem.
Let Sandbox go back to red. Not a huge surprise. Personally, I think we all, touched on the subject. I think we really need to see the difference in the pick ban. I really liked their idea of going Lucian Yuumi. I hadn't even thought of that. I think that would be a really nice response and a way to figure it out. Maybe you could even trick them into picking Nami first again and then go ahead and do that, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what Live Sandbox have prepared on the table.
It'll be a toughie. D plus Kia doesn't have to change anything. They can stick with that draft. They can
Closer looks good, by the way.
He did.
He looks pretty good.
I think Closer and Brutal both, even Widow didn't really get anything done, but
he had that gank on mid.
It was fine. Yeah, they Brutal had some Cassante moments. It's kind of hard to judge because it's Cassante. But top half looking very acceptable. Okay, this is the break point. If we lock in Zeri, I am not going to make any grand statements because I'm not going to follow up because that's not the type of person I am. But I would wish I could say I will throw down my headset and I will walk away because there is no way they're doing this.
Yeah,
You're not running it back. Why are they running it back, Valdez?
It's okay, Chronicler. It's okay.
Okay, why? Tell me why it's okay. Tell me now.
Okay, so there was a groan from the audience because everybody, I mean, there's a lot of D plus Kia fans here as well.
I can't do
and
this.
I feel like even they kind of groaned because
I can't do this, Valdez.
I think it's just a bit of, okay, this is what we practiced, this is what we prepared. It didn't work out, obviously, but we didn't play very well. We played pretty crappily, right?
Yeah, I concur.
So let's give it another shot. It'll be good practice. I don't know if they expect this to be the way to play this bottom lane, if this is truly what they believe, okay, this is the right call in this situation, but they did it again, so this is why you salty run back, because you expect to play better the second time around. And from a viewer standpoint, we don't get to hear the comms, and it just looks silly because you just got Omega Smash in game 1 with it. So I'm ready to have them prove it a little bit here, potentially. Ari got banned, by the way.
Azir going to get locked in instead. was on the side of D+Kia previously. Showmaker, of course, was in that game as Azir. Didn't really do anything of note because the game was not about him. But a pick that Closure has a lot of impact on. Do think that in terms of protecting the Zeri, it is quite nice. Downside, of course, is that Azir doesn't really have the same type of lethality, particularly when Showmaker locks in a LeBlanc. And previous game was very tough for Envy, and I don't think this game will be any better. There is now, for Birdle, the opportunity to go for a Jax is what we've seen. I personally would prefer Camille. We know Birdle has a good Camille. Yone is another, but seems like we are going in a different direction. Maybe looking into some 1-4 here. And in isolation, the top matchup was fine. So, you know, the Fiora pick, I think, is completely acceptable. My main sentiments, obviously, would be, is this not going to be an echo of what happened in the previous game?
Yeah, Echo wasn't picked here in this one, so... Yeah, it won't be an Echo.
I'm not in the mood for jokes
so.
about this. we are playing a serious game of League of Legends.
Won't be an Echo in Game 2. Sorry, Chronicler. Yeah. So... Birdle, you know, maybe he can get something done there in the top side, try to drag some attention away, potentially. But again, there needs to be a difference in the bottom lane. That's really what we need to see. It needs to pan out a little bit differently because, you know, it's okay if Deft and, you know, Lucianami get ahead. There are ways to play from there, but you cannot get smashed as hard as you did in Game 1. As that says, I love you, Cloud Templar.
Aww.
And he is casting today. He is also married.
Just Velda's making
just
sure that everyone's aware.
Just, you know, just throwing it out there.
Just making sure.
You can love, you know, it's fine. Winning, Live Sandbox's winning plan, Closer.
Well, in Game 1, that was the one angle. Closer had as clean a game as you can have. Type of game where if you have a great mental, you know, in solo queue, you're like, well, I really played well that game. I didn't win, but that's not what solo queue is about. It's about improving.
Yeah.
Can't relate personally, but that doesn't matter. So overall, the amount of pick potential that is available here for D+Kia is a lot higher than in the previous game due to the addition of the LeBlanc. I think the Gnar, we talked about endlessly, we know what it will provide. And the pick potential for Sandbox is less. Their 5v5, or at least their 4v4, is a little bit better, with Fiora always going to be looking for side lane pressure.
Here we go, guys. Game number 2 right now. Fans still out in full force. Cheering for this team, hoping for a better result in game number 2. Again, a better result doesn't have to be winning.
I think Birdle's dead.
Oh, he is going to Ghost.
Okay, that's fine. Was expecting Canyon to make his way over to him, but starting with Twisted Advance is a really big feels bad man. And Birdle should be able to just make his way back.
Does anyone still use that emote? Feels bad man. I feel like that's in our...
It's in the collective memory, but I don't think it's very popular anymore.
Because Sag took over.
Yeah, it really was kind of
yeah. And then there's a lot of different... Yeah, there's a lot of different...
iterations of that.
Iterations. You know, there's like Smodge and...
Bedge. Yeah.
Bedge,
no, I know.
There's all the new ones and stuff.
I don't keep up as much because... You know, I don't watch as much League anymore where there's chat involved. I just have to watch it now. As Closer going for the Electrocutor, actually want to highlight that. Cool little piece of tech here. Obviously gives you some extra burst potential. In matchups where you're looking at very short trades, and into LeBlanc, that does make a ton of sense. And all we can realistically ask for, even if D+Kia are still the clear favorites in this game, is that it's better than last game. And as long as we get that, we will collectively take it in stride.
Well, MD got all the minions from the first wave. It's a good start. So did Def.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Veldas.
Just trying to let you know. Here's Canyon.
No.
There is no vision here.
No, no.
He's got red buff.
No.
And he has Twisted Advance.
No,
okay,
no,
well,
no.
Envy is dead. That is the end of Envy. It's pretty quick. First blood. See, Envy is not very happy with this. And again, I mean, this... I feel like after game one, it should have been a little bit obvious that they are going to focus you down. But the ward not there on time. You want to break down that play for us, Chronicler? Any thoughts?
Yeah, Canyon clears bot side, paths toward bot, identifies that last time around the Liv Sandbox bot lane was often overextended, and free ganking opportunity. There isn't really an opportunity for Wheeler to go for a counter invade. He's in a position to do so, and Canyon will be able to get this gank off without any repercussions whatsoever. He's a little behind on his clear. That is pretty much it. But you don't really care, you know? You still got your camps. And Deft got the kill. Again.
Yeah, he got the kill.
And I told you, Valdez, if we reach 50 minutes and the game stays as bad, like you need to... You
it's
need
okay.
to help me.
I got my signed copy of The Hobbit with me today, just by chance. You know.
Maybe we can.
I'll let you read it.
Maybe we can swap roles. You know, then you can analyze the game.
Sure, I'll do that. That sounds fun.
Right? I don't know if we can get the G-Sun sign off on that. I don't want to go too crazy. I know.
Is it that crazy?
I know you're able to do so. You're the Vald analyst.
Of course, yeah.
It goes without
I have
saying.
a degree in analysis.
God, it's just timing error from Canyon as well is, I think, as they walk up to ward. But I agree with your assessment. After the previous game, you got to at least be moderately aware. I'm also pretty sure, I'm not 100% certain if the ward on top side was cleared, but that would also give information to D+, that Wheeler was in fact not in the area. Because that is of course something, adaptation you can make, where a sandbox you can keep Wheeler in the general vicinity and then you can counter gank, because I do think that there are angles where you win the 3v3 if you're able to burst someone down, if they overextend, even though in terms of summoners it's a little bit of a toughie. But that didn't happen. So
top lane's going well here for Liv Sandbox.
True.
Brutal is ahead by 13 CS. Mid lane as well. You can see that now Showmaker's going for a bit of an aggressive trade, but even the chains aren't allowed to fully work through, as they are going to take down the first plate in the bottom lane. The first of probably more to come here. But Brutal's doing a great job. Mid lane, you can see that closer as well. His Electrocute is helping him out in some of these early trades. Take a look at this. He may even have a chance here with the back timing of the Nami to go ahead and take down this one. Also the mid-back timing and the fact that the jungler of the enemy team is in the mid lane. So they take the Drake.
that's a win. Yeah, Jonas Strong making sure that we're all aware. Wheeler, gonna be able to pick up an early Drake here. Vice W helping out with taking that objective solo. Gonna feel very, very good. Early Infernal Drake, quite nice. Does mean that Infernal and Mountain are both already out of the picture. And Canyon, they might have nerfed counter jungling, but he is still going to be able to, at the very least, gets the whole camp of chickens. Will make him at level 5 as well, and that will alleviate most of the deficit he found himself in. Still going to be behind in terms of experience. Wheeler getting a lot done. So this is where we see a little bit of the price that Canyon had to pay for his successful bot side gank. Is it worth it? Yes. Yes, it is worth it. And he doesn't really care, because we've already seen Maokai is going to be very effective nonetheless. So not really going to be too bothered by that.
Okay, Kellen's getting in there. See, he's been playing very aggressively on the Nami, because he knows he has the backup. He knows they have the lead in the lane, so you can do stuff like this. Definitely don't watch this and say, I should be a really aggressive Nami and then get killed in solo queue. That wouldn't be good. Kellen knows what he's doing.
He's a professional.
Yes.
Everyone you see on your screen is a trained professional.
Don't try this at home. Level 5 hit for Envy here behind Deft and Kellen, so that kind of tells you where the XP is at as well. The lane is crashing, as going forward now the heal and the barrier are used. Allows Envy and Kyle to take a nice trade, but it also means that both those summoners are gone for after Deft and Kellen get back.
So also with Canyon hovering bot again and the vision that's available for D plus Kia, I think Deft and Kellen feel relatively safe. They're not particularly bothered by any ganking threat. They also still have all their summoners available, so even in case of a gank, it doesn't really go without saying. It's not a guarantee by any means that they're actually able to take down as, okay, closer. Nicely done.
Yeah. Showmaker just having a refillable. Okay, Deft is very angry. Don't touch my mid laner. As he got level 6 off the lane, off the wave, and he nearly killed Closer there, forces the flash out.
I really hope that 13.2 gets rid of Lucianami, because the first game by Deft was a masterclass, right? Like the movement, the early pressure, it was perfect. But seeing Deft dash away from like 3 screens with the Nami buff is, oh boy, it's a roughie.
He doesn't even have Gale Force.
No,
Okay.
no. If you have Gale Force, Closer was dead, 100%.
Yeah.
But that didn't actually work out, right? Like, yes, Closer has to flash, but he's able to go back, able to go base. It relieved some of the pressure for Envy and Cal as well. So that is quite nice. While all of that was happening, Canyon got himself a Rift Herald, so this gold lead that is already there for D plus Kia. Surely to Balloon. And if this was the first game of the series, we'd be like, oh, ooh, rough showing from Sandbox, but we know.
We have the information.
We have the critical information.
We are aware.
We are aware of what could have been. So overall game state still very favorable for D plus Kia. Only one that is substantially behind is Canyon, which again, as Maokai, I don't think he's going to be too bothered. Showmaker a little bit,
just chilling, but
yeah, not within any reason to feel upset or be worried about his performance on the LeBlanc. There's Gale Force.
Gale Force online,
it's here.
9.5 minutes into the game.
Well, he got the 1 kill, and he has a 20 CS lead.
No barrier at the moment, no heal as well. So I feel like Deft should probably go to lane and just look to all in immediately.
Yeah.
Would be the play. No
nice
flash
movement
here for Closer, but yeah, as you mentioned, he's able to get out. Just some good movements. As okay, little play up on the top side, just a very aggressive trade from Kana, really trying to force Bertle to go back as he was sticking around for quite a long period of time as the wave keeps being pushed in from Kana.
As Kana going to keep going, no teleport available for Bertle. Could ghost back to lane, but might want to keep it, especially against the Gnar. It becomes a lot easier to run you down if the lane is somewhat elongated, so Summoner both defensively and offensively very, very strong for the Fiora. Not going to give that up, but that does mean that now Bertle will be at a deficit. Here we go. But this time around, Wheeler is there. Which
I thought Canyon was just going to throw his ult out.
They know. They know, because he threw a sapling and they're not biting. Or they're not leaving, rather.
Even so, I mean, probably could have looked for an angle, but I guess they just don't want to force it.
They know Wheeler's there.
Yeah. So they know that Liv Sandbox.
And Liv Sandbox knows that they know as well.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox knows that they know that Liv Sandbox knows as well.
There's too many layers to this, Valdez.
Yeah. Goes pretty deep. And it's, okay, now they're going to do it. I mean, Wheeler's still here, as they are going to find a bit of harass, I suppose, onto Liv Sandbox bottom lane. Actually getting Kyle close. As in, we have Meganar. That riposte was not good. And Bertle will get out, at least. He is pretty fast. As in goes Showmaker. He's got the Nami buff. He's going in onto Wheeler. Will force another flash on that side. And Envy and Kyle both have to back away from his lane as the Rift Herald also is being pushed in. D plus Kia, they don't get any kills, but they're still getting a massive amount of wins just with the pressure that they are developing in the bottom side of the map.
I'll take it. Good enough for me. So what's happening here is D plus Kia, now Kana, with plated steel caps and Tempo in the lane, has been able to relentlessly harass Bertle. We're getting very low, also doesn't have Ghost available anymore.
He's so close to having teleport up. It's like, oh, give me the scraps of this lane.
As Khaled
teleport back.
Should be fine, nonetheless.
Meganar.
Oh, he's going to go for a dive. Vice coming.
Yeah, Vice coming. I think Kana should know. I think he's going to get this one and try to back away.
I think he tried to bait out the repulse there as bot lane turret falls. We're not talking about bot lane. We're looking at what's happening on top. And Wheeler's problem is that, not necessarily due to him, but just in general, a complete lack of control on the map for Liv Sandbox, is that D plus Kia has had vision every single time anything has happened. And in case they don't have vision, they know, regardless, because of the game state or how their opponents are playing. So I feel like I've seen Wheeler clear like multiple wards, but jungle keeps getting lit up. Nothing illustrates this as well. Look at Showmaker right on one hand versus Closer. Now, I didn't pay enough attention to see if Showmaker's taken Zombie Ward, which obviously would amp it up a little bit, but I think overall, it's Liv Sandbox isn't able to get any control anywhere. The setup for Vi is not nearly as good as it was in the previous game. We have Cassante and Ahri, both of which are amazing. And now you have Fiora and Azir. And Azir into, say, something like a Victor or an Orianna would be great, but into LeBlanc, it's kind of, your setup isn't nearly as relevant.
Yeah.
And
the Nami gank. Very nice, as we do have him getting in, but also getting out, not committing to the kill. Closer has flashback again. Should be tracked here by D plus Kia.
It's one shining light mid lane.
32 gold! Hey, it's better than
it is
being down in gold, that's for sure.
Yeah.
As now, the bottom lanes have rotated to mid. Second referral about to come up here. It is Cloud Soul. We're almost at 15 minutes. What do you think?
Do you believe in inevitability? Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Do you believe in laugh after love?
That's where you're going with it? Really? that's where your mind goes?
That's the first thing I thought of when you said, do you believe?
You're a share enjoyer? Would have never known. Actually, I do know. I feel like we've had this conversation multiple times.
True, yes, we have. Do I believe in inevitability? Okay, where are you going with that, though? Now I'm kind of...
I find it very bold of you to assume that I knew up front where I was going to go with something. Generally, I just let the...
What was the next step?
Let your response take me to wherever I see. In this case, apparently, it took us to share, which, you know, that's cool, I guess.
What percentage of the chat knows who share is?
I don't think it's a lot.
I'm thinking probably 6 or 7% would be my guess.
Okay, we're gonna do an experiment, and we don't know. We have no possible way. We're not there. We're not looking at chat. If you know who shares, press 1, and you know the pollsters
I'm
will.
sure that'll work.
Yes, it will. No one will troll us as here comes the dive.
Oh no, he got rooted in the back. As now the bubble comes in, but they're not quite able to extend far enough to get the kill. And teleport's coming in. Depth is actually a little bit low.
Hold up.
Spertle just runs away. Everybody else on the side of Liv Sandbox was also quite low, so they're not able to commit to the fight. Which, I mean, the turret goes down, not much else happens at the end of the day. It's still 1-0 in this game.
I swear, Valdez, the universe hurt me. It's like, okay, we're going to give you a game that's realistically just as suffocating and just as depressing, but in the complete opposite way, because it's 60 minutes. We have 1 kill. It's
1 kill.
It's a 5k gold lead. all their outers are about to drop. Top lane is the only one left standing, and I'm pretty sure Showmaker is going to get that soon. I'm speechless. I have nothing left.
Oh no, now they're trying to gank the LeBlanc. That's when you know things have gone south. That's, yeah, we've seen that before as well. And now they don't quite have vision in their own jungle, so you see that Bertle kind of has to back off the wave, doesn't know exactly where the enemy is.
Great read by Bertle. Very nicely done.
You know, to be honest, I thought you were going to say great analysis, Valdez, and now I'm a little bit disappointed.
Well, Valdez, you don't need.
I thought everything was about me.
Valdez, you don't need any compliments to know your own worth, okay? Live your own truth. Be your
That's
best.
true.
Be your best
That's
self.
Some really wise words. from
Embrace
Thank you.
who you are. You don't need
Just
my
brightened
approval.
up my day.
You don't need my approval, Velda. You are a great analyst. You know that we've seen it in action. The Velda analysts, the
I do have a
stories are
degree
still
in
told.
League of Legends analysis.
I don't know if that specifically was the piece of analysis that proved that, but you know that's for you to decide. I'm not gonna judge you.
I wonder if D+ were like, let's take it easy on them, you know, like, let's win. Let's make sure we're gonna win, and they are.
I remember when we joined the LCK
really,
through challengers,
you
and
know,
everyone was giving us a tough time.
Yeah. I mean, Damwon was well, yes, at the time, Damwon was winning.
Well, we don't know. Maybe Sandbox is going to win a lot as well.
True.
Not this series.
True. Well, yeah.
but other ones possibly.
Could happen.
Ah. The previous game was still worse. That's what I'm. That's
True.
what's
we
like,
are holding on to that. We have said that a couple times now.
That's what we're clinging on to.
Yeah.
Because this game is not giving us a lot.
At least Deft hasn't Gale Force flash dashed anyone yet. Not too much usage of his Ignite this time around. Although he might start doing it soon. They don't have the inner turret here in mid. Still no Baron, although they might be gearing up for it now. You see that teleport up to the top side of the map here. Might be the plan because they are clearing all vision and they're getting as much vision as they can in the enemy jungle. Around the Baron, they'll get red buff here for Deft.
And if you're not paying attention to the clock, you might think, oh, Baron still has to respawn. But no, Baron still has to just spawn. What? This is a 1v2. And they don't know that, obviously.
Do you think they should make the Baron spawn sooner? And have it be slightly weaker?
No, I like Baron being an imposing, scary threat. Personally, actually, I wouldn't mind if Baron was stronger.
What is this now, a 3v1?
Well, yeah, 2 wasn't enough. But Kana is not falling for it, so everyone's just backing. So let's go back to Baron. I personally like the idea of Baron being this scary entity that you need multiple people to take down. Because I think Baron used to be like that. And I think Baron, over the years, he's lost some of his teeth. And I guess he has tiny claws, but, it's mostly the teeth and the spit.
Oh, here we go. This is what I was talking about, as he is going to get there on top of Envy. The shield boat comes in. We didn't even really get to see this, and Showmaker will not get the kill. Closer does survive, did not have flash in the trade, and now he's got a fellow Maokai to try to help, but Closer is Azir, and denies any further action from this game. We have the sheet that has like the records of LCK all time. Just gonna go back to the fewest amount of kills
in a game. Isn't it gonna be like? I think from the top of my head it's 3, right?
It has happened now twice, and it's 3.
It's 3.
It's 3 kills, 3-0.
So there is a possibility.
There is a chance that we break records tonight.
This is Sandbox, though, and I don't see them not throwing all their bodies into D+ as the end of the game approaches.
Yeah, look at this, Willer.
He's hunting. I don't know what I don't know what his method is. I think he's waiting for someone to walk by.
Very fast. He has the blue pet.
He is hunting. He is spotted.
Oh no!
And he will abandon the hunt.
Short hunt. Okay, here comes the tidal wave. Nicely dodged here by Envy, as now he is both of them. Actually, we'll have to flash away from Kana. Not even Mega Gnar, but still would have done enough damage to potentially take him down. So they preemptively flash away from that one to avoid any further action.
No!
It's okay. He's gonna get the turret.
Could have come the bounty.
Well. Yeah, he's saving it for later. What do you think? Uh-oh. Wait, Envy's... wait, what? Okay, well, Envy's dead, I guess. He was alone in mid lane. I mean, he was beyond the inner turret that was dead, and also next to the outer turret that was also dead.
There must
with no vision.
There must have been a read, but I need to see the replay to know what read, because I'm also thoroughly confused.
I think they just had zero vision, and he was like, I think they're on Baron, or I think they're on Dragon. So I could probably farm here, and then they just decided to bully Envy instead.
That's
not very nice.
Would be the guess.
I think that's what happened.
Well, compared to last game, it's a lot better. The bullying was way worse back then. I don't. Fellas, this is tough. I don't want to kick a team when they're down. It goes without saying that D+K has the clear favorite here. But normally in situations like this, we can either go full comedy, which doesn't feel appropriate after the previous game, which was painful, or there's action.
But what if there's no action?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Then there are no good outcomes, because we can't joke about this, because Liv Sandbox are fighting for their lives.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's just no vision.
Yeah, they just don't know.
And I think he saw Showmaker, though, at least. Right? Because there was a control ward over there that Showmaker was literally attacking.
Yeah, I think he got chunked here as well. Looking at the cooldowns, Deft probably calling him, and he had the barrier, and during the replay, that's a whole thing. D+K, please take Baron. Please.
They're taking the Baron.
It's happening. Oh, they have actually the ward. Whoa,
all right,
the
Willer
pink doesn't spot it.
Willer trained for this.
This is his moment. Oh, this is
no. Wait.
He's been found out.
No.
They know.
Why? Wait. Oh no, he dashed over the wall.
Well, yeah, but maybe he can. Maybe he can make it.
Oh,
no, they have vision everywhere.
They're just gonna block him. Okay, nice try. I mean, he got into the pit at least. Kind of hard not to. As Envy here, he does survive. Showmaker not quite able to get the execute onto the Zeri just yet, but unfortunately,
flash.
Here comes Birdo looking for the kill onto Canyon, as there we go, Closer gets in and nearly takes out Canyon, and will not take out Canyon. Everybody survives on the side of D+K, and they took the Baron as well. This one is looking about as done and dusted as it could be. It's very clean.
And D+K, back when they were dumb one in 2020, to me was one of the epitome of very old style League of Legends. The style with Tracker Knife was still in the game, which is your opponent never gets to play the video game. And this is one of the best examples. I don't want to call it a good game, but one of the best examples that we have seen in recent times where
really hard.
You have complete control, complete vision, and there was nothing at any point that Sandbox could have done besides, be better in lane, which that's not really how that works.
Yeah.
Or adjust their drafts, which definitely is a possibility, and they should have, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Done that. But they didn't do that, so as a result, we loaded into this game. D+K got a lead, and reminiscent of Damwon in 2020, reminiscent of some of the best Korean teams that we have had in the history of League. Liv Sandbox has in fact not been allowed to play this game.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else to really say.
I think it's a couple of things. Like when we were in the draft, the Salty Runback, I was saying like one of the only reasons to do it is maybe to say, okay, we just need to play better as players, right? But I think as we're beginning to see now is that the discrepancy between the two teams in terms of skill level is too wide to even get practice, it feels like. Because it's kind of one of those things where you're playing a scrim or something and you just get boomed so hard in lane that it's like, okay, well, we don't even really, we don't get to practice early to mid-game transition or mid-game macro or anything because we're just losing the entire game,
We're often using not being allowed to play the game as a joke, right, when you get CC'd or something. But in this case, what happened is D+K in the early lane got a few leads. Then from that point onward, Liv Sandbox has two choices on any play. Surrender the play.
Oh no.
Or try to step up, and that happens. Right? And if you're good enough, if you're a team that can match
okay.
well,
Deft would like some more KDA. Thank you. That's what he said. He's going to take a big bite. And now he is 5-0 as okay, getting in there. Nice little try from the Azir. Showmaker just trying to stay alive, to be honest. He doesn't want to die in this game. He's trying to get as good of a KDA as he possibly can. 10-0 right now to the side of D plus Kia, and they will put an end to this game as they even go in to dive, and both of them, no, Deft actually will survive. So they give the 1 kill over, and they will not celebrate. They know they are an incredibly strong team. They did their job tonight. They got the 2-0, and that's what they came here to do.
To match a performance that was this one-sided, we got to go back to 2021. We're talking DRX when they were in 10th place, when the team just couldn't get it together, right? When every single game was just incredibly rough. The one upside, I do think, for Sandbox is that, one, this is D plus Kia team, which by 5 out of the 9 teams was picked to win the entire league. And secondly, it's the first game of the season. But you have to just sit here and bask in awe at what D plus Kia just showed. Not because it was exciting, but because it was not. Because it felt like after Deft got that kill, the game was over.
Yeah, that happened when they were level 2.
Yeah.
The jungler was level 3.
Yeah, no, I voted for Canyon. I didn't have a lot of options. It was Canyon or Deft.
Seems like production voted for Canyon as well. He got the little shot from the camera after the game ended.
Gorilla's like,
Gorilla's like, yeah, he's
you got
the
him
guy.
on level 2. You got him. Good job.
Yeah, and in these kinds of games, it is difficult to declare a POG. Showmaker's like, okay, I will take off my mask and give you the nice little celebration. But even Showmaker knows he's been around the block. He's not going to overdo it. And this says, the important thing is death. Yes, he is very important. So D plus Kia off to a great start this week. A awesome performance against DRX in the first match of the week and 2023 and spring. And now they came over to Live Sandbox and stomped them. So definitely a lot of targets on their back in terms of teams who might be looking at them to try to figure out ways to defeat one of the strongest teams in the league.
And the toughest part to me, if you're right now it's Live Sandbox, but I would not be surprised if Kwangdong Freaks, Nongshim Red Force run into very similar fates against this team, is what do you actually learn from this? Because the takeaway for these younger teams should be, what can you learn, right? Like, what can we develop? What can we do better next time? And in games like this, you go back to level 2, you're like, you can't die there. And then that's basically it.
Yeah.
Because everything that flowed forth, unless...
Exactly.
But if mistakes that big are happening on level 2, oh boy.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, you're not going to learn anything from the series just because you don't get a chance to play the game. So you're not actually getting practice. You're actually just getting body. And that's...
It's not a good feeling.
It's not a good feeling. It also doesn't improve you. So, to a certain extent, right? It makes your mistakes extremely apparent and obvious to not only you, but to everybody else, which is the rough part. That's the embarrassing part. So, maybe this creates like a super villain. Maybe Envy comes back in the next series. He's like, I'm going to murder you guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe he will become so desperate and determined after this, where he's like, okay, I have a new level that I'm going to hit now after getting bodied this hard. That's all we can hope for, I think.
It's that, and it's the drafts. There are a lot of the series that Live Sandbox is going to play throughout the course of... is that the lowest damage?
No. It's not.
You just checked, so I assume that
I didn't just check, but...
it's definitely...
Twitch Sam made it very obvious for a long period of time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, yes, it can get worse.
I personally believe that if Live Sandbox faces against the Nongshim, against the Kwangdong teams that very clearly are going to be more than their own skill level, I'm hoping for more adaptations in the draft. That's all that you can realistically take from this series. Don't try to salty run back. Try something different.
Yeah, pretty much on the side of Live Sandbox. On the other side, D+, just confirms
keep
what
doing
we already
what you're doing.
Just keep being really good. You guys are great. Either way, guys, we've kind of said all that we knew how to say here on this cast. Wasn't an easy one, but let's see what the guys on the space have to say. Let's throw it over to Atlas and Wolf.
Welcome to the space, everyone. Yes, it is a bit of a sad time for Live Sandbox fans. However, if you are a D plus Kia fan, you'd be very happy about the outcome of this particular series. Absolute domination, Wolf. Not a whole lot to talk about, to be perfectly honest, because it felt like a run back of the last game. Things happening in eerie order.
I think that the one thing that I will say, and I talked to you about this during the drafting phase of Game 2, is that I think Live Sandbox clearly came with a specific plan today, right? They wanted to play Zeri, Lulu into the Lucian Nami. They felt like, okay, they're probably going to draft that. They clearly opted into it twice, right? So that must have been what they were scrimming and prepping for today, knowing it's going to be a tough matchup. What can we learn? What can we do in this matchup here? The sad reality, unfortunately, with that level 1 gank is, or level 2 gank rather, where they gank level 3 gank against them at level 2, was that we saw the same thing happen game 1 to 2, so it felt like there wasn't much that was learned between those 2 games. I think a lot of pressure, a lot of stress on these young players who are, some of them trying to make their mark. I think in Envy's case, trying to change his reputation, as you said earlier. Their next matchup's against KT next week, so there's some time to prepare and get ready for that one, but it's just a sad game, unfortunately, and you know, if this was a scrim, like, you cancel it actually in the middle of the game, like, you don't even play it out, you know. It's just like Valdez said, like, you can't learn much from a loss that's this tragically one-sided.
Yeah, and I guess you can learn a little bit from the very beginning of it, but speaking of which, let's go into our first highlight, as here we go. This is that gank towards the bottom side. Oh wait, no, hang on.
Oh, this is from game 1.
Yeah, no, this is game 1. Can we play?
Roll the other one.
Yeah. Game 2. Game 2 is Yeah, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's basically the same one, but this time Cannon doesn't have to flash.
All right, yeah.
Now it looks like Envy is coming up here to drop a ward. Kyle must have had his ward on cooldown. He also doesn't have level 3, so can't skate over the wall. We can cut him some slack, but you don't have vision. You're walking towards the river there. Def's positioning indicates they want to make an aggressive trade there, and you get caught like that, you lose your lane. Against a player like Def, you lose your lane, and the game is essentially lost at this moment when you get the follow-up tempo with a team that's as good as D plus Kia.
Yeah, and then Deft also, like, moves to mid lane a few minutes later and just completely pushes Closer out of that lane. Closer, actually, to his credit, played a pretty good series, especially, you know, laning phase-wise against Showmaker. I think Showmaker was largely muted throughout this one, but he wasn't all that necessary either. If your bottom lane loses that hard, and then Def's able to carry that over. And speaking of which, let's get into an example of exactly what happened after that. This was the next bit of action. As you can see, 2-0, the top of the screen, and D plus Kia were extraordinarily far ahead.
Closer's completely zoned out at the beginning of this, wants to come in and actually set up for an Emperor's Divide, gets zoned out a second time by that tidal wave, and he unfortunately can't do anything in this fight. The wild growth is very early here, and it's just a lot of miscoordinated plays here on one hand. Like, we could try to break down and criticize Live Sandbox here, but it's really just D plus Kia zoning them away, being super far ahead, and we got this highlight just because we wanted to show, even in the late game, you know, here it's a Lucian comp and it was a low kill game, but they had so much vision control, they had such great CC and peel for Def that we could criticize Live Sandbox again, but rather than doing that, it's just championing the lead that D plus Kia had and how oppressive it was and how difficult it is for a team like Live Sandbox to try to circumvent that.
Yeah, really solidifying D plus Kia up there towards the top alongside T1 right now. But let's have a look at who picks up player of the game, and I have a feeling it's a certain... Oh, never mind, Canyon is going to pick it up. Got one in the last series as well, and it's now going to be back-to-back interviews with Deft and Canyon.
Yeah, I voted for Deft, not gonna lie, but I mean, this play right here, the repeat of game 1 gets Deft that first kill, and Deft didn't end up with the insane kill score they had in the last game, but they had a Rift Herald they dropped bottom side, so he gets a ton of money. And he and Canyon just ruled this Rift. Like I said, in terms of zoning out the Azir, which Closer was the only other relevant damage in this game, as Bertle had a pretty decent start to his laning phase himself, but with no map control, you can't do anything with Fiora in this game. It doesn't matter, even if you've got 2 kills on the lane, you're not side laning because you're just going to get collapsed on over and over and over again. Canyon had a good game, you know, and not much else to it. I think we'll probably see a split vote here.
Yeah, actually very interested to see who's going to be voted for. Yeah, it is. It's a very evenly split vote there, as you can see. 6 going over and then 5 to Deft on the other side. So I think well-deserved there for Canyon. And it's good that we've got 2 people there in the interview as well. But it's going to be an interesting interview because there's going to be a lot of, well, I mean, we won very early on. And you saw it in Showmaker's face after that game was over. Like, he was just ready to go home. He just wanted to get back to practicing so that they could hit the grindstone. And
it's a game you don't feel proud of winning necessarily as well. You know, nobody wants to win a game that convincingly, let's say, and go home and be like, wow, we gained a lot from today. I think get kind of a 2-0 rest day and prepare for next week.
Yep, absolutely right. They can take a rest as well. Of course, it is Lunar New Year this weekend also. So D plus Kia feeling very, very good after back-to-back 2-0s. And now it is time to head over to that interview with Canyon and Def. Take it away, Jisung.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the PUG interview translation, and we are here joined by the PUGs on the side of D plus Kia, Deft, and Canyon. Congratulations. You guys are on a solid 2-0 win streak. It's a great start to the Spring Split. How do you feel, Deft? So this was our last match before the Lunar New Year holidays. So I'm happy that we were able to continue our winning streak and also that I got the PUG. Congratulations, Canyon. How do you feel? Yeah, we get a day off tomorrow and I'm so happy that I got to get a win before going on a break. Congratulations on both of you guys. And Deft, in game number 1, you won the unanimous POG, and I think just dominating the bottom lane was the key to D plus victory. How were you expecting this much of a stomp against them? Well, my teammates were doing their roles perfectly, and also we were able to get ahead kind of easily early on, so I thought it was going to be a smooth sailing victory for us. And then game 2, we had a very interesting run back form of draft. The first phase of pick and bans were exactly the same, so how did D plus Kia players and coaches reacted to that? We were expecting something different from Lip Sandbox, to be honest, and they went for the exact same pick. So we were pretty confident with what we did earlier, so we also wanted to just, rerun it. Deft. Because of that, you actually played back-to-back Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu matchup, which is a very common matchup these days. What's your thought on that? I'm kind of sick of it, I haven't enough, I wanna... But I wanna say, like, Caitlyn or other marksman pick were always getting removed, so I gotta do what I can do. I think right now, bottom lane has the most impact on the map in the current meta. Do you like this meta? I mean, doesn't matter the meta because I have Canyon right next to me, and also amazing players like Showmaker, Kana, so I don't care if it becomes a top side meta. And Canyon. Well, Maokai, the W skill is actually pretty dicey. Sometimes you can put yourself on a very risky situation. So is there any rule you keep in your mind before using that? Nothing much, actually. I just... as long as you go in well, it's like the rest of the players will actually like follow up for you. So I'm just like trying to get carried by my team. And Deft, I don't know if you watched the PUG interview earlier today, but Gumayusi and Kiria did some dance on stage as a celebration. And Deft, I know you actually made a pledge with Sakura, the K-pop group, and you said you're gonna dance the anti-fragile moves on stage. Show me your move, Deft. All together, maybe? Thank you very much. I mean, I don't think that was good, but I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure Sakura is also very happy that you kept the promise. Next week, you're gonna play up against 농심 and also T1. I think both T1 and 농심 showcased great potential, especially T1. They're undefeated so far. So if actually we don't really prep perfectly, we might drop a game or drop a series. So we will do our best to prepare for that match, analyze as much as we can, and come back with better performance. Same, we will prep hard for next week, and we will make sure to pick 2 wins in that upcoming week 2 as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Kenyon, Def from D+Kia, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for that interview translation. And Canyon and Def, they made it through. You know, that was a bit of an embarrassing time there for a moment, but they can be very proud that they no longer have to do the Sakura dance.
Def just wants to let everyone know you can be just like him, man.
Let's have a look at the standings, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that, because the matchup that's coming up next week that's super hype is our 2 leading 2-0 teams, D+Kia and T1. And because KT stole a game against T1, D+Kia actually stands firmly in the lead at first place here.
Yeah.
It's a good start to the season, I think, so far here, where we've now have every team has played at least 1 game. But the hype matchup is Saturday Showdown.
Yeah, exactly right. This is going to be the world champions taking on the LCK champions of last year. DRX against Gen G, both of them suffering from losses in their very first matches of the week, but against the 2 teams that are now undefeated. So wanting to try and find some redemption, and it's going to be really cool to find out which one of these teams is going to be able to actually bounce back and which one's going to go 0-2. LCK champions or world champions.
One of them are
going
0-2. It is absolutely nuts. We're doing these awesome matches every Saturday, so tell your friends we also have an earlier start time, 2 hours early on Saturdays and Sundays from now on, so do not miss it.
Yep, definitely don't. Of course, if you do tune in at the right time, at the normal time, then you would have missed the first series, and you absolutely don't want that. But thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for more LCK action. We'll see you then.
Bye.